And we are live. You're here with the Warble, and we're joined by Stu. How are you, Stu?
Yeah, good, mate. How are you?
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad. It's counting down to Thursday, and pretty pensive, pretty nervous. I think this is the best chance Carlton's had since they last beat us in 2023. I think we're ripe for the picking, and we really need to come out with all guns blazing.
Oh, sure, no doubt. I mean, even though they've been getting beaten, they're playing actually good football. They're playing the minutes. I suppose in a way, we didn't really. We missed a couple of opportunities that cost us the game on Friday night, and I don't know. I think we'll be right, but I'm a bit pensive myself. I must admit.
Yeah. So I was just lurking around YouTube and just going from one Carlton stream to another, and there's hundreds of people watching, and I'm like, someone needs to do a Collingwood stream. So even if it's to 4 people, we're going to do it. So yeah.
Oh, they're up and about, Matt. They're up and about. They think they've got this in the bag. I love it when they're overconfident. It's great. Oh, it's going to be. Oh, look, I think we'll beat them. I really do. Honestly, think we'll beat them. We've just got to be consistent in the way we play. A couple of guys need to pull their finger out, but it's going to be interesting selection, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I'll just pop on Anthony's stream he did earlier without doing a moving the magnets. I didn't catch most of it, so we can just have a bit of a watch of that and see if anyone else wants to jump in. And I'm going to try and sort out my StreamYard. Don't know how to get these images of you and me onto the front. Doesn't really matter. I'll work it out. Did you watch Anthony's stream earlier? I think you were.
Yeah.
I saw you in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the chat. Yeah, I watched it. I think it's going to be, as I said, interesting. No Degoe, no side bottom. Who comes in? Who goes out? Will there be any other omissions? Yeah, we'll wait and see, I suppose. Fly's not a man who's going to pull surprises, so. But I'd be interested to see who comes in.
Yeah, it's like Anthony and others. They'll do a predicted 23, and it is impossible. There's obvious ones, there'll be the obvious ones, and then anything else you just really don't know. And Sullivan is almost an automatic selection because we just know that fly really likes him, and I reckon there's 10 blokes ahead of him.
Fair enough, but I also. Yeah, but I also think Sullivan's fairly reliable. I know people will give him a lot of shit, but he's always consistent. He does bob up. He can kick the odd goal. He's very hard at the ball, but he doesn't look like you sort of star footballer. But he's a working man's footballer. He's a broady looking lad.
He's not horrible. I just see him as if we've got 7 or 8 injuries and we've got, you've got a McCreary, you've got an Elliott, and a couple of smaller mids are out, then he's your depth player. And he never has shockers, but he never, doesn't set the world on fire. But he seems to be a favourite.
Oh, no doubt he is. Yeah.
So let's see if I can pop on Anthony's stream. There we go.
Is Mick? You jumping on Mick?
Is Mick in the chat?
First bounce.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, I'll just let. There's a few guys who are jumping on.
Hey,
Boomer,
hey, how are you? Testy? Can you hear me? Cool.
you there, mate?
Can you
Very, very faint, mate. It's hard to hear. Just very faintly.
Very faintly. 1, 2, 3. Test.
Yes.
Yes, no good.
Yeah. A
What
little
about
bit
any
better. Let me
better?
see if I can turn you up a bit. A little bit better, yep. I think I can try and turn you up a bit. All right, go for it.
Testing. How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No,
Yes,
yeah?
better.
Yep.
Better?
Yep, gotcha.
Better?
Mate,
Okay,
yep.
cool. Good. I'm on my PC mic, so it's not going to be brilliant quality. So how are we, guys?
You're
Yeah?
coming in well now.
Yeah, good Boomer.
Good.
Mick's working tonight, he said.
I want to get this game over and done with. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is one I want to just get out of the way. I just needed to get here. Because I don't know about you guys, but I just feel we could get anything on Thursday. They could come out breathing fire, the Pies, and, but I think it's more likely that the Blues will come out breathing fire, and then it's just catching up from there. So.
Well, they always do. Mate, Carlton have actually got the goods for half a game. If AFL was 50 minutes a game, 2 quarters, they'd be on top of the fucking ladder. They actually play well, and then they just fall to fucking bits after half time, but then we seem to do the same thing, so I don't know.
Well, they can bang on 7 goals in a quarter. We haven't done that for a while. But I get the theory. I have this theory that the Blues put it on in the first half and then let the other side get back to it as an advertisement to potential future coaches. Because I reckon you'd have plenty of people who take the Carlton job.
The coaching job at Carlton?
Like,
yeah. Oh, fuck off. They've had 5, I think, since Ratton or whatever. I don't know.
I'm not saying they should. If it was a friend who I was advising, because we know what the whole behind the scenes back room is like there. But for a young coach, they'd say, no, I reckon I can get in there. Like, I've seen what they can do in the first halves. But yeah, most people will be unaware of what goes on behind the scenes there off field. You're just battling uphill there. Even a guy like Graham Wright, I bet you Graham Wright's sitting there going, geez, I didn't know it was this bad. Like, don't you think Wright wanted to get rid of Voss last year?
No, I'm not sure. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm still bemused that Wright left Collingwood, but that's probably because of the Ned Kelly, Graham Wright sort of had a bit of an argy-bargy. That's what I heard. But I don't know. But I suppose it's all up in the air. But I mean, Wright's got a job to do as the boss of football, and I don't know who would jump into the role at Carlton. I really don't. I've got no idea who'd jump in the role at Carlton. But I suppose some young coach will want
to. Yeah, they'd go for a untried coach. I think.
I think they would. I don't.
Well, they've been burnt. They've been burnt with tried coaches and untried. So it's like they're taking in turns. Like they've had Pagan a while back, had Malthouse, and now they've had Voss, and then they've had a lot of untried guys as well. Like who was it? Ratton. They had who was the bloke before? Oh, Bolton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brennan.
And they had what's his name that used to play for David Teague.
Teague, that's right. Yep.
There's a thing with Carlton though; they've got a bit of a cancer where when they won all those games back in the '90s and whatever, and David Parkin, remember they doing coachy swapsies? Like I think they had Wolsey as coach, and then Wolsey went to Brisbane, and then Parkin went to Brisbane. Like, they both swapped each other between Brisbane and Carlton a few times. And it seems to be Carlton's got all these coterie groups, and they're all pricks. Now, how would you feel if you were Ratton? Someone's mic's weird. You know, how would you feel if you were Ratton back in the day, and then Silvani dobbed them in for the salary cap shit, which blows me out how Sos did that. A club champion who dobs you in for fucking breaches, but whatever his reasons. But then Ratton gets the job, and then suddenly you've got no draft picks for fucking 10 years because your team cheated 4 years ago and whatever. Like, how would you feel inheriting that gig? And he stuck it out for him. He died for that club, technically for his coaching career. And like, I feel for Ratton because he came into this job and then got shafted. Then they just shafted coach after coach. And Vossi got shafted up in Brisbane too. And like, it's what was that famous old quote from Ellen Jeans? This comes from Dermot Brereton. When Brereton said to Jeans, who was his coach at Hawthorn, said, "What do you think about the sacking of someone?" And he goes, "Mate, there are two types of coaches out there. Those that have been sacked and those that are going to be." And that was Ellen Jeans back in the 80s. There was a famous quote that's stretchly true. You're going to get sacked. And you just do what you can. But Carlton is a poison chalice. I mean, look at the way they competed with Malthouse publicly. I mean, that was really sad the way they got rid of him. And he's one of the only cunts that could have won him anything. So you don't bite the hand to feed you.
G'day, Steph.
Hey, Stephanos.
Hey, Steph.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems they've wanted to go, like, how long's Voss been there now for? 4 years?
4 years.
I think same as Fly.
Yeah, so it's like they're like, okay, we're determined to not look like the club that are going to just axe a player willy-nilly. So they've given him every chance, but who knows?
See, we lost an old coach yesterday. One of our old coaches passed away yesterday.
Who's that?
Mick Irwin.
Oh, Mick Irwin. Fuck, when was he a coach? Back in the 60s or something, yeah?
No, Mick Irwin. Mick Irwin was in the 80s. He coached us between
took over from
John Cale. He took over from John Cale, and then Bob Rose took over from him.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was before. I thought he was before Cale. After,
maybe. Yeah, no, he was. You sure about that? Oh, he might have been after Haiti. Yeah, that's right. I've probably forgotten. I thought, yeah, probably, but yeah, he was the assistant coach to Haiti. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, old Mick Irwin. R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Mick. There's a really nice photo of him and Peter Dacos and a few other, Billy Pickin, I think. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Famous photo. Enjoying a game, a win in a game in 1982, if I remember correctly.
Back when footy was played on Saturday afternoon, every team played every other team, and it was catch a train to the ground. Getting to the ground was half the battle for the fans. You got the fights on the way from the ground. Fuck, they used to be good.
Oh, especially Princess Park.
For me, it was actually Essendon. Essendon was a fucking place. Oh, getting away from there, mate, because they're all skinheads. And we were all kind of not quite the same.
Well, you used to stand on the outer at Windy Hill, and it was all the ground was all railway ballast. It was all these fucking rocks. And it was shocking to stand on.
Yeah.
I got out there one day and Tony Shaw and Roger Merritt were punching on the wing. I yelled out, "Kick his fucking head in, Shawry!" And this bloke turned around and jumped and he goes, "Hey, mate, I'm here with my girlfriend. Stop swearing." I was about 16. And I said, "Oh, yeah, fair enough. Sorry, mate." And about 5 minutes later, Shawry and Noel was punching him. I go, "Fucking get him, Shawry!" And this bloke just pushed me on my ass. Next thing I know, the bloke's lying flat out next to me. My old man was sitting next to me, knocked him out. It was beauty. And the biggest all-in brawl took place on the outer at Windy Hill, but at the back of the bowling club there. So it was my mouth and my old man's right fist that got started the fight there. I loved it.
Well, you sort of had to, when you were leaving to get your train back, because Essendon was a pretty big station, but the walk I seem to remember was probably 4 minutes or so. So you'd have to leave in groups. And what's happening is we're all getting up to the station. We're looking and we see these few straggling black and white dudes, and they're running like all fuck. And behind them is this herd of about 100 fucking angry bombers because we stole the game off them with probably 10 minutes to go, we picked 2 goals and won the game. They were bleeding. And these magpies were running. We're like, what do we do? So we've all taken off. There's about 20 of us run down, and we've all come around the corner, and then they've just sort of seen us. And our guys ran to us, and then they all sort of stopped, and there's this big rumble, face off about 20, 30 of us and 20 or 30 of them, and we were like, yeah, we all just casually retreated back to the station. They sort of like, fuck, man, it was going to be on. It was looking really tense there. Full strength beer and very drunk too.
Oh, I love you could just drink cans of VB at the footy.
Hey, Matty.
You're, you could be there with 4 or 5 guys, and it's just all right. Who shout and come back with like a 6-pack of cans?
And they weren't they? You mean they were fucking steel, and they'd fucking hurt. And some was.
That was before my time. The steel ones they were like 70s, maybe early 80s.
They fucking hurt.
But yeah, they were like the big ones, weren't they? They were the size of a long neck. Those tin cans.
Oh, the bigger ones, yeah.
There were too. There were 750ml cans. Fucking hell. Talking about drink hard, work hard, fight hard. Yeah.
Yeah, 70 fit. Yeah, everyone used to take going to, not me because I was the only kid, but they used to take going to North Melbourne because all they served was carriage. It was like horse piss.
Oh,
the old carriage.
When did they stop the BYO beers at the footy?
About 1981, 81, I reckon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember seeing old replays that were colour, but we were chucking cans on that were black and that were actually still half full. The cans were getting thrown onto the ground. And there used to be loads of streamers getting thrown on the ground too. You remember that? There'd be just like loads of paper and people take telephone books. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, we were feral. God, were we fucking feral now I think about it.
No, they were good old days, though. I used to hate the streamers, though. I used to hate the streamers because it pissed me off, some bloke's trying to kick a goal or, shocking. Hated
it. Yeah, me too. I agree with that. And the old Vic Park games too, they were pretty good too, up at Peter Dacos Hill. They were always good to sit around there.
Yeah. No, I was sitting in the pocket, well, not in the pocket, but right on the point post in the sharing stand. So right next to the social club, yeah. Yeah, it was good old days. I miss it. I miss going to Victoria Park. It was like a family, mate. It was like a family.
Well, it was just great. Like the train trip there too. Like as you're getting on, more and more people were getting on. Like I got on at Newport station, and there's about 20 or 30 stations just to get to the city, or 5 or 6 to get to the city. And as you're getting on, there's more and more players and fans getting on, and like the buzz starts. On the train trip there, used to be a buzz. By the time you get there, you'd already be 4 or 5 cans gone.
That's it.
Feeling no pain, yeah.
I mean, the two fullest trains of Magpie supporters I've ever seen. Well, 3. You got the Epping line, Hurstbridge line, and believe it or not, the Lilydale line. I used to live out Croydon way, and used to take the train there because it was easy. Just park up the car at the station, just walk on, walk off, and it was absolutely chock-a-block full of Collingwood supporters. The whole, it's the Lilydale line. You wouldn't believe it. It was just massive. But they were the great old days. And if you go home on the train, get on the Jollymont station or wherever you got on, good old Collingwood forever, mate. Off she goes.
Yeah. When I lived in Melbourne in the early 90s, when I was always living around that sort of inner northeast, so like places like Greensborough, Ivanhoe, Northcote, North Fitzroy, and it was always one of those stations. It was either on the Epping line or the Hurstbridge line. And by the time you got to Clifton Hill and the 2 lines converged, then it was just absolutely rammed by the time you got to Vic Park, which was the next station. And but after the game, singing the song and chanting and carrying on, it would have been 95% Collingwood. In those areas.
My sister was a Footscray fan, and believe it or not, my godmother was her best friend, and my godmother was a Footscray member, and she actually she knew that dude. What's his name? Syracuse, I think was a Footscray player. She was his neighbour. Anyway, my sister couldn't go to one of the games, and she says, "Hey Andy, you want to go to the game because Marjorie's going and she doesn't want to go by herself. So do you want to go? It's a Footscray Collingwood game at Western Oval." And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll go with me fucking godmother. And I'm about 15, 16, I guess. And she's about 25 and like, we've got to the game, and she was this really sweet kind of chick. And as soon as she gets to the game, oh my God, she's turned into fucking Satan herself. Like, suddenly the mouth, you're an arsehole, number 27, you're an arsehole, chewy on your boot. That was bullshit, get off him, you mug. And like, holy fuck, who's this woman? That's not who I walked in with. Like, they football transformed really innocent people into real fucking demons, man.
Yeah.
I thought her head was going to spin and she's going to vomit green. Like, holy fuck, Marjorie. I never looked at her the same after that. Like, man, she is so aggressive.
Oh, I've got a cousin she started the Melbourne cheer squad back in the 1950s, and she's a cousin of mine. Name's Hillary. She's on SEN every night. You'll hear her on SEN. Cool. So if you hear Hillary, the Melbourne supporter, that's my cousin, and she is an absolute feral at the football. And biggest fight I ever got into was I met him over in Adelaide once. Her and her husband David, and he's actually my cousin. She's married to him, but anyway. And they're Melbourne supporters. It was a Melbourne-Adelaide game at Football Park. David, my cousin, he had a car accident, so he got a bit of a speech impediment because he had head injuries. And he's going, "Come on, demons," with his speech impediment. And some Adelaide buffoon turned around, typical Melbourne spastic, and I lost it. I just jumped at all these. For that one night, I was a Melbourne supporter. I was just punching all Adelaide supporters. You fucking asshole. All the Melbourne supporters love me until they found out I was a Collingwood supporter in disguise. I've got in some scrapes at Football Park a few times. Got one in Subiaco once. Jeez, I got attacked in Subiaco. I got attacked for defeat.
Yeah. No, sorry. No, keep going. No, keep going. I thought you finished.
Oh, sorry. No. I said I got attacked in Subiaco for defeating an Aboriginal guy. Some bloke called him something, and I just jumped in, and he was a West Coast supporter. It was all the West Coast supporters having a racial slur at him, and I've gone, nah, I can't accept that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, mate. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, Janet says she just jumped on, got in. We're not speaking about Marjorie. She's just speaking and said she's in hospital, used to go through Broady. Fuck, man, you'd be lucky to get through Broady without getting carjacked back in those days. Fuck, that was a feral area. I remember Broady real well. That was fucking Skinheadsville. Broady boys were they were the skinhead city. That was all the striped cardigans and those weird boots.
Yeah, that's right.
Hopefully we can help you sleep there, Janet. All the best with your recovery.
Well, I lived in Dallas, Broadmeadows for a long time. For 4 years I lived there with my dad in his army job. And so I used to get on the Broady train a lot. Yeah. What were they called, the skinheads? They had a certain name for them, wasn't it?
Well, droogs or skinheads?
No, they had another name, wasn't it?
Sharpies.
Sharpies.
Oh, Sharpies. Yeah, Broadmeadow Sharpies. That's right. Yeah. Yes, I remember them real well.
The Sharpies, yeah. Because in Broady, you had the Broady Boys, the King Street Gang, the Black Dragons, which was the Turkish gang in the 70s. It was gang warfare there. It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a bunch
of three types, weren't there?
Yeah.
What's that, sorry?
They had Sharpies, mods, and rockers.
Yeah, it was more 60s into the 70s, yeah.
Yeah, mods and rockers were earlier. That was a different type of feral. The skinheads were kind of that really weird shaven cut. In fact, you see it now. It's kind of a mullet with a fucking crew at the front. Yeah, I was more surf culture. So I was a long hair. So it was skinheads versus long hairs. And long hairs were like bikies, surfies, and I was riding dirt bikes and that. And I tell you what, all the skinheads used to be real tough in the Elizabeth Street pinball centres. But as soon as all the bikers turned up on Saturday morning, those little fucking cowards wouldn't be seen anywhere. They'd be out of there like the fucking weasels that they are. And I was cool. I used to like that. Being a mini bikey, I suppose.
Yeah, Broady was a fun place. Broady was a fun place in the 70s. I can assure you of that. Tough joint. I went to Dallas North Primary School.
Eddie Maguire came from there, and I think Swoop Luke did too. So it's there's the pedigree. If it's good or bad.
Yeah, I used to catch a train into school with Eddie on the Broady line. I used to get on Broady. He used to get on Jacana because he lived in Jacana. He lived on the other. He lived on the other side of Camp Road. Yeah, we went to St Joey's in St Kilda. Not St Joey, sorry, CBC St Kilda, and I went to Melbourne Grammar. Yeah. So we were on the school train. We're the only two Puss and Broady that were in private school boys. So because we both barracked for Carlton, Collingwood were always talking. So yeah,
nice one.
Could you tell he was a Collingwood supporter back in those days?
Oh because we were on the same carriage, and we got talking because he'd sit next to me, and then we knew because we catch the same train, and then we catch the same tram. So we basically, going all the way to school, and we just got talking, and then he was a Collingwood boy, and I was a Collingwood boy too. So yeah,
how good a footy player was he?
He played under 19s at North Melbourne, I think. I never saw him play footy, but he played under 19s at North Melbourne, so he must have been fairly handy.
Okay, so that was their zone.
North Melbourne zone. Yeah, I played Little League.
So
Broady.
I thought that was Carlton zone.
Nah, Carlton was further over. Carlton was more over Epping way. That was Carlton. So yeah, Broady was always North Melbourne, and then you had Essendon further down into Pascoe Vale and all around there. So
because Broady a little bit more west, a little bit west of North, isn't it?
Well, no, Carlton's close to Melbourne though. Carlton, you would get off at Flinders Street, and you could, if you wanted to, do a pub crawl up to Princes Park for a Carlton home game. In fact, that was pretty good doing it that way.
Gee, it's a long pub crawl.
It's a pub crawl, man. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, catch a tram up. Yeah, catch a tram up Swanston Street.
Yeah, up Elizabeth Street, yep. In fact, I used to work at the pub in Elizabeth Street, just between the Vic Market and the flagpole there. That you used to have bands and all the artwork in there. I used to be a barman in there.
I know the joint. Yeah, what's it called? Yard House. Yard House.
Did you ever go there or not?
Yeah. Back in the day with the bands on. Yeah, that's some good bands.
Yeah, back in the 90s. Yeah. Well, the 90s when there was we used to have a lot of 90s. Fucking. Yeah. 80s wasn't so much. Well, 90s I was pretty much behind the bar most of the time. Do you remember a dude with long brown hair?
Oh, probably. They were everyone had long brown hair, and it was all bloody headbangers like myself. But I used to work at the Queensbury down the road, so.
Right. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We've probably crossed paths, dude.
Probably.
Cool.
Yeah.
You may have even bought each other a beer.
Could have done. Yeah, could. I was working more. No, I was working more on the bar. I was working more on the door. So I used to work on the door at a few pubs and stuff like that around Richmond. Yeah. I used to do that just to get a bit of cash part time. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, it was good, mate. Yeah, it was good.
I used to love the entertainment industry. Really fucking good. If you got the right bands and you get the right people, you get a few dickheads occasionally, but if you book the right bands, you can avoid them.
Janet was talking around. Her brothers used to go. Bruce Doole's news agents. He was in Lower Plenty. Well, do you have one in Jakarta as well? I didn't know that because I knew he had one in Lower Plenty on Lower Plenty Road. I didn't know he had one in Jakarta. Oh, there you go. That's Magpie Chronicles. Mick just said that Bruce Doole had a news agent in Jakarta. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, if you want to sorry to one-up you, man, but I'm going to one-up you on that one. Peter Dacos owned the Woolly Tavern, which used to be called the Pia Hotel.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we were drinking there in 1990 before it got closed down because of whatever. I think it had real bad structural issues or something. And I actually said to Dakes, I actually said to him that year, like, how are we going to go this year, mate? We're going to win a flag or what? And he goes, we're not going to win a flag or nothing, but we've got some really good guys coming up. Yeah, this young Gavin Brown and these other guys, they're looking good. I won't say we're going to win the flag, but we're going to be a good team. We won the flag that fucking year. It was 1990. It's summer of 1990. And Dacos was telling me, we're not going to win the flag yet, but we've got some promise. And we ended up winning the first AFL flag, so good on you, Dacos. I'm glad you were wrong.
There was a lot more going on in that pub than just structural issues. I'll tell you that right now.
What happened?
But I don't want to. It wasn't Dakes, but there was a lot of drugs getting sold there, and there was a drug problem. But it was nothing to do with Dakes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't want to say. I don't want to say too much else. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can understand.
Good idea.
Yeah.
But it had nothing. Did you? All right.
that?
Do you stay in a lot of pubs, did you?
No. I remember Dakes owning a pub, and I think with
Dakes owning a pub. Yeah.
In Rathdown Street in Carlton, called it was Spuds Mackenzie's or something like that. Around 93.
Yeah, that's right. They did too. Mm.
Would have been last year, start of his last year before he got the
sack. It's a Cherry Bar. No, not Cherry Bar.
Did you guys ever go into David Cloak's bottle shop in Kew?
Kew, absolutely. Top of at Coffin Road there. Yeah, all the time. At the top of what's his name? He used to go in there all the time. Julie was there. All the kids were running around. Yeah,
my old man. We stayed in Kew often because coming from Gippsland, we'd stay at my auntie's house in Kew, and Dad would always go get the beers at David Cloak's bottle shop, and he used to always say, "He is the hugest man." Just blown away by how big a dude he was, and how big his hands were.
It was a funny story. David Clark years later he was coaching Park Orchards because his boys were playing at Park Orchards, and my best mate was coaching Mitcham in the under-16s, and then there's a bit of a punch up on the footy field, and Clokey's slagging off a few Mitcham players, calling this, that, and the other. My mate, I'm not going to say his name, but my mate, I nearly did. My mate's gone over there and told him to pull his head in. Clokey just said, "Who do you think you are?" Mate turned around and belted him, and I ran over, to stop it. And David Clark goes, "Do you know that bloke?" I said, "Yeah, he's my best mate." He goes, "Tell him he's lucky." I said, "You're the lucky one." He was a copper, and he's a copper, and he's also the Australian Taekwondo heavyweight champion. I said, "You got out of that one, Clarky." But
Steph wants to know about the Tunnel nightclub. A bit of a sad one. That was Darren Mullane's last piss up. He was drinking there with a fuck ton of Bombers guys, and they were actually chasing him around trying to get his keys off him because he was so fucking shit faced. And he managed to evade all the tackles and got out. Yeah, the old Tunnel nightclub, those soldier boxes out the front, the guard boxes. Oh.
Well, the Tunnel we used to get. If you played well on the day, you used to get a big drink card from the Tunnel. So I was for about 4 or 5 weeks in a row. I kicked bags of goals. So I had all these drink cards, and I used to get pissed at the Tunnel. Absolutely. So we had one sponsor that gave us Tunnel drink cards. Another sponsor was giving us cards for bar 20. That's ridiculous. So
really?
You kick 5 goals and more, you get
Tunnel.
Yeah, started the Tunnel
and go to bar 20.
Yeah, I started the Tunnel one night and I ended up in the lockup at South Melbourne Police Station. I don't know how I got there.
Is it true that Daniel Andrews used to sell hot dogs outside of the Tunnel?
Oh, who said this? What's his name? Mick's gone. Scott Palmer owned the Cherry. It's a Cherry Tree, not the Cherry Bar. The Cherry Tree in Richmond with Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen never owned the Cherry Tree because I can tell you that because I was a part owner of the Cherry Tree. Going back in the early 2000s, I had a bit of money in the Cherry Tree. But Scott Palmer did own it at one stage, but Dennis Allen never did. That's not true.
Who were you playing for, Stu, when you kicked a bag of goals?
Oh, just a few clubs. I was playing for Richmond Centrals. I played down at Camberwell. Played a few clubs.
Okay.
Played at Hepburn up in the Central Highlands Football League. That was a rough club. Always getting kicked out of competitions. Always fighting. Played Blackie North season there, and I got a 10-week suspension playing a practice game with East Brighton. Belted the bloke. My cousin was captain coach, and he called me down to play down there, and Guy King hit my cousin, so I gave him the old Broady two-step. Yeah, off I went, and got suspended, and then their president said, "We don't want people like you at our football club." And so I said, "Thanks very much, I'm out of here." Well, not that way, but yeah. But I played Richmond Central, Camberwell. I went back and played at Camberwell when they left into the amateurs. But then after that, I played a season up at Port Douglas. That was my last season playing football. Yeah.
Port Douglas.
Cricket was... Yeah, played at Port Douglas for a season. Played cricket and footy for him, yeah. I only played 5 games because I kept doing hammies. Go on, sorry.
So you're a bit of a journeyman then?
I was living and working up there because I was going to start a business up there with a couple of business partners up there, and at the time I thought I'd go for a kick, and they said, "Oh, do you want to play?" And I went, "Yeah, no worries, I'll play." But then I played cricket for them too. But played around. But I mainly played at one cricket club. That was Ashburton, and cricket was mainly my game. So, but footy was a game I enjoyed to play, but cricket was my number one game. But gosh, all the nightclubs, eh?
You play any sport now? Any golf?
Me? Oh, no. God, no, I had to give up golf 10 years ago. I used to play golf 2-3 times a week. I shattered my right knee in an accident, so my right knee's fucked. So I can't swing a golf club, unfortunately. So that was me done. I'll have to get a replacement, but I love to play golf now. That'd be great. I miss golf. What about yourself?
Play a fair bit of tennis.
Nice.
But I'm just I sprained my wrist, so I'm not doing anything at the moment. So I've got to try and get that right because I'm travelling to Australia in a couple of weeks, and don't want to be injured when you're lugging around suitcases and stuff. But so not much golf in the last couple of years, but I played before COVID. I played 2 or 3 times a week around Bangkok. And,
you live in Thailand, do you? Okay.
Yeah. So
nice.
I'm pretty keen to get back into it actually, but it's just one of those things I haven't got around to it for like over 2 years now. But no footy. Not much footy in the since COVID. Played a bit of footy for the Thailand Tigers out here for a couple of years.
Did you play against the Vietnam Swans?
Yeah.
A mate of mine, Phil, used to be involved. Yeah, mate of mine, Phil, used to be involved with Vietnam Swans.
Yeah. Footy's out here is good fun. It's hot, but it's good fun. You travel to a different country to play a footy tournament, or they come here. And but I was just getting injured too much, and everything from do the ankle, do the hammies, rib, and just takes so long to recover, and but really enjoyed it, and I hadn't played footy for over 10 years.
Well, when you're in your 20s, you can bang into a fucking wall and get up and just dust it off and do it again. When you start to tip into the late 20s, early 30s, you start tweaking things, and then they take longer than a week to fix. So you're getting and you re-injure them playing the sport the next week. Then when you get up to the mid 30s around the Pendlebury range, then you just fucking hell, a butterfly flies past you fucking pull a hammy. It's fucking terrible.
That's it.
I actually found hydrotherapy was better. I reckon when you're over 30. You fuck the running off, right? Do the running a bit, but make it half swimming, half running. Because the hydro, you're not jerking your muscles as much. And I reckon a lot of AFL footballers, especially the older dudes over 30, you go and do half your training in hydro, you're still getting the aerobics and the cardio, but you're not getting the jerky jarriness because they all seem to do fucking legs. All their knees and your ankles, you're bound to be fucked, aren't you? In fact, I liked indoor cricket because there's not too much running, there's not too much exertion. In fact, I loved indoor. I could do that till I was 40.
Yeah, played a bit of indoor. Yeah,
it's a fun game.
Mick wants to know if I'm a batsman or a bowler. When I was a batsman or bowler, I started off as a bowler. I was an opening bowler in the juniors, and I played Hatch and Dowling and all that sort of stuff, and represented cricket. I got in the Victorian under-12 team, so as an opening bowler. But it was more an honorary thing because he didn't play anybody. I didn't understand that, but anyway. And then I was playing in a Diamond Valley representative side for football. I was going up in the pack taking a mark, and I collected my right ankle, and I shattered both bones right through on my right ankle. And I had 3 surgeries, and Dr. Bartlett was my doctor, the old Dr. John Bartlett, and he said, "Oh, you'll never play sport again, and you'll never bowl." And I couldn't bowl properly. But I got myself back playing footy in that, but I was never the same. But I changed from bowling to keeping, and as a keeper batsman, I end up as a batsman. So I end up being an opening batsman. Yeah, but I love cricket. Yeah, so played at reasonable standard. So pretty happy with that. But yeah, greatest game in the world. Don't miss it though. But and I played hockey as a junior, so.
I think though, what's important about being a sports thing though is not only do you keep you fit and you get out and about and you basically travel as well, but you also establish a lot of those lifetime contacts. You know, things like
That's
plumbers
right.
and sparkies and mechanics, and it actually becomes a really important social aspect. And I think that's what we do miss a lot nowadays in these computer internet days. The actual art of being out there and doing shit with other people. Like going to the dog park with your dog. At least that's fucking exercise. The amount of people who just sit on their ass now, I hate to think what they'll be like when it comes to pulling muscles when they get a bit older. Because yeah, I suffer badly, and I was reasonably fit and active.
Well, all my mates are all ex-footy. The blokes I played footy and cricket with, they're all my mates. Yeah, so it's just a great camaraderie. I miss the camaraderie. I don't miss playing, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
I actually don't. I don't miss playing. I miss playing golf, like when Matt was saying before about golf. But yeah, it's the camaraderie. But what was the greatest thing for me? I got into coaching, so I got into coaching cricket at a young age, and I was invited down to be assistant coach junior footy, and I got the desire to coach. So I ended up doing my level 2, level 3 sports coaching with David Parker and Curly Austin at Deakin Uni, and got into coaching, and then used that at a few footy clubs, and so my last year playing proper competitive football, I was coaching, and then went into coaching in the junior level. Yeah, I love that.
I've got to get your opinion on this, but you know a term that I hear it a lot, and I do turn a blind ear to it now. But this thing of drop the cunt, you know what I mean? Where people say that player should be dropped. I really hate that term because the guy's a guy. You know what I mean? He's a person. He puts in the effort, and to say you're getting dropped as a punitive measure, as punishment, as if you got to play, but like the guy's putting in his best. You know what I mean? Like everybody gets on Lipper's case, and do we really think he's not trying that hard when he's out there? Like in cricket, you can get a go, but in footy, you can't get the fucking ball. You can't do shit. You know what I mean? So that makes more pressure, and I think Fly's actually. I'm really surprised at how Fly. I don't know. I can't understand what he's like with young players. Yeah, like giving Joe Richards 2 minutes and things. What do you think from a coach angle there?
The point is, if I can just interject there, Boomer.
Yep,
is that's exactly why I try and focus my criticism to Fly, and I want Lipper to get dropped as well, because there's younger players that could do a better job. He's had plenty of chances, so yeah, it probably is a bit unfair on the individual player. He probably is trying his best, but as a coach, like Fly came into to coach Collingwood as a development coach. They thought, this is a guy who's going to develop young players because we're probably going to need a bit of a rebuild. We're going to need to restart again after Bucks. And what he realised, you know what, I've got a pretty good squad here. These guys can play finals. And then he got gifted Nick Dacos. And so he went on a bit of a ride for a couple of years. But where's been development Fly for the last 2 years? So the reason why Lipper is getting people like him are copying it is because of Fly. Like, yeah, do you know what I mean? It's unfair to him.
But you remember Chris Mayne when we picked him up as a fucking Freo discard, and the way he couldn't get in because he didn't know the game, and then when he was at the locals, everyone was just giving it to him. Like he actually went up to Bucks and said, "Dude, I can't fucking handle this. I'm just like." It's fucking my head up. I'm playing in the twos. All I'm getting is abuse. Why am I doing it? I want to go back to Perth. And Bucks kind of said, well, leave it with me. I'll try to work around it. But that's, I think, we do regret. We miss the human aspect of it. Because these guys, they're out there trying to get a route. You know what I mean? They're out there doing other shit. It's not they are there just for the club and just for us supporters. And I'm not critical of people who say drop him, but I just hate the term of dropping as a punitive measure. Because dropping people, well, if you dropped everyone, you wouldn't have a team. Yeah, you got to bring someone in.
I like using the term. He needs to spell. He needs to spell. That's a nicer way of saying it. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, what you guys are saying is I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, and it's with especially with Fly, he's lost the the complete type of coach that he is, and he's developed into another coach. He's not this development coach anymore. He's not this guy who can. He's relying, and I muck around. I don't know if you see me on a few other things, like I'm stirring up a couple of people about Jared Wade, but he listens too much to Jared Wade. Jared Wade's got far too much influence on the way Fly coaches, because I've heard it in press conferences, and I've heard other people telling me, and I've seen it at training when I've dropped into training, and I think, what the fuck's going on here? Yeah.
What's his name? Sly and Snoop. I forget the name. The Magpie Rant or the Collingwood Rant. He did a really good one tonight. Did anyone see Sly stuff yet tonight? Go and watch it, guys, because he actually puts up a really interesting thing about the list that Fly got 4 years ago, and it's actually got some really interesting names on there. And there's only about 10 of them still there. So that's it's funny we say he doesn't develop, but he's only got 10 of the original lists. So I don't know. That sort of suggests. Hey?
He tops up. We have done really well considering we top up, and we've really missed with most of our draft picks. Not that we've had a lot of high draft picks, but those medium range draft picks we've really botched. That's part of it.
We were doing the opposite of paying it forward. With our draft picks, we were just going that little bit of trading off draft picks for some players that we either went bad or good with. I don't know, it's hard. It's like it's an apprenticeship for him, but where's the McRae that put basically Billy Frampton on fucking Harris Andrews in the grand final to basically make him a defending front forward line player? I mean, that was actually a very clever tactic. And
it's great.
Malthouse, yeah. But here's one. Malthouse never thought of trying Chris Tarrant in the back line, whereas when he went to Freo, he played in the back line and came back to us and we played him in the back line. So, I don't know, coaching. Yeah, go.
Sorry. Well, Malthouse is a player who screwed young players over. I can tell you that right now. There's one glaring example of screwing a young bloke over, who was the best young player in that draft, who was the best young player in Victoria, and he screwed him over, done his knee, and then threw him to the wind. It was Braden Shaw, Tony Shaw's son. He absolutely screwed Braden over. Absolute disgrace. Braden Shaw, yep. And that was that was a personal thing, because that was the stick at Tony Shaw. That's there's not a lot of he screwed Braden over. Braden nearly he had a mental breakdown because of the way Malthouse was treating him. That's a fact.
Well,
how was he treating him?
Well, he didn't give him a go. The fact is that he was coming up and then he did his knee, didn't give him a chance to recuperate, and he basically said, "That's it, son. You're not coming back."
And so why didn't he, like one of his cousins, why didn't he go elsewhere if he was that good? Or was he
he recovered. Well, he recovered from his because he lost the faith in playing football, so he just walked away from football because of what.
Mentally, he was shot because of that.
Yeah, he was screwed. Then he went back to play Diamond Valley, and then he played years for Blunders. But it affected him mentally. And that's the truth. I can't say who, but I was involved in Northern Nights, and I remember getting a phone call. I was down at the club, and the phone call wasn't for me. I just happened to answer the phone, and one of the young guys who was promised to go to Geelong by Bomber Thompson. You're coming down to Geelong, you're this, that and the other. Didn't get picked up in the draft, and he tried to commit suicide. And his dad didn't know what to do. He's burning all his football gear in the backyard. And me and one of the guys from the club went down there and to talk to him. And I just said, "Listen, mate, it's only footy. It's not worth this bullshit, But there's so much pressure on these young blokes. And then when they come into the AFL system, a la going back to Fly, and you're going to the young blokes now and not giving, like what he did to Allen, brought Allen up, dropped him the next week, didn't do anything wrong, Allen, and it shatters him. It absolutely shatters their confidence.
Yep. Yeah, like I was just thinking about, we've been talking about Steen a lot, but just what this last 2 weeks where we're getting smashed in the middle, and he's got Steen is sitting on the bench.
Made no sense. Made no sense.
Can't be good for his confidence, and he could get dropped this week.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, I think he will. Yeah,
it's just like
doesn't deserve it.
So here's a guy who's a natural ruckman, and Fly's thoughts was, okay, he's just going to be our next Cox, and he's not Cox. He's not Cox. Cox was good at the tap ruckman because he was just so tall. This guy's not as tall as Cox, but much more athletic.
Yeah,
and he's the real weapon is his center square work, and he had a breakout game. And we're all Collingwood supporters are going, oh, thank God, that can solve our centre clearance work. And then doesn't play him in there for 2 games.
Doesn't make any sense.
50% game time, and then if he drops in this week, I'll be so pissed off. I will just be going off.
I want to defend Fly in all instances because I love the guy and I appreciate what he's done. But look, Sly pointed this out, but what we do at Collingwood, you can see this happen after 1990 and 2010 and 23. We get so fucking head up our arse. Oh, we won a fucking flag. La-di-da-di-da. Aren't we so good? Let's all prance around with our chests out for the next 3 to 5 to 8 years. And I think this has happened, but with Fly, like, if he doesn't give Steen a good run, to me this does not make sense. Steen goes in, we have Darcy Cameron as a fill, especially with Darcy Moore being injured. Obviously, Cameron can fit the intercept role there. There's even a hole for him in the back line to fill. Yeah. Like, strategically and tactically, it all makes sense. Why doesn't Fly do what we all see as just staring at us like dog's balls?
That's why, like, I begged the question, is he tanking? And everyone went crazy. I said, okay.
No.
I know. I don't seriously think that. But then the other alternatives are he doesn't know what he's doing because, like everyone, he should see that that's giving us an edge in the centre and we can actually get our guys first use. The other alternative was he doesn't want to hurt Cameron's feelings.
There's another...
A slight variation to that is it could be the club's public relations saying, hey, Cameron needs to be our first ruck. We've put him on this big contract. We're going to look silly if this young bloke comes in and becomes our first ruck. And I'd say to that, if that's the case, I'd say he doesn't need to be our first ruck. Just give him at least half of the centre rucks and then let Cameron play around the ground. How difficult is that?
There's another. Sorry.
You got another option.
Well, the other option is he plays by. You've got to play the system. We play the system. We play the system. He's got a system. He wants to play the system. He doesn't like differing from the plan. You know what I mean? So it's like he's not flexible as a coach in his ability to adapt. Or adapt to another situation. We've seen it over the last 3 years where if another coach applies a tactic, Fly's very slow in countermanding that tactic. I mean, that's for me. Just that's how that shines. I mean, other people might have another opinion, but when I watch it, I go, "Wow, he doesn't react." And I think that he's got his own plan, and in his mind, it's got to work this way. And I don't know if he's listening to his assistant coaches because he's got rid of a lot of assistant coaches. Fly, have a look how many assistant coaches he's had in the last 4 years.
Look, he's lost them though. But I think Josh Fraser going to Carlton now because he's a coach there with twos. But look, I've got to add this now, and Sly actually reiterated this, so I will bring it up. But last year we lost 2 games and we won 14. Suddenly, and we were too old, too slow at the beginning of the year. We've suddenly played our tits off. Only losing to Geelong, where Chris could have actually won that game for us, but the umpire would yell on the rules to him when the guys played the most fucking games in a row. Like, that umpire actually was deliberately trying to put Chris off, but I do digress. I'll get back to it. We then lost 5 out of 5 and 2, I think it was. What the fuck happened in that one game? And I reckon, here's my theory, Braden Maynard did get a good pay rise, and then suddenly all the shit came up. I still reckon now Jamie Elliott's got sand in his vagina, and he's the one who's actually kind of, there's a big split. There's no way all of us suddenly got poor and tight and shitty, whatever, after that, what is it, round 15 or round 16 last year, whatever you want to call it. It all suddenly turned to shit then, and now it's spilled into this year. So hopefully that D&M they all had in the weekend basically lets us know we're getting what we're paying for, because Magpie Chronicle said they're on too much money to get any criticism. Yeah, that's true, but we also bet too much money on the games to not be truly, if you're betting money on the game, you tend to really get the shits as well. But I reckon Elliott. I reckon Elliott's got sand in his vagina for not being captain, because Maynard and Nick get it. I really think it's something like that.
That's an awful premise, but
I don't think so.
Okay, well.
I don't know if that's the case. That's funny though. But there has definitely been they got to a prelim final, but there's definitely been a quantum shift in the way the attitude is with the playing group. So there's obviously something's happened down there. And I think the fact that, when you pull people like Brody Wycheck and Mason Cox and Hoskin Elliott, who are all like jovial, and also Ollie Markov out of that lineup, they're all like bigger than Tommy Mitchell. They're all popular characters. They're all glue characters, glue around the playing group. When you pull those guys out of the playing group, it has a big cultural change, I reckon.
You lose the camaraderie. That's a good point.
That's what I reckon it is. That's a chunk of experience, a chunk of games, a chunk of close mates all being moves along, and they don't see him all the time, and they don't see him now. And then now that has a massive effect on the psyche of the club. So new guys have to come in. That's my take on it.
Oh, fuck, Janet, this is classic. Can you see what Janet said? Maybe Fly's neurodiverse, as they call it. Like Asperger's, can't change too easy. I think you might be onto something there.
She could have a point. She could have a point.
Yeah, it could be part mental. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if that he just wants to do like a contrarian just wants to do the opposite of what people are saying because he says he doesn't react and he doesn't try things, he sticks to his system. When Steen got selected against GWS and Steen started, everyone just went, whoa, Fly's really had a thrown at the stump here, and it worked. And we were just like, how good is this? So he tried something that it's sort of like the rest of the competition's gone, oh, gee, Collingwood, Nick Dacos and Josh Dacos and DeGoey and blokes like this. And then now I've got a guy who can put it down their throat. This is scary. And then he just stopped doing it a week later. So...
Hey, we've got someone new in the chat. Is that someone new, or do you just have a new name? Is it Lama Yellow? Fly's the only thing keeping our club together. Oh, it's a bit more than that, mate. I think the payroll works. Are you a newie?
Yeah.
There's payroll merchandise.
How was totally smashing people's confidence, like young players like Hayes comes in for one game. The team was disgraceful, and he's the type of player, he's on the outside, sort of a quick, fast, small forward type, wingman. Drops him after one game.
Yeah.
Is Lamiolo being sarcastic?
Yeah. I agree with that. As I said, I'm just giving you one. I was just giving you one of the factors with a lot of those top players out of that group, and it does take. My mates at Collingwood Sporting Kids go, "Oh, we go on for the season." I said, "Wait till round 9, round 10. We'll see what happens." They'll turn it around. You watch, they'll turn it around. I guarantee it. They're too good of a playing group not to turn it around.
Yeah, on that numbers theory there, look, when you get to round 3, we were 2-1, or sorry, we were 2-1. Then what, 2-2, and now we're 2-3 because we've lost 2 in a row. So at that 5, that's a real interesting dynamic number. We turn around this week, we're back to even Stevens, and we knock off Essendon. So these next 2 games, Carlton and Essendon, if we lose both, It really will make our season hard. We win one, okay, we're still there, we're not dead. And if we win both, it's now we're over again. We're past it. Fly had it in his first year. We lost one, we won one, we lost one, we won one. And then at that point, we then went 3-2, 4-2, 5-2, 6-2. And Fly's actually got the best coaching record for a 100-game coach, by the way.
Oh, so for sure. No doubt,
yeah,
no doubt.
He's got good figures behind him. In fact, it's a high percentage. It's something like about 82% win ratio, I think, now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think he's second to Scott.
If you looked at his quarters won in the time he's been coaching, he'd be down the bottom. Because one of the reasons it's hard to enjoy a Collingwood game is we play for 1 or 2 quarters at best. And over 22-23, the amount of close games we won, and it was great, you know, the tactics and the way we were able to close the game out was great. But if we lost, we won 90% of those games, so it's fantastic. But if we won 50% of those games, we wouldn't have made finals in 22, and we probably don't make a prelim in 23. So what's happening now that we can't win the close games, we're a poor side. That's how close to the margins it is when you're always living in that space where you give the other side a start and you're 3 goals down at three-quarter time. That happens so often. And then the other thing that would happen, when we'd be up by 3 or 4 goals at three-quarter time, he'd park the bus. So even when we'd get to almost a match-winning lead, it'd still end up being a close game. You couldn't relax.
Dude. When I played, dude, I was never like that in sport. When we got them down, it was like, yes, now it's personal best times. We're all going well, fuck guys. Right. Let's all play it like we're going for our own personal best. Do everything you can. Throw it at them, yeah? Like, I used to love fucking, what's the word, thrashing the bottom sides, because that makes you a top side. When you thrash the bottom sides and you have close games with the uppers, you're a fucking winner and you're on your go. But this, put the cue in the rack. No way, dude. I don't put the fucking cue in the rack. I'm out there. It's game on until I fucking walk off. And I hate the opposition and want to kill them. And then I'll shake a hand and have a beer with them.
Yeah, Voidoid's got it right there. The system is designed inherently for role players, not match winners. He's absolutely correct.
Actually, I'm going to change that to trolls. The way we work now is we troll the opposition, make them waste their energy, then we hope Nick gets a goal or 2. We're troll players, not role players now.
Troll players.
We're trolling the enemy.
So you're saying that if Nick Dacos played at a Hawthorn or a Brisbane, he'd be even better? Or is he someone who can play outside of the system?
No. Couldn't be any better than he is now.
Look at Nick Watson, mate. That guy's a little champ. Yeah, I know.
The thing we're talking about now is that match winners can't really. They're sort of playing their role, so it's designed for players.
Well, I've got one for you. Ginnivan, Mason Cox, and Taylor Adams have all alluded to the fact that you don't step out of your role at Collingwood in different ways on different podcasts. They've all said you got to stick to the system. So what does that mean? You take the ball and you mark it outside the 50-metre line. You don't go back and have a goal like John Noble. Shouldn't be kicking for goal. But he still kicked a couple. Does he get told to not do it? Or what? You know what I mean? Because John Noble, it wasn't his job to do that.
Well, everybody, including me, has been critical of Houston. But Houston's been taken out of the way he played at Port Adelaide. He had a freer hand at Port Adelaide than he does at Collingwood. At Collingwood, he's got to be part of the system. At Port Adelaide, he was a freer player, where he was able to kick the goals. But we'll wait and see. I'm still not convinced that we're a lost cause, because we're definitely not that. A few people, but I think that. I'm not. And as I said, it's not just the coach. It's not just individual players. It's the way that the playing group has had to adapt to a few things and a few key injuries. Everything all comes in, culminates in one big pot of soup.
Hey guys, I think we've got a Carlton fan in the chat.
Yeah.
What is that?
I think the coaching job against Freo was really good. That's missing the goal, lost us the game.
Lamiolo. Yeah. Oh well, he's probably not wrong. He's probably not. I'm saying it too. Lamiolo. Lamiolo's probably not wrong. I didn't think the coach. Go on.
Well, the coaching of not playing Steen, just that alone gets us 3 or 4 goals extra.
But we also
So-
had 61 inside 50s for a scorecard of 5 goals 8.
Yeah, so that's
That's-
game plan.
I know, but that's...
Do you think that the players are acting out and the Flyers saying, no, I want you to find a target and be surgical going inside 50, and they're going, nah, don't listen to Fly. We're just going to bomb it to forwards with 6 guys on them?
Well, we haven't had forwards with 6 guys on them. That's the problem. We've been running up and down the field playing flood style of playing. So when we get on a fast break, there's no one forward.
G'day, fellas.
How you doing, Mick?
Hey, look,
Mick.
just let me know if I'm on delay because I'm at work and the Wi-Fi is fucking shit. So if I'm delayed, just let me know.
No, it sounds good.
All good? Oh, good.
Yeah.
All
right.
It's been great listening to you, man. It's been fantastic. Great observation you just made before, Matt, about all those close games where we used to win them, and we end up fucking top 4. But once we start losing them, we're fucking dog shit, mate. You know, it's such a fine line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
they play the moments, and Sean, ultimate greatness. He always talks about how, I don't know if it's Sean, we play to what the other side's given us. That's
Correct,
why
correct.
when we're watching, whether we're playing North Melbourne or we're playing Brisbane, it feels the same. We just sort of play to the other team's level.
Yeah.
Going back to when we had dominant periods, like in the end of the 2000s and early 2010, like especially 2010 and 2011, we would smack shit teams. We would just bury them. We'd get them 5 goals down, and we'd put another 5 on them.
Yeah.
And it was just so good watching the footy because more than likely you're going to really enjoy the whole game. It's just very hard to enjoy watching Collingwood play footy.
Yeah.
You just can't be confident.
Yeah. And Boomer, I saw the Collingwood rant episode, and it was pretty eye-opening. What I don't know which one's which. Fucking Sly and Spook. I don't know who's who, but the main guy, he was saying,
Sly. Sly's a guy on the left.
Yeah, the main
Spook's the
guy
on the
yeah.
right. Do you want to watch a bit
Sly
of it? I'm
was
going to load
saying,
it up.
Yeah, Sly was saying, like, after we were 14-2, you know, just after halfway last season, something must have happened, mate. Like, it was probably a combination of things. Bobby's absence destabilising us a bit.
Absolutely did.
But on top of that, fucking Fly saying we've qualified. And on top of that, all the fucking contract talk. Because remember, Checkers was waiting till the end of the year to fucking sign a contract. They were all talking. Checkers, Crisp, and Hoskin Elliott were very tight. Crisp lost his fucking 2 good mates. And I don't know, maybe someone in the group was a bit dirty that fucking Checkers didn't get re-signed. Who knows, man? But I don't want to speculate too much.
I agree with that.
A lot of shit was happening. A lot of shit was
Here's
happening.
the thing here. Lama's saying Bobby loss is huge.
I agree.
In the whole perspective of it was, okay, him just going out for a bit of mental health for a month or 2, that wouldn't have affected us so much. But because he was yo-yoing in and out of the club, which went on for 6 months, and it's still ongoing, that's the thing. It was really hard for the team to, well, is he in? Is he out? Is he in? Is he out? And that uncertainty, that causes anxiety. And that anxiety can spread through the whole group. So I think Sly was really on the money when he was talking about that. And
absolutely,
that's what, you know, Janet was joking about how Fly's a bit on the spectrum. That was someone on the spectrum sort of move to say we're qualified for finals with 14 wins. Like, he didn't run that by PR. I'm telling you. Like, that is the last thing you do. because then
Wait,
everyone, like the teams playing on, these blokes have qualified for finals, guys. Let's show them. It's round 14 or whatever it was.
With what happened with
So
Bobby
silly.
last year, and the drama that went all around, whatever happened, I don't give a shit. One side, the other side, whatever the rumours are, I don't care. It's not none of my business or anyone else's. But the problem is that destabilises a group of people that are surrounded by that. Bobby was going to everybody crying in his beer about what was going on, and the same thing happened in when we had all playing during COVID up in Queensland. It happened with a couple of players, but one player in particular who was going nuts up there, and it was who was it? It's not Stevenson. Who was going nuts up there? Was it Stevenson?
Grundy? Was it Grundy?
No, it was sorry. No. It was Grundy wasn't going nuts. Grundy had to put up with Treloar. Treloar was the one who was going off the reservation up there. He's destabilised, right. And then you had Stevenson going off the reservation, escaping out, going to brothels and getting prostitutes in and all this stuff. That was all going on at the time. That actually happened apparently, but not apparently it did. But those little things could do allegedly, Your Honour. But those sort of things could destabilise a club at the best of times. It only takes one individual. Because I remember a club I played for, one of the husband and wife are involved, and then one of them was knocking off all the other players, and that was going on, and everybody was up in arms. Some blokes were up in arms because they weren't getting their bit, and some blokes were up in arms because it was just this sordid sort of character broke the club up. So those sort of things are massive things. So as I pointed out a few things before about it's all it's carried on to this year. So hopefully we can get our mojo back. Football's in between. Football's in between the years.
Yeah.
Well, I hope they absolutely.
You do hear some scuttlebutt, and apparently there's a bit to do with Browser's mum being a bit loose and lively, and I don't really want to spread that shit myself because that's bad. Like, apparently cars get seen around other cars. Like, the whole team goes up to the Gold Coast, and suddenly someone's car is at someone's chick's joint. You know what I mean? Like, your girlfriend didn't come up with you, and and someone else's car gets seen there. That's the most destructive shit. Jack Ginnivan, right now, this, I'm pretty sure happened, but what happened is Jack Ginnivan fucking sent a picture of a dude who was on a Porto movie who looked a bit like Dan McStay, and he sent it to Quaynor and someone else. And what happened is, he sent it to a couple of mates and said, hey, look at this, looks like McStay's got another job. And you could see it wasn't McStay, different tattoos, but he looked similar. But then Ginnivan took it too far because he was a young dickhead, young, dumb and full of cum, and he got a laugh off a couple of people, so he sent it to pretty much half the team. And by the time it got to McStay, enough's enough, dude. Grow the fuck up, will you? Read the room. Yeah. I think that's when Fly said read the room. It wasn't about the races. It was about the bigger picture, dude. Yeah. And that's why Guinea's not there.
And I'll tell you what, I reckon he's still a bit of a scallywag, but Hawthorn just fucking looks past it, mate. Because if he was with us, he'd be still playing up and it'll be all over the fucking papers, mate.
He's grown up a little bit too. You can see that. He's matured a bit. He's matured a little bit, yeah.
I think Sam Mitchell's actually got in his ear and said, hey, dude, you got fucking talent. Don't be a fuckwit. Yeah. Don't be like Jordan. Don't be like DeGoey and take fucking 10 years to grow up. Do it now, and that way you won't have the press on your back. And he's learned a bit at Hawthorn. I think Sam Mitchell is a very intelligent guy, and I do have bucket loads of respect for him. I just hate the fucking TV coaches.
Oh yeah, I can't stand him, but I respect Mitchell because he's a hard man. He wouldn't take any shit.
Yeah.
He's a
I can't stand Chris Scott.
I'll just clarify.
But I respect him.
I'll just clarify it to Lomolo. Fly said read the room before the grand final, but he didn't mean that specifically. Read the room means it's a bigger picture thing, and it was about his general attitude towards all the players in the club. So it wasn't. I know what you mean, Yama. Yes, that was the reason given, but Jack did need to learn to read the room. Yeah. And that's why I think Oscar Elliott used to get a lot of games because he is the sort of guy who's a good bloke. I think he was very respected within the club, and he could just go and do a job. Can you do that? Yeah, I'll do it. He was a can-do man, and he'd always have a hard crack.
Yeah. Anyone sees Did anyone see Hoskinelli at Specky on Saturday for Yarraville? It was a beauty.
No,
It was a
no.
great mark. That was a good mark. Geez, he got right up in the back. It was a beauty. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
I never saw this Ginnivan fucking the way he's playing now. I thought he may have had it in him, but I'm really fucking surprised he's playing this well. I just never
Because he's got fucking Jack Gunston and Nick Watson next to him. So he's not the golden-haired boy who's, we're all going to suck your dick and fucking blow smoke up your ass. He's got to earn his fucking keep. And that's exactly what Mitchell's got out of those guys. Wouldn't you love Jack Gunston? Oh, sorry, I'm ranting.
Sorry, Boomer, how can you suck someone's dick and blow smoke up their ass at the same time? That's a physical impossibility, isn't it?
Put it this way, dude. I'm pretty sure fucking with the Warble knows, because he lives in the Philippines, mate, and the girls up there can do any fucking thing.
actually, when you come over, Warble, I'm short of a few ping pong balls too. So,
ping pong balls, mate. No, it's not ping pong balls. The really good ones. You take them off to England into the dart circuit, and you throw up 3 darts, and you bring them back, and they fling at the dartboard. It's a whole new meaning to 180. Oh, mate, they're the good darts games.
Oh God! sorry, I started you off.
This is what streaming is about, guys. It's not about talking shit. It's about fucking making fucking around like an idiot. Sleep deprivation works wonders.
But in all seriousness, I'm really concerned about their midfield, man, because we've only got Nicky Boy, mate, and they've got 3 guys that aren't always on form, but if they gel in that one game, they'll fucking get the contested ball, they'll fucking belt it forward, and as good as our defence is, they might be under the pump a bit too much, like that Adelaide game. And I just can't see who else we got in midfield. Like Pendles at 38 is going to have to pull up a really good shift tomorrow, on Thursday night, mate. You know, Geordie's not there, Sidey's not there, even though they're kind of past the midfielders. But who we got? We've got to put Hezzer in there, man. I'm fucking shouting it from the fucking rooftops, man. Fuck.
Who'd you say you got to put in there? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Hezzer. Perryman.
Oh, Perryman, yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, on Crip.
Hey,
Good on Crip.
Like, Long and Anderson will be his second game. Ned Long. But, I'm just, look, I know Walsh is fucking hot and cold, but he can have a hot game, Cripper was okay last week. And that Jagger Smith, he's waiting for his breakout game,
Oh, yeah. You know what? You might have just caught the tail end of this, but we're talking the theme of when Fly does something out of the box and it works. Yep. We're like going, wow, awesome. And then he doesn't do it again. We had Perryman play on Naz in St Kilda. Now, if you said, hey, look at this guy Perryman, he can go in and get some pretty hard touches, be an inside mid and get 20 possessions, and as a bonus, shut down the opposition mid.
Yeah, correct.
What a revelation! Just
fucking know.
Why hasn't he tried that again?
Yeah,
it's got me flummoxed. It's got me flummoxed.
You go to Cripps,
yeah,
and wear him like a glove. As soon as we get the ball, you've got a license to be either at the coalface or getting it yourself. It doesn't have to be because Cripps is not that quick. So as a tagger, you can run off him.
Yeah, you just got to stop him getting the ball out.
Stop him at the source. If you're stopping Cripps at the source, his value just dissipates.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I didn't understand. Yeah. I didn't understand last week when he started with Jamie Elliott in the midfield, who got the ball out, and then he plays him down forward for the rest of the game. You go, hang on, what were you doing? I don't understand. I don't understand what.
Yeah, there's weird shit going on. Yeah. Yeah. Like he's never what was the other one I was thinking? Fuck, I forgot. But yeah, someone mentioned that Frampton in the granny playing the defensive forward role.
Yeah.
He's never done that tactic again. He only did it once in a granny of all fucking games, and he's never used that tactic again. And we've come up against so many fucking dangerous tall backs that have fucking destroyed us. Yeah.
Right, Josh has got one there. Josh, this one checks out. Yeah, he did. You're right. Hey guys, apparently the only reason Pez tagged Naz was the leadership group told Fly they were doing this. So there you go. The team on there said we're gonna. Well, didn't they actually say in the team meeting who wants to tag Naz? And Pez put his hand up and said, "I'll have a crack at the cunt." And fucking, did you see Butters get into him on the weekend? Oh, Butters, you little. Oh, dude, I love it when I see another player who we might get. Everyone's talking about. He really got into him. Naz went to do this little double step the other way. All the Indigenous players have got that real good double step, the way they twist you around. Butters was onto him and just fucking ground him in, took him over the line, and then fucking gave him some what for. To let him know what it's like. You played the big league, dude, and I'm Butters, and you're fucking not. It was good.
So what's going on here? So if the leadership group's idea is Fly not doing it because it wasn't his idea, is he a power tripper? What's going on? Like, who cares who comes up with who cares who comes up with a good idea? Hey, that worked. Thanks,
that's right.
Assistants, or thanks, Pendles. Let's do that again. That worked.
Yep. Hey, Butters and Nick is wet dream material, but I tell you what, Oscar Steen in true form, if we let him develop, feeding those two. Premiership, I would be saying flag buys. Look at Sydney this year, mate. They got Kerno and fucking Brody Grundy and fucking Heaney. Those cunts are probably going to be there on the fucking last day of September, I think. They're looking real good right now. Yeah, don't they? And fucking, here's the thing, Coxie's actually got Brody Grundy doing what he should have been doing for us. He's actually roving the ball. He's not tapping it to his feet and looking for a rover. He's actually getting down, because he's always been able to do that. He just never did it for us or for Melbourne. So, Butters and Nick, though, that'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But we got this big war chest. Are we going to price ourselves out of it?
No, they're definitely going for a big fish.
Performing well enough. We're not. The thing is, we're playing like this shit. It's hard to attract players because they're going to believe and go, "Oh, that's off the cliff."
I think the players are more sensible than that. You know, you're going to be playing for the most successful club in front of the biggest crowds on the biggest stadium. I think that the players see what that's for. Because they're not playing well at the moment, it's not going to deter them. Wouldn't deter a player, surely. Surely not.
Yeah. I just hope that we're not going to get Butters or King. I just hope we spread that war chest around, and if we can't get one of those two big fish, we can spread that war chest around to about maybe 4 or 5 fucking, above average players rather than 2 fucking, guns, like, 4 or 5 Zach Bailey type standard players, something like that,
look at the Gus Andersons and the Bo McCrearys. That's what we want to look for, because they're the guys who will play mature aged Sandful at 21, 22. The guys who have been in the system that have fought their way through, big bodies, ready to play, plug and play. Rowan Steele's another one. That's what we need. We need bread and butter players, and our stars will benefit out of that. You chuck in Butters and you chuck in the Butters or something like that, or Zach Bailey, will be a much better team. Oh, Zach Bailey, big. Yeah. Well, how old's Zach Bailey? How old's Zach Bailey?
I reckon he's just 26, 27, I reckon.
Is he? Is he only that old? I thought he's older.
Look, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just assuming.
Oh, that's probably right. I don't know.
Yeah.
It surprises me. Feels like he's been around. But I think, before we worry about that, we've got to worry about this season.
I know.
Yeah, get our boys who we got on the field there, getting it right. Hey, the thing, too, with this game coming up, I've sort of worked it out. If we win the next 2, we're probably top 6. If we win one of the next 2, we're probably mid-6. And if we lose both the next 2, I reckon we're bottom 6. I think it's come down. That'll be our season, I think, just the next 2 games. If we can't thrash 2 bottom sides, we can't beat at least one of these 2, Essendon and Carlton both being bottom 6. We are bottom 6.
Yeah.
So, I think that's probably a real interesting dynamic.
Yeah,
I'd like us to win both.
Yeah, spot on. Mickey's 26 years old. I wasn't sure. Yeah. Just feels like he's been around forever. Good call, mate.
It's a good age to get someone like that, It's a
good age. Right. Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, you're on it again, Voidoid. Bailey doesn't get injured that much. You're dead right, mate. We need dudes that are going to be able to get through the season. By the way, just making finals. Don't know how Brisbane have done this, but they played finals probably the last 5 years. That's an extra season of footy almost. That's like four games you play on top of the others. So you're playing virtually 5 times. That's 20 more games than a team, say, like North Melbourne. That's got to take a toll on your body. How the fuck do Brisbane keep doing that?
Well, we're doing it too. We've only missed one finals campaign out of X amount of years, so we do it every. Geelong do it as well. So.
Yep, and I did go back and check that stat I brought up last night, guys, and what it is, for the last 13 consecutive grand finals, one of the 2 teams that played in the grand final did not play finals the following year. That's 13 years. That goes back to 2013 when Hawthorn got their last of their 3 in a row. I think. So the following, every year after that, a grand finalist hasn't made the finals. That's really amazing. It takes it out of you. This game is fucking hard.
For sure. It's also the smaller lists too takes a lot of pressure. You haven't got the amount of players on the list, and I think that's stupid. I disagree with that. I think the list should be another 4 or 5 players.
The reduced interchange as well is also more taxing on players. And now the jumping ruck rule. Are we going to be seeing ACLs this year? Who knows with that one?
What's his name? English already copped an MCL.
Yeah.
It'll take one more ruckman to get something similar. Then they'll fucking change the rule back next year, mate. And then they'll be fucking good again.
well, that's why they changed the rule in the first place, to stop the knee injuries. Yeah. That's exactly why they stopped the rule. So the amount of knee injuries at ruckmans.
Just on something too, a little bit unrelated, but I'll bring it up to you. On the ABC, from Saturday every day, generally, at 12 o'clock, is Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball for about an hour and a half. So if you're not doing anything around Saturday lunchtime, tune your old AM radio or get your phone out and find the app, because listening to fucking Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse talk about everything in footy, fuck man, they got insight. Luke Ball is a fucking clever dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah. And actually, now there's an interesting one. Remember when we actually recruited Darren Jolly and Luke Ball? That was just what we needed. And we had Lee Brown, who had that bit of cunt in him. And remember that goal he kicked against Geelong? It bounced fucking like it was going to go out of bounds on the full. Curled in. Oh, it wasn't a wrong. It was a fucking off-spitter. 90-degree off-spitter. And Cohen had kicked the goal. When that went through, I thought, the gods are on us. We have won this flag. I still remember. He kicked it from nearly the point of the square. And it just bounced through. Fuck, man. Was that good old Collingwood forever. And it was Lee Brown. He's such a dud, too. He was such a lumbering big cunt. He's like, how cool was that? I do it all the time. I'm Alan Didak. That's why you barrack for Collingwood, for those moments.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
well, the Nick Dacos, mate. Yep.
That's going to be one of my favourite games ever, mate, the prelim against Geelong, mate. It was game over at quarter time, man. Right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. Basically, we fucking tore their heads off and shut down the neck hole. I loved it. Yeah, Nick Malthouse. And then we got him over at Carlton and he did the job on them too. See, that's true, black and white, like Yamola has just said. Lamola, whatever your name is.
I used to run trivia nights, with another bloke. And one of the questions I used to put in the sports question was, who kicked 5 goals in the 1990 grand final? And they go, who? I go, Essendon. That's my favourite joke.
I love it. And you know what? I've got one of my clients. He's still in his 20s, and he's an Essendon supporter. So tell that joke to a young Essendon supporter, and they.
Dude! I go, who? I can't.
I said, who kicked 5 goals in the 1990 grand final? I don't know, mate. Who? I was too young. I said, Essendon. Oh, fuck, really?
Do you guys remember the 1990 season when we had to play Essendon out at Waverley on a Sunday? And that was, and I was there. I was sitting in the I was a VFL member then, but the AFL members. It was the AFL members into the change. I was sitting the AFL members, and they beat us by 14 points. And I stood up and got a few beers in here because it was a Sunday. I wasn't playing footy. I stood up and said, if we play these weak dogs in the grand final, we'll fuck them. And I was right. I just loved it. Because they went to pieces.
We still have to thank Peter Sumich for doing what he did, though. We still send him flowers and chocolates for his miss. Because if he didn't get that goal, no pies, no 1990.
Oh yeah.
He could have killed us. So,
I was sitting down that end too. The goals down the end. I was on the other side of it. I was jumping up and down, going, "He's missed it. The dog's missed it."
And that made it the draw, didn't it? Did he kick a point to make it a draw?
The draw. He kicked the point, made a draw. Yeah, made the draw.
And then we had to play the next week. Yeah.
Essendon had to have another week off. That's why they were so rusty, mate.
Yep. Yeah. Mind you, though, the beginning of that 1990 grand final, if I remember rightly, the first 3 or 4 minutes, didn't Paul Salmon kick 2 goals? Led down, kicked it, they kicked 2 within, and it's like, oh, fuck no, it's not the Collywobbles again, is it? Yeah. But unfortunately, they knocked out Gavin Brown, which ended up being a blessing in disguise. Wasn't he a fucking champion?
Now,
I've got to say, he was one of my...
Here's the thing. Voido's asking, who would we have played if Sumich had kicked it? We would have played Melbourne. I was shitting myself because Melbourne had the wood on us in finals.
They did.
We went out in straight sets. In 88, they beat us, and they also beat us in the elimination final the year before. So you are right. We Sumich kicks that, and we're probably out in straight sets.
Yeah.
That's where my hatred for Gary Lyon comes from, those 2 games. Those 2 fucking elimination final losses, 88, 89. Fucking, because Gary Lyon was fucking kicking the winning goals, mate. You know?
Yeah.
Well, Billy Brownless don't like him too much either. He's not very high on. He's on Phillies and cricketers card list.
No, they're all friends again. They're all friends again now.
Oh, are they? Okay.
No, they're all mates. They're all mates again now. They've all accepted the situation. They've moved on. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Well, have you seen Billy's new missus? Fuck no.
You know who I would like to move? You know I'd love to move on from fucking someone rooting your missus? Michael fucking Christian. Because whenever we go to the grand final, whenever we go to the tribunal, and he's got something to do with it, I can't help but think, Matthews, why the fuck did you blog his missus, mate? We're still feeling that now. He's still shafting us fucking 35 years later.
Well, she's a good sort. Oh, yeah, I couldn't knock her back, on the coach. And...
Fucking coaches. Fucking hell, man. Keep it in your pants. You're an AFL footballer. You can walk out the door and a chick will fucking give you a wristy. God, why root your fucking players, misses? For fuck's sake, Lee. Yeah.
I was saying it yesterday with Teddy Whitten. He was synonymous to doing it. Wayne Carey.
Yeah.
The famous Wayne.
Wayne Carey. That was the most famous, actually, yeah. Who was it? Who was the dude's missus? Glenn Archer? Was it his missus?
No, it's Stevens.
No, Anthony Stevens.
Anthony
Stevens. Okay.
Kelly Stevens. Yeah, that fucked that club. Like they were the best, pretty much top 2 side in the comp when that happened, and they didn't play in a grand final again since.
Yeah, there you go. That's a prime example of a sexual rattling a club. Yeah.
Well, one in the mid-80s where Jeff Raines was rooting Colleen Hewitt, which was Mark Richardson missus.
No, it was Mike Richardson.
Mike Richardson was rooting Colleen Hewitt, right? Who was
really?
Jeff Raines or something. And then they both put in for a clearance to get away from the other cunt. They both ended up at Essendon, and that fucked Essendon.
They went to Brisbane first. They went to Brisbane. I thought they went to
Essendon because my girlfriend was an Essendon supporter. And I was going, fucking. Well, one of them did. I thought both of them did.
Yeah.
And Essendon didn't win one.
One of them went to the Bears. One of them went to the Bears.
You sure?
Yeah, they went to Bears.
Or later. Okay. Well,
Raines went to the Bears. Raines went to the Bears, then Essendon. Mike Richardson went to Essendon.
I drank a lot of bourbon and had a lot of beer and had a lot of cones since then, so maybe not. But I thought they both ended up at Essendon.
Yeah, they did eventually.
Mark Richardson and Jeff Raines. Okay.
Mike Richardson. Mike
Richardson. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a difference. Right. All right.
I can't remember from back then, but was Jeff Raines any good for us?
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Ryan. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck yeah.
Gun. It was gun.
Yeah.
Gun. He was a gun
And
for us.
he was a Nick Dacos almost. A goal out of the
Yeah.
centre. If he got a good
Yeah.
centre clearance, he'd run fucking 15, 20, plonk it on and whack it through. He actually won a few games for us.
And his hair wouldn't move.
No, Jeff Raines was a star.
Yeah.
Jeff Raines was an absolute star.
But he's
Oh,
as well as
poetry.
He's
Probably the best centreman we've ever had.
Richmond, but he was good with us too. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
For sure. Yeah, for
You
sure.
know who else? You know who else we had at the same time in the early 80s who was also a gun, as good as Jeff Raines, was Bruce Abernathy.
Oh, yeah, Abbott on the wing.
He came from Port Adelaide. He only played for a couple of years, but he was a star.
Star, Bruce Abernathy, yeah.
Port Adelaide, big influence on Nathan Buckley, apparly.
Well, he was. Bruce Abernathy had him on one wing, and then you had, what's his name, on the other wing, Philip Walsh was on the other wing because Ricky Barham done his hammy that year, of course. And Philip Walsh was a superstar that first year. Then he went to fucking Richmond. I was spewing about that. Philip Walsh was an absolute superstar. Best first year I've ever seen in a player was Philip Walsh. But then we had
Dougie Barwick. Wasn't he a fucking legend too?
Dougie was gun.
Oh, just good on the run, but not a set shot. Go and do it on the run, Dougie. Don't fucking take a free kick.
But a nice booming fucking torpedo fucking exponent. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He kicked the goal. He kicked the goal that sealed the 1990 grand final.
Yeah. Yeah.
Snap. Kicked a couple of goals that day. One was you talked about he's a pretty good set shot, but he was better on the run. But he took a mark about 50, and I think it was Darren Buick gave him one in the bread basket, the most obvious 50-metre penalty you've ever seen. He went down the goal square.
Yeah.
In that second quarter.
Voidoid's talking
this
about
guy was underrated. He
Brad
was very
Plain.
good. Plain.
Brad Plain.
Wasn't he pitching money out of other players' wallets? Was it him? Was it him? I'm pretty sure it was him. I'm pretty sure it was Bradley Plain that kicked him out of the club. Yeah. Pretty sure Bradley Plain. Yeah. He could play. I just remember the story. He was pitching play. Yeah. I mean, the greatest player that never was at Collingwood was Lee Walker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh shit, he was a gun, an absolute gun.
He would do his knee and always play a good game on his first game back, and then do his knee again, mate.
He did both knees. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
One of the best players I've seen.
One of them twice.
You know? Yeah, he did 3 knees. Yeah. I was actually talking to an ex-Collingwood player. I was actually talking to an ex-Collingwood player the other day. You remember David Robinson?
Yep.
Robbo? Yeah, played on the wing. Fastest man ever. Hey, number 2. That's right. Yeah, I was talking. He caught up with you on Facebook. Yeah.
South Australian.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, he went to Essendon after Collingwood. Yeah. But,
he was tough as nails.
Yeah, he was quick. Oh God, was he quick? Speed machine. Yeah. Robbo was an electrician. He helped get all the wiring in the house. So because I got to know him and came down, stayed down in my house down in the country that I had, and did all the wiring for me. So it was good.
It's when footballers had jobs. Yeah, in fact, that's right. My girlfriend at the time, was it Paul Mercedes, the Essendon player? He fucking moved to her house in. Yeah, he moved all her fucking shit in. Him and some other Essendon player were house removalists. Yeah. He'd have a fucking AFL player moving fridges nowadays. Fucking hell, he's going to do his knee. Cost you fucking $1 million. I
saw a few years ago, I was working in Box Hill for a company, and then looked outside. There's a construction crew outside. They're doing the footpaths, and I walked down, and it was Wayne Johnson. was one of the blokes working doing the footpaths. The dominator.
Lucky it wasn't Dorotich in the car park, mate. You wouldn't want to see that, would you?
No. So I started talking to him. He goes, "Oh, where are you off to?" I said, "Getting a coffee." He said, "You couldn't get me." What? I said, "Yeah." So I bought the Dominator a coffee. I can't believe it. Didn't spit in it either. So there you go.
The Dominator used to always fucking destroy us, didn't he?
Oh, did he? What? He's a superstar, mate. He's a gun. Wayne Johnson, what a football.
The other one I loved was after fucking what was his name? That was it. Jimmy Buckley fucking got in a car accident and killed a taxi driver or hit a cab, and whenever he got the ball, we'd all yell out "Taxi!" Oh, fucking brutal.
That's all right. I had Ken Hinkley when he was playing for Geelong threatened to punch my head in one day at a game because his brother got done for murder.
Wow.
and I was calling him Bomb. I was going, "Get a kick, Bomb!" And one of the guys yelled, "What's Bomb mean?" I said, "Brother of murderer." Brother of murderer. Don't tell your brother to go pick up the safe.
No wonder he wanted to whack you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I gave it to him. Kenny Hinkley. What was he? What's his name? McManus played for Fremantle. I gave it to him in Victoria Park one day. He'd done the double fingers at me. Every time he's get the ball and going, "Serves up, Beach Bum. Get a kick, Beach Bum. Hang forward, you dickhead." And I'm giving it to him. He couldn't stand it. He cracked it. I had Brian Wilson doing the cut throat at me at Waverley one day. That was good fun. I used to love it. Yeah, totally. Does he feel guilty every time he turns around, looks at his Brownlow that he didn't deserve? Didn't like it. Brad,
that was one that Dacos should have won. I think one of the men.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
They've always screwed us in Brownlows.
I know. We always get fucked on in Brownlows, don't we?
That's just the Collingwood thing, mate.
Yeah.
It's good. It's all those. Yeah. You go.
I'm still filthy about 1990 with Tony Shaw should have won the Brownlow. I'm still filthy about that. Tony Shaw won every other award but the Brownlow, and that little maggot Liberatory won it.
I know, eh?
I was filthy.
Graham Wright nearly won it once.
Graham Wright was
He
second,
did?
yeah.
Second, yeah. He had a gun year that year, yeah. Mick McGuan was always Collingwood's favourite, couldn't get a vote. It's because he mouthed off the umpires.
That's the same. That's the same with Shorey, though, right?
Sure, yeah. Yeah.
Not getting votes.
And then Bucks finally won it. You had to fucking share it with fucking two other cunts.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Who votes on the Brownlow? Umpires. Now, what umpire do you think actually has good knowledge? Fuck, they piss me off. They've been pissing me off this year. They've really been pissing me off. They have just not got the game. They don't know what to fucking do. I don't know, they need direction by the league, and the league don't give them direction.
You know what? The one that fucking Cripper won, mate.
Oh,
with the most ever votes, it's like, what is that? The greatest ever season ever played or something?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? You know, and Nick came second with the second highest votes ever fucking polled. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll tell you, is that you had to watch that. Had to watch that count, and every time the camera went to Cripps, Uncle Colin was sitting behind him.
Oh, yeah, Uncle Colin!
Can't tell me that wasn't a setup.
Uncle Colin,
was just totally gaslighting the whole world.
Uncle Colin is the biggest bullshit artist the world has ever known. He is a complete and utter bullshit artist. We had to do. I worked for. I'm going to tell you. I worked for the Salvation Army for a few years, and we had to do a whole Indigenous program, and I was working with the Indigenous community, and he's so full of shit. It's not funny when he talks, and he does the Warren Jury, Welcome to Country at the MCG. He's not even Warren Jury. He's Yorta, which is up in the Murray. He's fucking. He gets 11 grand every time he gets out in the field. Burns a few gum leaves and wears a dead possum on his head, and he goes, "There you go, there's 11 grand, Uncle Colin." And a ticket to the Brownlow. What a dog.
So a lot of the other Indigenous kind of like resent him, don't they?
Yeah, of course they do, because they know he's full of shit.
Yeah.
But they know he's absolutely full of shit, that's why. Yeah. It's an industry. It's an industry for these.
It's full of shit.
It is completely full of shit.
It's not cultural, it's invented. Wasn't it invented by Ernie Dingo in the 70s?
Ernie Dingo 1975.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's not cultural.
Yeah.
Well, do you know
Sorry, fellas,
Do you know-
I've got to leave you. I've got to get back to work. All right, nice talking to you.
All right.
And I'll
see you tomorrow night, mate.
mate. I'll be
See you,
listening
Mick.
in, and I'll be contributing to the chat. Don't worry about that.
See you,
Catch you
Mick.
later,
Okay.
mate. See you.
Peace out, Mick.
Now, anyone who likes Collingwood, Mick's got a great channel called Magpie Army Chronicles, and he does streams, a couple of streams a week, usually on the eve of the game, a pre-match, and then a post-match on the same night. And they're great nights, great stream, great people on it. And so I'll put his channel in the chat. So get over there tomorrow night. He'll be on.
Don't forget to subscribe and like, guys. Subscribe and like.
Hey, we've been holding 12 viewers pretty
Yes.
well, so it's been a good little
Exactly.
session. I've
Some
noticed
like,
that.
guys.
Yeah. I
Subscribe
actually
and
like
like.
it when I like these loose format things where you just get together and talk shit, though, because they go off in all directions. They're fun.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
They can go.
Speaking of which, guys, I've got a disturbing issue that I've got to bring up. But okay, and if it's just me, I'll
here we
I'll
go.
shut up about it. But you know that song that Anthony runs at the start of Pies Footy? Is anyone else picked it? It's
Yep.
AI and crap and shit and cringe, or is that just me?
No, it's some guy you did it for
Some rapper, mate, or some DJ guy put it together for him.
some DJ rapper dude did it for him. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it sounds AI, but all right. Okay, well, does anyone else think it's cringe, or because to me it's not very good rap if it's done by a human? I mean, rap is good rap is rap.
I don't.
Have you got no? Go.
It doesn't
I
worry
don't
me.
mind
I
it.
don't care.
I
Because everything else is
I just don't
copyrighted.
like
That's
it.
the problem.
In Fly We Trust. That's real. If he got rid of that line, I'd like it a lot more.
Oh, just as soon as he finishes
it's
the
okay.
show and it comes on, I have to turn it off. Now I just have to think about club songs never work. Like you can't do good old Collingwood together to metal or to rock or to orchestra or anything. It's the Dolly Grace theme, and to me, and even in English soccer and that, they're very traditional things. And I'm actually a musician, dude. Like I'm a guitarist, so I should be saying, yeah, good on you, you're an artist. But here's the bottom line, mate. The one thing with an artist is you got to tell them when it's shit, because it's easy to blow smoke up someone's ass and say, yeah, you're a great guitarist, man, when it's not exactly that good. You got to be able to cop criticism. And to me, it's just a rap song about Collingwood that is not going to last. It won't have any what do you call it, longevity to it. But anyway, it's just me. It's my opinion.
I'm trying to find the Mike Brady version. Remember the old Mike Brady version of Good Old Collingwood Forever?
Well, no. Okay.
No, because they used to play it at Victoria Park. It was and they had an extra verse in it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's great. If you get a copy of it, it's great.
Yeah.
All said and done,
How are you, Chris?
premierships won for Collingwood evermore. Excuse my shocking voice.
Chris,
Fair enough. Who we got in? Oh, okay.
Hey, Matt.
how you doing, mate?
Hey, Chris.
Chris,
Sorry, I haven't seen much. I've been busy.
All good, mate. All good.
That's all right.
Welcome
The
aboard.
Billy Frampton fan club. That's you and me mainly. Still here, mate. Yep. We're loving it.
I'm part of that fan club too. I love Billy.
Yeah.
Second, he's now our second most important player. Maybe
Yeah, mate.
borderline. I'd say him and Pendles are the second most important players after Dacos. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
probably
our structure.
probably,
And
probably-
if he goes
Yeah,
down, we're
of course.
screwed.
Of course.
probably Perryman as well. Perryman could be there too.
He's up there. He's up
Perryman's
there.
a very important player.
Brazzy's top five. What about Heath Shaw saying that Maynard wouldn't get a game for the Bulldogs?
Or Howe. Or Jeremy
I'll tell you
Howe.
what, and the doggies, and the doggies would love Billy Frampton as well. He would slot right into that side. Yeah, I felt for his trolling a bit there, young Heater. I'm sure he's trolling us.
He was a bit. I think he was. Yeah, he was doing it for reaction. Yeah.
Well, Dane
Because-
Swan wanted to actually do reviews on all the reviewers, like all the media people who are wankers. and he was going to try and do it, and he would have done a good job. And he said the problem was there's just too many of them, and they're all fucking wankers. So you just too much material. So he just got fucking overwhelmed by it all. You know, imagine trying to do shit on Kane Corns and Garrow and all those non-players. Or Kane Corns used to play, but yeah.
There's one thing I like about Kane Corns is that he's actually got a good sense of humour, and he doesn't take himself all that seriously. It's a bit of an act because he used to be good on that Sunday Footy show. He was a pisser on that. So I mean, he's a clickbait. He's just doing clickbait. I choose to ignore it. I don't listen to him.
Yeah.
But at least he's not a total wanker. He's part wanker, but he's not a total wanker.
Oh, look, I understand where he's coming from. He's got to get the clicks. That's what media people are. But he's an ex-footballer, so I generally expect them to be more knowledgeable.
No, I think
so perhaps I've got a higher level.
Collingwood sells papers. That's what it is.
Yeah, it does. Yep, I used to remember you'd see on the fucking banner they put out in the old milk bars, Magpie flu scare, and it's fucking Gavin Brown snoozed at training. Like that sells the paper. Fucking Gavin Brown snoozed at training. Good on you fuckers. Oh. In fact, what was that one? This is although not quite related, but the way the Herald Sun write, Alan Border was over in England, and one of the Herald Sun reporters come in, and Border, someone had got him a copy of the newspaper from the day before. How the fuck it got from Australia to England in 26 hours was amazing. No one knows. But
that would have been by the plane.
Yeah. And what happens? The guy asked a question, and Alan Border held it up and said, "What's this?" And it was my captaincy on the line with the back page. You can go. I think it was the thing. Yeah. Fuck. He got caught out big time. Who was the other one? Malthouse and Mark Stevens. They used to be great. The way Malthouse is just, you cunt.
I'll tell you what, I'd love a Mark Stevens in a fly press conference these days. Ask tough questions, even if they are a bit stupid. Like, no one will ask Fly a question that everyone's wanting to know.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Bobby Oz pointed this one out, and I actually agree with him. He said that the press asks different coaches different questions. Like when it's Fly, they ask him about lavender pillows and crystals and flotation tanks and whatever. But when it's Ross Lyon, they're trying to G him up. They try to get him to bite. And when it's other coaches, they do ask different questions, and they treat the coaches, well, maybe they don't get invited back in. Yeah.
Rossi plays them off a break, mate. Rossi's a machine, mate.
I kind of love him and hate him at the same time. He does not take shit at all.
Mate, I played footy against him as a kid. Jesus, he played for Reservoir. He was a hard player, mate. He was a superstar, but you didn't cross him. Good, tough Reservoir boy, mate, Rossi.
Who did he play for? Was it Fitzroy or North? Yeah, Fitzroy. Okay.
Yeah,
fullback. I'm thinking. Fullback, centre halfback, something like that.
No, he played off the halfback flank, Rossi. He didn't play fullback.
I've got sort of mental pictures.
Played the forward too.
Play tall.
Oh, okay.
He played tall.
I've got mental pictures of him kick. I got pictures of him kicking the ball in after a point. That's why I maybe thought fullback.
Probably did. Probably just jumped down there. But no, Rossi. Yeah. He was a gun, Rossi was. Gun football. He's pretty smart character. But he was
guys,
tough.
I'm just going to play a bit of the Collingwood Rant Boys.
Okay.
Do you guys see any of that the other day?
Well, it's an hour and a half, so I hope you picked a good bit. But yeah, I'm up for it.
All right, hang on.
Me too.
Just get McStay to ruck if that's what you're going to do.
McStay must be good at something.
Well, look, I mean, someone said this the other day. He goes, he's kicked more goals than my check, and
he's talking about McStay. Is that volume okay, guys?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Respond, he has, but the fucking brain phase are just killers. It's absurd. Your job is to kick goals. Go back and kick goals. This fucking snapping does my head in from players who do it.
Just remember, guys, if you want to chime in, just say stop and I'll stop.
In every position. It's like, on a slight angle, I better snap it in.
Well, you saw fucking Curnow did it from 3 centimetres out.
And, Harry Mackay was doing it a lot at Carlton and just falling into the trap of, I'm going to snap. Now, I understand if you're on the boundary, you're creating a bit more of a, I don't know, advantageous.
Opening up the angle.
Yeah. But when you that one McStay was like, seriously, I could kick that.
Oh, that's you're watching him and you're going, you're not serious.
I can tell, stop it there, guys. Stop it there.
And then bang.
I can tell you why players do that these days, and it's because of the boots, because they can't get straight purchase on the boots because none of the boots are made of leather. They're all made of this plastic vinyl shit, so they can't get a purchase. And the balls are slippery. Yeah, so that's one of the main reasons why they're kicking on the snap, because they're getting better purchase on the ball. But the problem is that's one of the reasons. So a lot of players are reverting to. Do you watch Pendlebury the other day was wearing leather boots? Tommy Stewart from Geelong wears leather boots now. So a lot of players are reverting back to leather boots. There you go, a little bit of inside gossip.
I'm gonna send a dozen pairs of leather boots to the club. I'm gonna make sure that Ned Long and Ed Allen get a pair. And we can sort that out.
Oh, it's giving me the shits. It is a disgrace that they do that. And you see Curno's the other day? Like he said, he kicked it from about 3 inches out. He missed everything. It was a disgrace. Anyway, sorry, guys. Play on.
Yeah. I think it was you. Was it you talking about it, Stu, about how the ball drop when it's the big blokes, there's too much room for error with the ball drop when you're doing around the corner.
Well, it's a lot of someone else might have been saying that. I don't think I was, but you're right though. But when you get the ball drop, they're dropping it with two hands. In the old days, you watch the old blokes kick. They had the two hands going down. Then if they're kicking with the left, they drop the left hand on the ball, or the kicking with the right. They drop the right hand on the ball. And what I used to do, I don't know about you guys, we used to line up the seam of the ball with the middle of the foot. And that's how you did it. You kicked straight through the line of the ball. Yep. And that's what it meant, kicking through the line of the ball. It's simple. It's not fucking rocket science. And you get these idiots seem to fuck it up all the time. But you got a slippery ball with the yellow ball slippery. You got slippery boots. It's going to have error for margin. Margin for error is going to be huge. That's just my take on it.
Good. Very good insight. Thanks, Stu. Didn't know that.
Yeah, so they're big contributors to the loss. The McSteen thing, I just don't understand. What's the point of it?
Well, it's 51% game time and 52 or something the last 2 weeks after having a really good debut.
It smacks to me of ego mollification of Cameron. He must have had a little fit like, I've never won ruck. I don't know if he's done that. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me that Steen rucks and then for the next 2 weeks he barely does it. Whether did McRae, he just said, I'll play him a lot against a relatively inexperienced ruckman in Kieran Briggs, and I don't want to do it against more experienced. I don't fucking know. But then it's like, what's the point of playing him?
Yeah, what do with the Freo's ruck? Jackson or something, isn't it? What's his name?
Yeah, Jackson and then Darcy.
Yeah, they're good. But fucking Darcy got smashed in all ruck contests from what I remember. But he was good around the ground as usual. But surely you could sacrifice that and just play him fucking loose around the ground and bring Steen on and do the ruck.
Oh, well, you might as well not do a lot of centre clearances because there wasn't a lot of goals kicked. But, you could have a thing where Steen starts at centre-half forward. Cameron starts at centre-half forward and Steen starts in the ruck. And as the play moves, they rotate and then Cameron does the around-the-ground stuff. I just don't understand the point of playing Steen. He's certainly not developing playing 50% of game time. And you're certainly not developing him by not playing him in his fucking preferred position. So what's the point of doing this? It's obscene.
So you can justify putting him back in the VFL in a couple of weeks' time.
Exactly. And it also screwing his confidence.
Yep.
That's what I said. This is the exact thing I've said, and I'm not the only one to say it. You start seeing in the middle, right? He has a tap. Darcy starts forward, and then they just hand off. Now Darcy can do it around the ground, and Steen can either go forward or go to the bench. But let Steen have the majority of the centre squares, and that's the problem solved.
The thing is, Matt, though, everyone is saying it. We're just not the only ones saying it. Everyone is saying it. There's not one person that's not saying it. So
all of these streams were all saying it. That's why I'm playing these guys now.
Yeah, for sure.
Glaringly obvious. I'm no doyen for suggesting it. Actually, it's like obvious.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I'm just saying I was backing up, saying everyone's saying it's like we're all saying it. It's just why aren't they? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense here.
Then you get Nick. I mean, Nick was very proppy on that calf.
I think I said at the night that the most concerning thing with the overall performance of everyone is Nick on one leg was still fucking 150% better than the next best player.
And I think it's concerned. I mean, we'll mention him now. Is Anderson was better than fucking a lot of them in trying to make things happen. I thought in the second half he was actually really. I mean, he was really lively throughout, but in the second half he was doing things like trying to break tackles, take the game. Have a look at Allen. Take the initiative when the time is there to take it. Obviously you got to play the team game, but sometimes you got to go, I'm going to be the one who's going to break open the zones, gain territory, try and create something, try and make something happen.
I'll float what we were talking about on the couch earlier. That my theory with some of this stuff is you're drafted like Allen, you're a first round pick. You come into a system that tends to not so much mollycoddle, but it's programming you all the way through. And then you get someone around, Anderson's size and age, which is similar, I would think, to Ed Allen. It'd have to be very similar sized and body players. But he's come in really hungry because he's taken the hard route to get into this competition. So you've had 4 years of Allen. They're both around about 22, I think, who's probably scared shitless of fucking up that he won't get a chance. And when he gets a chance, his fear of fucking up is overruling his natural ability to play the game. Whereas Anderson comes, he goes, I got fucking nothing to lose. This is why I play. And look at the impact that it had. And you think, well, that's what a natural footballer probably does, rather than one that's trying to be crafted from a system that doesn't always get it right.
Oh, definitely has got it right in our younger players. It was frustrating because we did dominate the game and we couldn't convert. And I was looking at the forward six, and I think it's potentially the stupidest forward six in the league in terms of, I don't think, outside of Jamie Elliott and maybe Membry to a lesser extent, I don't think there's a natural football brain in there. Like Elliott, high IQ footballer.
Oh, he is. He's got a career in astronomy, doesn't he? Because he was trying to get up to see Artemis every fucking time.
Yeah. But you get him. McStay's proven he's not a naturally smart footballer.
No, he's more Cro-Magnon.
Then you get like Schultz and McCreary. They're really good defensive players, but being a defensive player means you're chasing someone else, so they're leading you to the ball. McCreary, I said last week, he's not going to become the guy we hoped he was going to become. So this is what his lot is. So you have his forward six of Elliott, great. McStay, McCreary, Schultz, Membry, and it's like, geez, there's not a real synergy between them. There's no great footballing prowess in terms of intellect, and that's not meant, what is meant? It's meant insultingly. You don't have a smart forward six. When you had Mychek there, he was a pretty smart footballer. You had Bobby Hill there, a very smart footballer, and Elliott. And Ginnivan's another one I'll throw in there. He was a pretty smart footballer. You have a really fucking dumb forward line, and this is what frustrates me. You kick 5 goals 9. You had 65 forward 50 entries, 5 goals 9. So of the 65 entries, you had 14 shots, 2 of which I could have nailed, and 5 goals from it. McRae, have a fucking look at the forward six. You know what? It doesn't work. When does it click to you? And I know
I can tell you what,
it worked against UWS and Membry kick.
Stop it there, Matt.
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly why, and the prime reason is that on that photo, the behind their head, you can see the top of that head, a bloke called Mason Cox. Now, the most maligned footballer, but I can tell you right now, Mason Cox contributed to a lot of those goals over the last 5 years of this club. And he might not have been kicking himself, but he was bringing that ball to ground in that forward line, and that's where we dominated. We dominated with the ball to ground. So Elliott's, Myerchecks, Bobby Hills, all running at the feet, all kicking goals, and we don't have that big presence up there. So that's why another reason why it doesn't make sense to not ruck Steen and not put Cameron in the forward 50 or the defensive 50. It makes no sense. That's what we're missing. We're missing that Mason Cox factor in the forward line. You know, and I don't give a shit what anyone says about Mason Cox, because I know what his worth was, and so did the club. So, you know, that's why, you know, most people say, oh, Mason Cox is shit, no good. Don't know anything about football, because there was a reason why he was there, and his reason was he kept the ball in play, and that's what he was doing. He demanded two to three defenders at every time he was going to a contest.
He was the target. Dead right, I agree. Yeah, he was the target.
And we don't have that. We don't.
Yeah.
Sorry,
dude,
go
on a bit of a weird delay. Yeah, the thing is, I felt we crucified him. I'm disappointed we let him go.
So am I. Definitely.
But wasn't that to make room for Steen?
Yeah, it was.
Ridiculous list error.
It was to make room for Steen, and he stopped playing Steen. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen Steen play in the VFL in the forward line. He can take a grab, mate. He can take a hanger, and he can take a mark and kick a goal. But Fly's not utilising it. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. It makes no sense. You know, you had that game plan set around Mason Cox and Myercheck in the forward 50, and yet take those two players out. He hasn't done anything to replace them, and yet we're still playing the same game plan. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts. This is my take.
Were you on the stream, Stu, when someone was talking about that girl who works for the club, who goes on Andreas's channel, and she was saying that the footballer with the most forward craft and the smartest forward at the club is Charlie West.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I'd do. I would get West in there.
Absolutely.
I'd get one of the smaller guys out of there, either a McCreary or Shooter further up the ground. I'd put West in there and next to him, Steele Sidebottom. Because if Steele Sidebottom played full time in the forward pocket on Friday, we win, because he will. I guarantee you, he kicks 2 goals.
100% correct.
Very smart forward. He kicked 10 goals in that TAC Cup final.
I know. Yeah, I know. I was there.
Three goals in the
Melbourne,
the highest goal kicker in the 2010 grand final, playing at the feet of the forwards. So
he's very clever, very clever forward. That's why I don't understand why they're playing him up the field. I would have played him in the forward line. That's at the start of the year. I don't understand it. He's a very competent forward goal kicker, and his ability to get the ball, and he's an X factor. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. I don't know what the hell Fly's thinking with our forward setup. He's not thinking at all, because you can't win games of football kicking 5 goals in a game of football. I'm sorry, you just can't. It's impossible. You cannot. That cannot be his plan. If that's his plan, well, we're fucked.
You saw the title of this stream.
Yeah, I did.
Penny
exactly.
For Fly's thoughts. Penny for Fly's thoughts. He does think, right?
Well, you'd hope so. I'm pretty sure. I think he overthinks. So, I mean, I'm not. I know I sound like I'm having a go at him, but geez, some of the shit that he's doing this year makes no sense. Doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, no, I didn't see that. Was this on today, the Collingwood rant? I didn't see that come up on the stream.
Came up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Came on late last night.
Oh, did it? Yeah, because sometimes it doesn't come up on my YouTube streams, because I'm a subscribed member to them, and I didn't see it. And I went, oh shit.
Sometimes the page is just unsub and resub, because YouTube has this thing it expires you if you don't watch it for a certain time. I don't know. It's weird. YouTube's a fucking idiot. So.
Yeah, I love YouTube. YouTube's great. YouTube is my Lord and Master. Don't. That was Boomer that said that. YouTube, not me. I'm your friend. the AI bots have,
Guys, we've got a
Sucking
new
up,
guest.
You're sucking up Skynet's ass now, are you? Fucking hell.
Yeah, well, no, mate, I saw the movie, mate. It still scares the shit out of me. When he says, "I'll be back," believe me, mate, he'll be back.
You know what? I think the worst line of that movie is where Arnie says, "It's in your nature to destroy yourselves."
That's
You're right. You're a fucking robot. You know us, you big fucking Austrian cunt.
Smart ass robot, mate. That's what he was. He's just he wasn't only just a Terminator, he was a smart ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great movies. I love it.
In fact, there's only three things. There's only three things where the sequel has been better than the original, and it was basically Aliens, Terminator, and World War II.
Oh, World War II.
Anyway. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to lighten this up. Anyway,
guys,
if
I can get a fucking word in. Welcome
no.
to the stage. Welcome to the stage, Age.
Hey, Age.
Good evening, lads.
How you going?
Well, good morning now. Matty, did you get a stream pulled last night? Did you?
No. It's if you want to watch it, I can send it to you. It's not listed.
I was halfway through listening to it. Because I fell asleep, so I'm like, I'll catch the last hour or two. And I was searching for it. I said, where the fuck is it? And I said, did Dabble come and take it off him? But yeah, okay, no worries.
Yeah. If you want to watch it, I can send it to you.
Nah, it's all good, mate, all good. I was just like, oh shit, I wonder what happened there, because I thought, yeah, maybe something happened, but nah, all good. How are we all?
Doing well, mate. Doing well.
Away.
So do you
Why aren't we in bed? What the fuck's wrong with you and us and me?
Me,
Okay.
I've been asleep since about 6:30 p.m. and I just
Oh,
woke
okay.
up,
Well, you're allowed.
so.
Yeah, I don't usually go to sleep till about 2 in the morning, so it doesn't really worry me.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm basically
Yeah, me
semi-retired, so
Me too.
Me too.
Yeah, beautiful.
So it's the night owl, the Collingwood night owls.
Pretty much.
The Owls, the Collingwood Owls. Okay, there you go. Rename your fucking streams, mate. The Owls, the Magpie Owls.
All right,
I
so
kinda
we're
like
just reacting to a bit of the Collingwood rant. By the way, guys, the Collingwood rant, I've put the link in the chat. They are one of the best Collingwood streams, and what I really like about them is that they're just honest, and they're often glass half empty, but that's sometimes we need a bit of a reality check. And when I watch these guys, you certainly get a reality check. Don't always agree with everything they say. Like most people, you're not going to agree with everything, but about 95% of what they say I agree with. And good watching.
Before, and it's like you need something that works consistently, because given enough opportunities, something like that will happen. Fuck off one of them.
Age, they're talking about the forward line. Were you watching before?
No, but I did watch the rant, so yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
okay,
good.
so just to summarise, they're talking about how there's no good real football brains in the forward line. It's guys like McCreary, you've got Membry, you've got McStay, you've got Shooter, and Jamie Elliott's probably the smartest footballer, but he's not really in much good form at the moment.
Yeah.
So I added to that we should have West in there, because apparently, according to someone who works at the club, he's got the best forward craft. And I suggested, and I know others have, and I think we get Sidey in the forward pocket, and there's 4 goals added straight away just between those two blokes, I reckon. And nothing wrong with those other forwards, but they would work better with smarter footballers around them. I think that's what they're saying, really.
Absolutely. The girl you're referencing is Paige Cardona, and yeah, she's been around a long time. She knows her shit. She's been floating around the club for many years. I think she works at 7 now, but she's a stats woman or something. Yeah.
Oh, she used to.
So she knows her
work
shit.
There. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Good stuff.
I'd say, look, if you're going to play Steen, the McStay you can go.
Mm-hmm.
You got to play West. There's no point playing Steen as a part-time forward and developing him as a part-time forward when his role is ruck. So if you're going to have part-time forwards, you might as well fucking put that time into West or even Bull. I mean, go get Ash Johnson back and put the time into him.
Yeah, Buller was on the flight up, so I thought he might have been a chance to sneak in. He had a good game in the VFL, granted it's VFL. But West is fucking injured again.
Do you already know that? Well,
yeah. So he was out running rehab with sticks with Darcy Moore and the other bloke who's injured. Who was it? Reef.
But change it up. It doesn't work. At what point do you accept this? Even if it's something fucking, I don't know, go play fucking Houston as a half. I don't care. Just change it.
Yeah, I think the weather conditions didn't help, but it exacerbated the problem. But we clearly went into that game with a very defensive mindset and probably a belief that the scoring was going to be low with the conditions. I think that's why we ended up bringing in 3 mids. I thought maybe we're going to, the ball was going to hit the ground a lot and we'd take advantage of that. Really, it would have been a game where if Bobby Hill was there, we would have won that by 3 or 4 goals. But you needed someone that was just going to be really crumbing well and taking effective snaps.
But you need players who are smarter than one. If you look at the way contemporary football is played, the forward 50, defensive 50 in the mids, it's like the 6-6-6. And obviously they have their own.
All right, Stu. Thanks, mate. Jump in if you can later.
Own synergy when they're on. That forward 6 is moronic. It's just not a smart forward 6. It doesn't click. We've seen McStay and others run into each other or run into each other's lines. Membry has a tendency to do something good and then just disappear for large fucking chunks of the game. Schultz and McCreary aren't offensive forwards. They're great defensively. Said it for a while, so it's not just because of this game. Schultz is just not a good finisher. Doesn't have genuine class about his finishing. Those goals, and he's missed others. Like Ginnivan would have fucking kicked those. I'm not just saying bring Ginnivan back because of that. But you need to have a smart forward 6. And it's not.
There was that other incident too that really shit me at the time. I think it was the first quarter where Membry's gone. He's taken the mark about 10 metres out of the 50. And he had 2 options on. He had someone leading into the pocket. It was a further kick away.
The big loopy kick.
And someone shorter in close. And he did the fucking kick. That pretty much, when it came back down, it had the 4 Artemis astronaut signatures on it.
What's what did he do with Elliott last year?
And that fucking ball had that much hang time that the Freo defender, he walked in to fucking intercept and spoiled across the boundary line. You're playing into their hands doing that. That should have been a gimme goal. You had 2 options on. The longer one was the smarter one because he could have played on from that position, or he could have been closer to goal and had a shot, even though he would have been snapped around the body. We know how successful that can be. But you playing the percentages, you're more than likely to score from out there. Your chip would have been about 5 metres in the boundary line, and you fucking hung-timed it. It was just hang time.
But he did that, even that one that Schultz missed from 17 metres out.
Can you stop?
Because that was
Can
a
you
kick
stop,
from
mate?
Membry from the pocket. And he looped
Hello?
in, and even that one
Stop. Stop. It's getting a bit jarry and jerky.
Mate.
Can you just it's getting a bit jerky right now. Can you make sure you're not getting monitored by YouTube? Because you might get a copyright strike with this. I don't know. Do you know how they send up a little thing saying you're warning?
No.
No, it's okay, is it?
No.
Is it
notifications.
is it right? Is it jarry for you or not, or is it just me?
Are you in the sound?
No, the sound's okay. It's just the picture stopped. Picture's gone all janky.
No, I'm seeing it. Is everyone else seeing the picture? And let me. In the chat, how's the picture coming through, guys?
Yeah, it was a tiny bit laggy, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe put on SD. maybe. See if that helps.
Leggy's okay. It's just sometimes it
yeah,
happens
but
before you get a strike. That's okay. Let her rip, Boris.
I'll change the quality
Yeah, it is.
to
Yeah, it is. No,
maybe.
it's
340, 360,
yeah, no,
Try,
480.
try it. See how it is. Yeah.
just knock it back a bit.
So this is just, I don't give a fuck what you do. You can't keep trying to make these.
Is that better?
Yeah,
Yeah.
seems to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Boomer.
Yeah.
players work. I've said it for age. Like people are saying, well, maybe Elliott's now passed because he hasn't had a great opening. He's not having a great opening because he's crowded behind two fucking numbnuts and he can't get into the game. Get him the fuck out of there. Let Elliott play as the lead up forward. The other thing is the amount of times they kick long to Shorts as the fucking marking target. They put it on his head. It was like watching the Jared Blair thing again. I think there was times too that like they just overhandball, particularly in that third quarter. And Brisbane Fremantle's pressure went up. But there was that passage where Fremantle was running over the top of us. We were trying to constantly handball out of fucking traffic. It's like, this is just going to fall down at some point. You can't. It's a fucking wet game. I thought it was a really dumb coaching game. And people go, well, we should have won and all that. It's like, we would have won if it was a smarter coaching game. If you played Steen in the ruck, if you played a better forward, not a better forward six, but a forward six that had better synergy than this. This memory mistake thing is fucking doing my head in. Stop feeling this indebtedness to it. I mean, I was talking to someone, I'm not going to mention who it was.
Who was it?
But like someone, and I've heard this from several people. It's like, oh, but McStay wouldn't have won the 2023 prelim. He had 4 kicks and 1 handball and kicked 2 goals, 1. And like, I said it to my cousin Nicholas, and I was fucking pleased. He goes, "Well, he kicked 9 goals, did he?" And it's like, he had not an okay game. He kicked 2 goals, great. Another forward might have kicked 2, might have kicked 6, might have kicked none. I don't fucking know. But it certainly wasn't up to him the reason we won that prelim. The reason we won was the goalie had a fucking beast of a game. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah, I remember him.
And Mason Cox was really good too, So just, I'm sorry, Dan, you missed the flag and you missed 2 at Brisbane. We've got to stop just sort of feeling like, oh, we're going to keep selecting these players because of whatever reason. I don't know. Is it our best options? I would rather just go entirely small and go, let's just change fucking everything.
I don't think Fly has that mentality, though, when it comes to picking the side. He tends to gravitate towards those more experienced players.
Well, we're talking
and then we
about
make a song and dance about a single debut that may last a week and then gets the arse. But he plays it safe every time with team selection.
We were talking about this before, and it's just like, I've changed my view on why he goes for experienced players. And I think it's just because the young players are shit. They've been around for 4 years, most of them. They can't. Sorry,
Now, I'll just preface this by he doesn't follow the VFL, just to let you guys know.
Yeah.
Say they can't break into the side. They're not even close to fucking breaking in the side. It's not like you're seeing him constantly pop up and going, well, how's he still out there? How has he not played? He's had 5 30-plus possession games in the VFL. How are they not picking him? He did it last year with Ned Long. He kept playing him. Like, obviously, I don't know if you remember one of the early games that Long came on, he was a sub. He came on, he had this really good defensive game, and in the press conference, McRae just said, he won't be sub again. And you could see he really appreciated the defensiveness that Long brought. First half of the year, Long was great. Second half, he was really, really average. I mean, most of them were. And McRae wouldn't drop him. So I actually think if he had players he could play, he would play him. I just think the next generation is just really average.
Well, it's hard to tell. It's a little bit of chicken and egg. You don't know. Well, it's not really chicken and egg, but you don't know until you try them whether they're going to cut the mustard. They all seem to do well, reasonably okay-ish at VFL level at times, but they're just not given the opportunity. And then you can present. You do your hard work. There surely needs to be some reward at the end of it.
See, what happens is the average, and these guys are a lot more than, obviously, a lot more knowledge than the average Collingwood supporter, but your average Collingwood supporter doesn't know that we've got talent in the VFL because Fly never plays them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if he does, he gives them one game and then sends them back, like he did to Hayes the other day. But then he'll play a player too long, like when they start losing their confidence, he'll keep persisting. So he's really inconsistent. So we've got a lot of talent in the, and it's sort of built up only in the last year, but the average Collingwood supporter won't know about them because they don't watch the reserves. And we've only had one reserves game. Let's see how we're doing when we've played 3 or 4 reserve games. They really start hitting some form.
He makes one good point though. Even if you don't follow the VFL, last year, for the most part of the year, we never had a guy who's where you like had the 35 and you're like, oh wow, he's just fucking killing it. We never had like dominant VFL performances. That is true. But yeah, look, hopefully that changes this year. I think it might. I reckon it will. I reckon there'll be a few guys down there that really start, dominating. But yeah, that is a true point. There's no. You might hear that odd game from other teams where you're like, oh, that young kid got 43 in the twos last week. You know, we don't seem to have that level of dominance from our youngsters in the twos. But it doesn't mean that there's no talent. It could just be game plan or you know, there's so many variables.
Absolutely.
Just a quick one before we start again.
But are they reducing games?
Yes, mate.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, who doesn't watch the VFL? Is it Sly and Snoop or just Sly?
Sly said he doesn't watch it. I don't know about Spook.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Fair enough. Just a quick one from Stu. He said he thought the screen was all gluey sniffing. Hey, mate, I found petrol's got so expensive I had to take up snorting cocaine. It's fucking cheaper.
You know what? We're playing Friday night, the VFL.
Yeah.
And Anthony's going to be doing a watch along. And if he's not doing a watch along, then Mick's going to be doing one. So that should be good.
Will?
They should be selected.
Well, the thing is, I think when you probably average career age of a draftee, not age, term, long career length is 2 years. At the moment, we've got blokes who've been hanging on to 4 years who are struggling to get a game. It just feels like you're keeping them too long, but that's probably a subset of our poor showings at the draft over the last couple of years, and the fact that we're not giving them opportunities. So you're keeping them on there thinking, well, maybe they're good, maybe they're good enough, because no one else is coming through. No one's challenging those guys that have been there for 4 years that's come in through recently, that no one's really tapping anyone on the shoulder to say, get out of my way, you're stopping me from getting out there.
Yeah, that game a few weeks ago, so I don't watch the AFL usually. Yeah, that game a few weeks ago where Ed Allen got 27 possessions and you did it, Johnny, who I watched it with, just looked at going, fuck, he's not doing anything with them.
No.
But the ball flow stood out. It's like if the AFL listed player is standing out more than the AFL listed talent, then there's the issue with the AFL listed talent. Now, some of it, like Jaff, you might say, look, he's still too thin to really have an impact. But other guys there, like Allen, should be monster in that league. He should really.
Giath is built now. He's a big boy. Hasn't made him that much better of a footballer, but he's put some weight on. So catch up there, Sly.
It's like, when you get good players who are AFL stalwarts, and then they have an injury, a long-term injury, so they come back through the AFL and they go down there and they just fucking
dominate.
They dominate. Just as a laugh. They barely try and they dominate. So we're not seeing that. The guys like Di Mattia and Allen, these are the players that should be like, well, hang on. You've been there for 3-4 years. You have 3 or 4 years of AFL development. Di Mattia's had a few injuries. Allen, you've been pretty much injury-free. Why aren't you fucking killing that league like you should?
They didn't get a chance this week because there was a fucking bye.
Yeah, but he's never done.
He makes a good point about Allen. He should be getting 30 possessions in the midfield, 30 possessions plus and a goal. That's what he should be doing.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we've all said what we've said about Allen. I said it last night. I think it's really just he ain't up to it. He's not good enough, and we're just hanging on to like the last little bit of hope. But yeah, 4th year in the system, the disposal's just shocking. That's it at the end of the day. His decision making's poor. His disposal is shocking. You know, it's really just I think I said it last time. He's very nearly on the scrap heap, and he will get games this year. He's going to get games, and I reckon the club sort of knows that it's the old last chance saloon a little bit.
Yep. He will get games, but not too many. He must be running out of chances.
Oh, for sure. It'll be the first half of the season. He'll get opportunity, and then if he doesn't sort of show anything, someone else will start getting those opportunities, and it might be that swaddling kid or something like that. But it'll depend how our season plays out as well. Obviously, if we just bloody lose the next 3 or 4, then there's a real chance they'll just start playing a lot of them.
Well, if they're going to play Allen, if they're going to play Allen on the wing, I would have both Swaddling or Hayes ahead of him. Because Swaddling or Hayes gets 15 possessions on the wing, and that'd be pretty damaging. Where Allen's lucky to get 12 possessions, and half of them are rubbish. So
yeah,
I think he's been lucky to get as many games as he's got. And I was a big fan of him. I really wanted him to turn the corner, and I thought he would. But tell you what, you better hurry up.
Oh, look, it's very clear that if you're there 4 years and you haven't improved since you would sort of start, I'm sure he's improved to a certain extent. But if you're not sort of cementing yourself in the best 2023 it is now, by now, you're really at the edge. It's obvious. Like there's no, it's not even up for debate. Like some people might, make a case for him that he is the best 20, but he's just not. Like it's so obvious. You're carrying him when he's in there. He doesn't impact. He's not had one game in the ones where you're just like, oh wow, and I don't count that Essendon game because that very clear that game was set up for him at the end of 24 or whatever it was. Very clear. So you can't count that. You got to count just your run-of-the-mill random game. The old British saying, a cold night in Stoke. That's what you got to judge him on, and he's just not performed in any of those games.
Yeah. Did you see here? What's this going on here? Vic Park Stew, Saxena is busting a guy in the Magoos. Oh, gut. Right.
No, it was in the showers. Okay. It was in the showers. That's why he's getting the gun.
Oh, no, there's another. Oh, there's.
Is it Darcy Moore?
Oh, God, that was. I thought here's a front page story for tomorrow. Collingwood in crisis.
Photos or it didn't happen. All right.
It's just a guy who looked like him. Okay, Stu.
Is it Darcy Moore?
Yes, we know Stu.
No, it's Darcy Moore.
As far as I'm aware, I know Finn McRae. There was a period where McRae was talking about him and just saying that he's too good for that level, but he could never bridge that gap in a way that I don't know what metrics they're ticking off because it's like with Ned Long, they saw some defensiveness they really liked. They made they persevered with him, but it's a real concern. I'm going to go into that a little bit later too. Jordan Goey, is he made from fucking paper mache nowadays? One knee to the head.
I actually thought he started the game reasonably well, and it was.
Guys, I'm just going to the bathroom, so it'll run for 5 minutes. I'll be back soon.
Right, getting cat food.
Pissed me off that.
Yeah, feeding the cats, mate.
Okay.
That he went off with the concussion thing. I mean, obviously you didn't see it at the ground, but I think the text coming through that he
got a knee to the head.
But he went to the HIA, and like fucking. If you play for Geelong or Hawthorn or Adelaide or something like that, you can be concussed 8 times in a row, and somehow you manage to get back on there. As soon as you get a tap to the head at Collingwood, you're done. They treat it so fucking hyper seriously, and you probably do, But I mean, was there footage of him? Did he look fucked? Because he was laughing
He didn't look
in
fucked,
the rooms after the game.
He didn't look fucked, but the blow was significant. So the blow I would compare to Moore's knee to Petrarca's ribs that busted him open. And obviously, with these guys, you look at it and you think, how forcible is the contact? But these are guys who are in like 100 kilos and just muscle. It was a pretty significant hit.
Okay.
Now, look, maybe he had the significant hit, and they said, you could probably pass, but look, we don't want to risk it. The thing with the goalie is, remember he got concussed last year just running into Maynard at training. So then the concern is, well, maybe he's a higher risk of concussion, so they've taken greater caution. The goalie, we're talking about this pre-game, we've had these conversations, it's like, he's never become the player we wanted him to become.
Not consistently.
No. Oh, he has those, go back to 2023 prelim where McStay won the game. The goalie was just, you saw him and you go, this is who you should be. Obviously not going to have that sort of game every week, but it's that drop-off we've always talked about, that chasm between his best and his worst. And if you go back to this game, it's, as you said, Nick on one leg was much better than everyone else. I thought Sidebottom was just diabolical. I thought Pendles did some good stuff, but he was just really quiet. Generally, I thought Anderson in the second half particularly just showed something, potentially. He looks a little bit awkward at times, but
it's a hunger for the contest.
I thought Long did some okay things. He wasn't dominant or anything. Josh Jacobs just really didn't see enough of him.
That fucking passage where he delivered the ball inside 50 and he's gone straight up the fucking guards to 3 unchecked, 3 over. And you're going, how... It's just, look, I know it's wet and maybe it was a missed kick, but it didn't look like it.
No.
How do you look up and your brain doesn't go, I wouldn't kick it there because there's every chance that none of our blokes are around. I don't think we'll retain possession of the ball. It's not complex, but it just seems to happen so often.
I just reckon...
not with him, but I'm talking in general.
Yeah. Well, going back like about 25 years, I remember Paul Lecure against Carlton was running down the wing. Like he got the ball pretty much in the wing. He turned around about 15 metres and then just kicked it to the forward pocket where there was not a Collingwood player in sight. And it was like, I think, 3 Carlton players. And you just wonder, either these guys need their eyes checked or are they just kicking into what they expect from their drills that someone should be running there to contest it? Okay, Nick's a freak. But like you look at Nick where he'll readjust what he's going to do in real time because he might go, well, this is where I'll kick it normally, but there's fucking no one there, so I'll hold on to it and do this instead.
Yeah.
You don't have, again, football IQ in a lot of these players, it's just really lacking. When you look at some of the genuine guns, and like the guys who come low in the draft, like go to Sam Mitchell as a player who was taken, 30 or something, and was like short and pudgy in football, you're not the right shape for football. But just really high football IQ. And he could make decisions in real time that, paid off. But with us, it's just a concern. Fucking how about Dan Houston watch? I'm going to buy some tissue paper and call it Houston's tissue paper.
Was that one the ball was coming into the Freo forward line and he's gone and spoiled it with one fucking hand?
Oh, the one
and it spilt to...
The one you tried to take a mark.
Yeah.
On Murphy Reid.
Yeah, and Reid was...
like about half his size also.
But also, too, this is pure... I'm sure I'm right here, or I read this, is that the pick that we gave...
It's the short pick.
That's who they took.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful balance, isn't it?
But I think that's really instructive. Is like, well, you've gone for something in Schultz, or you could have taken a speculative pick at 17 or whatever it was. And that's what you could have ended up with. It's really annoying that, we've talked about, sacrificing first-round picks for known commodities, but known commodities who aren't actually worth a first-round pick. I had a conversation with a friend today just to say, my best measure of whether a player is worth the trade is, so let's say Schultz. Schultz, if he was number 17 pick in the draft, would you have taken him?
No.
Yeah, well, that's the reality. You wouldn't go, well, small defensive forward, no. Look at Brad McCreary, he's a very similar player. He came at like 43 in the draft or whatever it was. They're not the players you should be picking in the top 20. I know Hawthorn picked the Wizard. What the fuck's his name again?
Nick Watson.
Oh, it is Nick Watson. Okay, I thought I was imagining that. I think he was a top 10 pick.
He was number 1 though, was he?
No, it wasn't.
He was very early.
Yeah, I think he was like 5 or 6. But obviously you look at him and he's got some pretty good X factor and some good offensive weapons. So I can see why you'd go, well, let's try. Yeah, let's take a risk on someone that height, that player position.
I'm back, by the way, guys, if you want to say something.
Hi, Mercedes Benz in the chat. We've got a car in the chat, guys. Even cars come to watch. Fuck, that's big.
Who's that?
We've got a Mercedes Benz in the chat. There's a car in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I thought I'd say.
Hello, Mercedes Benz. Welcome. Yeah. If we had that pick, we would have taken a short rover or a halfback flank. We don't have enough of those.
Spot on. You can guarantee 5'8" rover.
How lucky are we to have guys like the Collingwood Rant that you can watch these guys once a week as an alternative to watching 360 or the Agenda Setters?
Yep, it's organic and it's a beautiful thing. It's organic, and they're not bound by advertisers. They're just fair dinkum blokes. They're like us. We can relate.
Well, they love the club. They love Collingwood. They know what they're talking about, and they don't care what people think. And like you say, they're not beholden to anyone. They're not beholden to sponsors or try and make the club. They're not trying to impress anyone. They're not trying to impress the club. They just say it like it is.
And Sly's been a member for 30 years. There you go. That's fucking. Awesome. You got to be keen. 30-year member there, buddy.
Yeah, no, they're real Collingwood people.
Yep.
That profile, because he's got so much X factor. Again, Schultz is a really good defensive forward. When do you ever see him like do a Bobby Hill thing?
Never.
So that was real. And again, it's nothing against Schultz. It's the club choosing.
I definitely the club likes to think it's a destination club. It keeps telling us it's a destination club, but the people arriving aren't exactly the first picks that you think that we need to enhance the side. You look back to 2010 flag. We brought in Ball and Jolly. And you straight off the bat, you're going, that's exactly what we fucking need. We need an inside mid, and we need someone that can actually ruck. And you got a flag out of it. And that just complemented that side beautifully. But, when you took Schultz, like fucking, did anyone actually know who he was?
Nah.
And you go, we've got all this stuff. Why do we need another forward? Well, we brought in Houston, and you're going, well, okay, well, your pedigree, it's probably worth it. But then the minute you come in, you said to Josh, well, you play his role, and Dan, the thing that you're good at, just don't worry about it. We'll find something else for you to do. Again, it's not like it was a need.
It's moronic. Yeah. The Schultz thing, I've said repeatedly, you had Hill, Elliott, McCreary, Harrison, and Ginnivan on the list. You had 5 small forwards. You had a surplus of small forwards. And you went out and got another one who you could have flipped a year later in free agency, and you overpaid for him. And then with Houston, I don't know what the club tried. The club might have tried all this. I would have thought you would have went to Gold Coast and said, look, you're going to lose Raul in 2 years. Here's John Noble, who you really want. Here's 2 first-round draft picks. How can we get this done? Let's have a discussion. Mm-hmm. What we didn't need was another halfback. And then, as you've said, you bring in this guy, and then you say to Josh, you play his role. And it's like, oh, hang on. And then last year when we were everything was starting to fall apart, it's like, okay, Josh, you were named in an All-Australian squad as a winger. You play at halfback, and Houston, you've had 2 All-Australians as a halfback. You play on the wing. That doesn't fucking make sense to anyone. And this bullshit about, he's got to learn the running patterns of the side. It's like, what the fuck? Why is it only certain players? It's like Schultz has to learn them, and Houston has to learn. Membry didn't. Markov didn't. Perryman didn't. So what are these guys just stupid? The thing with Houston, though, he makes some really poor decisions. That one you talked about, in the fucking wet, you've put a hand up to take a one-handed mark. In the fucking wet, in a contested situation, you thought, I can take this one-handed rather than just punch the shit out of it 20 metres back the way it came. That's just moronic. Houston's really been a disappointment. and this is like another point I had here. I'm fucking sick of our supporters leaving messages, so you leave them all now, or texting me if they know me. Oh, you're too hard on this guy. You're too hard on this guy. Where the fuck are these players now that you have rated? Where's Lipinski? Lipinski, I had people telling me he was All-Australian squad potential last year. Fucking said last year. Do you want to get near the All-Australian building, let alone the fucking squad?
Oh, it's I don't know how he's not dropped.
It's
and the thing is, he won't be dropped all year. And he just does. He offers nothing anymore. Like even this supposed one would have being able to deliver the ball inside 50. He's not fucking doing that at the moment. I'd love to know what his stat is for successfully doing it.
But that was a bullshit stat too, because I was like, all right, good. He was doing. You know when he did it? He did it at that period we were dominating, and he was allowed space to run on the outside, get the ball under little pressure, and then deliver the ball to lead. Good. He's got like some class about his disposal, but it wasn't like what Nick would do, where he would actually find the target while he's in traffic, with a lot of pressure, find a target. This fucking myth about the way we overvalue players. The Hoskin Elliott was the previous one. Like we kept on telling, we're too hard. What the fuck did he do for 4 years? Now it's Houston. People say we've unlocked the Port Adelaide, Houston. Like fucking where?
One game. It takes one game out of a sea of nothing.
And the fucking thing too is, like, when I was watching him closely, the amount of little sideways back and forth kicks, which just pad the fucking stats. You know why you got this guy? You got this guy to come out of fucking defense, and this is on you also, McRae, and find with surgical precision someone 30, 40, 50 meters away that only someone of his skill and kicking ability could. He's not doing that, so he's fucking useless. And he has no physical presence. He's relatively fucking soft. And he hovers around packs waiting for the ball to be filled. Credit to Sam E from the bulletin board who called a lot of this immediately. And this is the thing. When the bottom falls out of the fucking side, then people start going, oh, okay. And you saw the Jake Nile article about like our poor trading or drafting profile and the largesse we've expended on guys like Houston that. We've been saying that for fucking over 2 years, and people are calling us negative. So fucking go write Jake Nile and tell him he's fucking negative.
Go on.
You're seeing this now fall apart in real time. And the thing is, where is it going to go from here? You're going to run Nick into the ground playing this fucking lone hand.
Assuming he's still around in a couple of years.
I'm talking about right now. I mean, looking at him in the warm-up, we were going, why are you playing this kid?
No, it's and that was a concern. Like, he reckons his kooky was all right in that post-match interview, that he was working himself into it. Like, it took him a good half to get some movement going. He was just jogging along, not really getting involved in much.
No,
but he did. Obviously it sort of warmed up enough. But that's a concern. Well, what risk are you taking here? Do you break him and then he's out for 5-6 weeks? Because Collingwood that we do it's times 2 with the injury lens. Or do you ease him back into the game and say, or do you just give him another week off?
What's your expectation for this year? That's what if I was McRae, I'd be honest. Not like the fucking Collins Sports game will be tops 4. If everything's going well, we're competitive. I think we should have won. The Adelaide game, we probably should have done. Not probably, we could have won that one. And Adelaide's not travelling that fucking brilliantly either.
Yeah. Yeah, what Stu says there, that drop mark out on the wing was one of the most gutless efforts I've ever seen on a football field.
Yeah.
He just needed to take a mark. Like you're on a football field, you go up to take a mark, about 50% of the time your odds on someone's going to smack into you in some way. But you've just got to wear it. Oh,
you know what that shows you, that drop mark by Lipper? That there's a moment in every young boy's life where they're out in the backyard or they're playing footy or whatever, and there's that brief period of time where you think, one day I could make the big time. There's that. You might have that one awesome play, or you might win a underage BNF, and there's just that one little bit of you that's just like, I could make it one day. And when you see fucking efforts like that, you know that everyone in this chat, for example, would go harder than that. We might not have the fucking skills he's got, but we'd have more heart than that bloke. And that's what shits you up the fucking wall, because you were playing AFL football for the biggest club, and you're gutless. You were gutless. Everyone in that fucking stand that's a Collingwood supporter would have gone harder than what fucking Lipinski did right there. I don't care what anyone says. Oh, you don't know what it would be like out there. No. Everyone in the fucking crowd there that was a Collingwood supporter would have gone harder than Lipinski at that ball. Everyone.
Yep. It's just part of playing football is that one of the non-negotiables is when it's your turn to go, you go. Now, does that mean running backward with the flight in front of the full forward every time? No, but it means when the ball's in your vicinity and it's coming to you, you got to go. You got to go. You know.
Was it actually Lipper who gave Steele side bottom the hospital pass or not? I can't remember. Remember last week when you got cleaned up? Was that an Eric Lipper one? I think it may have been.
I'm not sure. I think it might have been Houston. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. So
Mercedes here says, what happened to make him so weak? Maybe he needs to build more muscle. No, it's not that. He's not a overly skinny guy. It's his courage. He doesn't lack the courage to put his body on the line. Now, that wouldn't be – I've played a bit of senior football. That wouldn't be tolerated in any of the clubs I've played for. Not amateur level football, country football. It just wouldn't be tolerated. You're going, you get away with it once or twice, but the coach should be saying to you, hey, mate, when it's your turn, you're going to go. Or else you're back to the seconds because it doesn't set a good example for the other players in the team. It makes people sort of go, oh, Yeah, you're getting 40 grand for the game. I mean, that's pretty good fucking money what these cunts are on too. Yeah, pulling out like that, that was a bit piss weak. Here's the thing, Mercedes. See, a guy like Rowan Steele, he's a young guy. He's not huge, but you don't see him doing stuff like that. He's a little guy, but he just goes. And when it's his turn, he goes, puts his head over it, goes back, and the big guys are bigger than him because he's courageous. And he doesn't stand out. That should be the baseline, really.
Yeah. Non-negotiable, mate.
Exactly.
So what's the expectation of this year, Collingwood? Is it to genuinely win the flag? If that's your belief, then run everyone into the ground.
Oh, according to Darcy Moore and Darcy Cameron, it is.
Yeah. Or because what's the best outcome for the year? Like we're discussing this before the game. What's the best way back up the ladder? You can't have a prolonged stay at the bottom because a lot of these draft picks are going to be taken by Tasmania. A lot of the next 10 years is going to be compromised. It's not just even 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's longer than that. And the AFL will do everything possible to make sure Tasmania is a success.
Oh, yeah.
So there'll be compromises fucking everywhere. So what's the expectation and where do you think, what's the best way back? And I think the best way back, I mean, I'm not advocating tanking, is but just fucking tank, finish bottom 4, get a draft pick, and also target a free agent. So if you can get a draft pick in and the free agent or two,
you can do both, and just don't fucking trade them away. Because I think I was reading today with the Kings scenario that if we put a ridiculous offer on the table and Gold Coast match it, which they said they're going to do, it then has to go to a trade situation, and then right off the bat, before you even start negotiation, it's 2 first-round picks. And you go, well, we can't come up with that now. It puts us into a really awkward position. Yeah, and you think, well, why would King leave? We've talked about this. Why would he fucking leave to come to us at the moment? But there are still alternatives around the type of player that you can get, that you can smartly target, and go back to the draft and complement that player that's coming in a year or two's time with a really fucking good midfielder or whatever position that's available that's really good at an early draft pick.
Based just on what we see from the outside looking in. So Collingwood might have a lot more information that we don't have. Like the beginning of the thing, I still don't understand. What was he doing? People go, well, he just pushed him too far. Well, what about the goalie? He's been pushing him for fucking years. What about Didak? What about Heath Shaw? We have a history of
I think I said,
and Dane Swan. We have a history of these off-field.
I said before, we have a hard-on for getting what we perceive to be a name into the club. And we'll do that at the expense of the development and pursuit of keeping Ginnivan.
So I am really
Ginnivan said, too, just before you continue there, that as soon as Schultz rocked up, he saw the writing on the wall and then requested the trade.
Yeah. So, and, the Craig we could have kept him. We had another year on his fucking contract. Mm-hmm. So I'm really curious what actually happened there. in terms of like, getting King, or let's say you had 2 draft picks, you can spend, that's one player you're wasting a lot on, or you're offering $10 million in Gold Coast, can't match it, and then you just break your salary cap. You got to be fucking realistic about the players who are there and who will be there. We've said it before. They made a massive mistake coming out of the 2023 grand final. They should have started forcing certain players out, like the Hoskin Elliots. The player I was going to talk about was Tom Mitchell. If his body was right, I would have fucking kept him and forced someone else out around him, because he's exactly what they're fucking missing. Like they call him the Wombat because he put his head where others feared. The sort of guy who can actually feed the ball out to Nick. Now his body might be shot, yeah, and the club on us said, well, yeah, we don't think you're really going to get there. I know he's old, and we're talking about rejuvenating the list. So I'm not saying, hey, keep all these old guys, but there are other older guys they could have gotten rid of around him if his body was right, and who, he actually contributed valuably to the synergy of the midfield. So I think they've fucking made some really poor list decisions. And what we're seeing as the system breaks down is these guys like Lipinski and that just don't have it. Now, Lipinski, I have no doubt, you stick him in fucking Gold Coast Suns or Bulldogs or Hawthorn, he'd get his 20 kicks and be a vital linker, but he's not the guy who's going to get you started.
No, fuck no.
And, he's not the guy who's going to put his body on the line when push comes to shove.
No, and you look at the game the other night, the Freo play with a lot of physicality. They were, even in nothing little moments, they were coming in and they were bumping hard and all that sort of thing. It's stuff that we don't do. I think a lot of our players are playing a very bruise-free brand of football at the moment.
Yep.
It's disheartening to see, because I was talking to Rocket the other day about, you look back to when McRae came, the list was, where did we finish? Second last. You still had a lot of talent inside of there, but he really fucking brought it together and had it playing that really, like, straight off the bat. It was probably about a third into the 22 season when we started to really click, and then we're playing that really... Yeah, but we ended up playing that really brand of exciting, fun football. They were good to watch, and they were winning the close games and all these things.
They did it for one quarter. Let's not forget that. It was good, but would have been nice to just smash teams.
That we used to do well, it's just eventually deteriorated down to nothing, and you see that effort. And again, look, the weather played a factor, obviously, but it was just a bland, dour game of football. Okay. It was a shit game of football to watch.
That brings me another point.
See, what I think part of the issue is that the players, the group, it was drummed into them that here's how we play. We play dour football for 3 quarters, and we turn it on when we're 3 goals down. How often did that happen? And now we play dour football, and when we need to turn it on and get back in front, we struggle to now. So when we're losing those close games, we become a bottom 6 team. When we're winning those close games, we're a top 6 team. That's the small margins of it, of that style of how you play a match.
Collingwood.
What'd you say?
Collingwood with a TROL instead of Collingwood. Collingwood.
Collingwood.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about certain things about the club. And we're having this conversation in our little group chat, and this is what triggered me to really think about it a lot more. So last year, we're 14 wins and 2 losses. We're sitting on top. One of those losses against GWS in round 0. So of the next 15 games, we lost 1 game, and that was to Geelong, where Chris missed after the siren. Mm-hmm. We smashed Brisbane. We smashed, who's the other one? Hawthorn. Who's usually a bogey side.
A football lesson game.
And that was the last time we kicked 100 points against the top 8 side.
Yeah.
So
I did read that.
We're 14-2 at that stage. And then in the remaining games, finals excluded, we win 2 games, and they're against shit clubs, and we lose 5, including some like against Fremantle at the MCG, which you could never envision ever doing that when we were playing well. So what the fuck happened? How did that deteriorate? Now, I know the natural response, they aged out. It's like, in 2 weeks, they just fucking all went from 14-2 to starting a slide. So what the fuck happened? Because I'm actually starting to think, I don't know if you saw, they talked about there was a player meeting where they got stuff off their chest.
This week.
Yeah.
I did. Elliot talked about that. Yeah.
So what the fuck did they have on their chest that was so
shit, I think,
burdening that...
No, actually, Stu, they would still be bagging us, because if we won that game, it's still piss poor. Like, Fly says we did enough to win, or we kicked 5 goals. It's not good enough. So if we win that, it's covering up the cracks. Like, our defense is good, so it's not all bad, but it's almost a good thing that we lost that game, because they'll do something about it. You would hope. What do you guys think?
Yeah, dead right. I agree.
Yeah, agreed. Look,
Yeah,
the
I
thing
agree.
is,
I
you don't
agree.
want to win. Sometimes you have to lose. Like, this goes back to the 2022 and 2023 era where, look, we won the flag. It's great. But I remember even back then, I used to think, fuck, this isn't sustainable. Every Collingwood supporter thought the same thing. Like, these close games, if they turn into close losses, we're going to be a shambles. And it's exactly what you said before. That's the margin between bottom 6 and top 6, And yeah, we just found ourselves behind in every single game, really, in that period of time. At some point of the game, we're behind. And yeah, it's just one of those things that we just knew it would flip one day, and it's come to reality.
Well, wait for it, because it gets deeper. This is the bit I was actually talking about. This is why I made reference to this earlier, what he's saying right now. And it does get deeper, so roll the tape.
Stu's saying I think they're going far too deep.
It gets deeper.
I don't think so. I think this is becoming reality. Can we turn it around? Yes, but we don't seem to be. If we lose these next 2 games, then you'll. Oh, wow.
Knives will be out.
Yep.
Yeah, true, Stu. What you're saying is true.
Here's the thing. We've made 2 prelims and a grand final in this period. Yeah, that's what the mainstream media says as well, and it's also a fact. However, we didn't make finals in 2024. That was a totally botched season, and there was so many selection fuck ups in 2024, and that's when Fly after 22-23, he coached well, but the shit started to happen in 2024 and last year. And
let the tape
this
go,
is not
because
new.
he's actually getting into that bit right now. He's about to start talking about that, because he spoke about the early part of the season.
Yeah, Stu, we did have injuries. And early on in the season, it was around round 6 or 7, we had a shitload of injuries. And then we started winning. We had, with a huge number of our senior players out, we went on a stretch where we won, in 2024, we won 7 out of 8 games or something like that. And then all of a sudden, we had 5 senior players that were so-called fit and ready to come back in, and we got smashed by Suns, and then we went into a trough after that. So, that was a time where Fly was forced into playing young players, but the young players stood up. So what's happened? Then he got rid of them all when the senior players were ready. So, 2024 we missed finals, and by the time it got to finals time, we were just about the best side in it. So we still should have made finals in 2024, and last year that was diabolical, that selection for the prelim, like picking unfit players and the tactics during the game, like continuing to play Cameron in the ruck when we had a good tap ruckman in Cox who wasn't sighted, and we were up at half time, and the start of the third quarter we got smashed out of the middle, five centre bounces to Cameron in a row without even looking at Cox, and they gapped the game. So
I'll just comment on, because Stu's asked the question. He said, "Knives out for who?" Which is a direct response to what I said. Stu, I respect everything you've said on this stream, but you're delusional if you think we lose our next two, the knives aren't going to be out. Come on, mate. It's going to be, it'll be an absolute bloodbath if we lose our next two. People will be coming from everywhere, and rightly so. Rightly so.
I'll be fucking pissed off. I'll be blaming Lipinski.
Absolutely factual. I wouldn't want to be following any club. Absolutely agree with that, and we're always competing. But I don't know about you, but I'm in this for winning premierships, and I think we could have won a couple of premierships rather than just one. In 2024, we were just about the best side in it. We beat Brisbane, and we missed out on the finals by percentage. We should have been in the finals. Fly cost us 3, maybe 4 games from both poor selection and also just in-game tactics. So it started in 2024. It kept going last year, especially the end of last year. And, the chickens are coming home to roost.
I'll just, because Stu's written back, he said, so knives out for who and what, sack the coach? No, not sack the coach, but definitely finally it'll turn a bit where the blowtorch will be on a bit more, saying, like we spoke about that Heath Shaw video last night where, okay, he's a bit delusional in the sense that he doesn't know that we've got a few kids that are, building and they should come in, but the blowtorch will just come on, simple as that. So it'll just be one of those things where, okay, we're not responding. If we manage to lose these 2 games, it just shows you, okay, they're definitely out of finals or, fair income flag contention. And like Matt said, my standard's prelim finals every year. I don't care what list we got out there. I think your minimum standard every year for Collingwood should be a prelim final. And some people will say, "Oh, that's diluted." Blah blah. No, that's just the standard. The standard should be top 4, top 6 every single year, regardless of what situation you find yourself in. Anything less than that, you got to make tough calls. You got to make tough decisions. And like I said, the blowtorch needs to be honest for the Houston trade. I think we've gotten away scot-free on that to this point. But
Absolutely.
you give up a lot of capital to get him in, and he's not performing. Okay, so then you look back even further than that. You just got to look at a few of our trades and stuff like that. It's gotten us nowhere to this point. So, yeah, I think really we need a bit of the blowtorch put on us. And sack the coach. Hey, like we spoke about it last week. Melbourne did it with a premiership coach. Once they weren't happy with the direction, they were like, "Nah, you're out of here." And they had what? They had an off year, and he was gone. Bang. See you later. So maybe they had deeper issues than what we had, but it's the reality. You can't stand still in this caper. It's just standing still is what's going to get you nowhere. Look at where Carlton is now. Look, I'm not saying sack the coach, but see how this year plays out, and we'll go from there.
Stu's saying we average a grand final every three seasons. I don't think it's that many, but we're up there a lot. But when you have a chance to win a grand final and you get into a final, you have got to take your chances. Last year, we were in a prelim and we should have won that. Now, we were unlucky with Pendles, got drawn out before the start of the game. That was unlucky. That's not on pie. But he picked 2 key position players who weren't fit and who had no effect on the game. Checkers had a ligament off the bone. What the fuck? It was just, so we were ahead at halftime, and poor coaching. So Fly has done a lot of poor coaching. You've been on this stream, a lot of poor selection, like what's been going on the last couple of weeks. The way he's been playing Steen, it's ridiculous, and now everyone's waking up to it. Everyone's talking about it.
It is every 3 years, dude. The average is every 3
Stu,
years.
we have got a very proud record. We've got a very proud record on. I'm proud of Collingwood, but we need to do everything we can to win a flag. And the last couple of years, I honestly think from 22 through to now, we should have won at least 2 flags. Should have at least been, don't you reckon? Or at least played in. We should have played in last year's grand final, bare minimum.
Stu, my biggest gripe with McRae was I was at 2024. Okay, down year after a granny, after a premiership. In fact, yeah, okay, fair enough. Forgive year 2024. 2025, you go in with essentially the same older blokes. No real youth came in. You started off like a house on fire. It was great. I'm like, okay, we're back. Here we go. Everything's rosy. Middle of the year, what happened. Sort of half recovered come finals. Okay, great effort in Adelaide. Piss weak effort against Brisbane in the prelim. Now you roll into this year, same oldish team. Get rid of a few senior guys. Okay, not playing kids, now playing like the same sort of fringe guys that have gotten put up, and we're falling to the shit. I don't accept it so far to this point this year. I just don't accept that. So we win our next 2, and then we got a few tough games. We'll see how we go. But I honestly, I think if we lose these 2 games, I don't know if the fact that we've played in 40 grand finals or average a grand final every 3 years is going to mean anything. I'm not going to use that. Oh, don't worry, guys. We play a granny every 3 years. No, we're fucking just lost to Carlton and Essendon. Like, I don't care how many grannies I've been in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think it's less about sacking. It's more just about the direction of the club at the minute. And we've got to be very smart with Tassie coming in and things like that now.
This one?
I think if we lose the next 2 games, we've got to start playing the kids. You know, maybe Kendall, Sidey, and Howard. Maybe they've got to retire.
Jamie Alec gets paid that mark, kicks a goal. We were 6 points down. Yeah, that's true. That's umpires' decisions is out of our control. I'm talking about things in our control, which is tactics and selection, and Age is talking about recruiting, and so are these boys. We just want premierships, and what's past is past. We can't do anything. So now we're focusing on this year. What are we doing to win a premiership? We're probably not going to win a premiership, but we want to give ourselves every chance. And, you know, coming out and performing poorly against Carlton and Essendon, it just won't be good enough, and I won't accept it.
Can I say something to that Elliot comment? Like, the thing is, you got to go back to memory should have a shot. I understand when Stu's saying, but memory should have a shot. I think memory should have a shot every day of the week.
Yep. Oh yeah, that was that. He's paid. He's paid to play. He's paid to kick goals. And part of the issue with Membry is that the good thing about him, he only touches the ball 3 or 4 times a game, but he'd kick a goal or 2. Now he's not kicking straight. What's the point of having him in the side?
That's actually the exception, not the rule. The other day, he normally gets 2+. His percentage ratio is the best of the forward line for not kicking points.
Not this year.
But just in that last game.
GWS.
Hang on. Let me finish. He just got 1 goal, 2 from 3 shots in the last game, but he does kick more accurately than everyone else. So yeah, look, this drop memory shit. You got to put someone in there to do it. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, guys. For fuck's sake, we're not kicking goals. Yeah, we're not kicking goals. Kick out a goal kicker. That makes 0 fucking sense. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. No, we need to get rid of Memby. We're gonna use our future.
Yeah.
We've got a very talented.
But you got
forward.
Bullet too.
Memby's done.
I disagree with your boomer. I mean, okay, goals, he's accurate. Yeah, fair enough.
You got memory and weight. You got ball and weight.
His last year of his contract looks like we're not going to win the flag. why are you playing him? You may as well play West, even if West doesn't kick a fucking goal any weeks. It's still a better option than playing Membry when you know your season might be
That's
cooked.
your opinion, okay? And that is wrong. We're not kicking enough goals. For fuck's sake, let's get the most accurate goal kicker and take him out of the side. Bullshit, dude. For fuck's sake. Bullshit.
you're
Go on,
wrong,
dude.
Boomer.
Check out. No, you go and look in the stats and see how many he kicks from. How many kicks per goal?
5 goals.
We're
We
seeing.
kicked 5 goals for the game last week. So we're
Yeah,
not
last
kicking
game.
goals. Yeah, we haven't.
Yeah,
kicked over
that's his
100
one game.
points
That's
for
the
20
one game.
games.
That's the one game he's kicked 1 goal to. Every other game he's kicked more goals than points.
Okay.
And you're saying to piss him off, dude. If I was in the coaching panel and you were too, I'd be arguing my fucking tits off to keep me in. You don't go kicking fucking goal kickers out when you're not kicking goals. That is dumb.
Boomer.
How many goals has he kicked?
Will Membry be there next year, Boomer?
No, because his contract's probably up. I don't know. Don't hypothetical. Just tell me, why are you going to kick out the guy who's kicking fucking goals? Tell me that. Okay,
5 goals for the game last week.
Yeah. And what? So it's his fault only? Or like,
No,
so
the
Westy and
forward
him
line's
out.
not
Membry
working.
kicked.
So the forward line's
Boomer?
not working, Boomer.
No, it's McStay too. It's McStay too.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, we're
with
not
you.
kicking
Membry's-
goals, but
I'm still
so
no.
he's in
You still haven't answered. Why are you kicking out a goal kicker when we're not kicking enough goals? And what you said
He's not
makes no
kicking
fucking
goals.
sense.
He's not kicking
Okay,
goals this
Boomer.
year.
In the
I'll
last
answer your
game.
question. I'll answer
Okay.
your question, Boomer. Why are you kicking out Membry if we're struggling to kick goals and he's an accurate kicker and he's a competent goal kicker? All true. He's not going to be there next year. Or look, if he is, let's say he gets an extra season just for argument's sake. Why aren't you playing West when we're not kicking goals? Full stop. Yes, he's an accurate kick, whatever. But once we're out of contention in these 2 or 3 weeks, assuming we're out of proper premiership contention, why wouldn't you be playing a West in front of a Membry?
Well, I would look at bringing West in, but look, the thing is, we don't have the luxury of just choosing and chopping and changing. And an injury will force changes in the front end. Someone is going to hurt a leg or a knee or something. It just happens. You get natural attrition.
Absolutely.
But these guys who jump on the get rid of Membry, he gets really limited opportunities because he's on the edge of the tall forward line. He's always quite far out. But I've noticed when he does have shots, apart from the game where it was pissing with rain, by the way, and that they do get it easy nowadays, apart from that, he's generally the one guy when he gets a mark, I think, thank fuck for that, he's probably going to kick this. I feel quite confident. The others, when it's McStay, it's McStay, it's, oh no, I'm looking down, I don't want to watch. You know what I mean? But I just don't see the point of removing goal kickers when you're not kicking goals. If our back line is under pressure, you've got to put one in. But you know, it's horses for courses. We don't know until you try it. But he will get a chance for sure. I just don't think the next 2 games are whether it happens or not. It's throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
While we're still technically in like top 6 contention, for example, I can live with a Membry playing because you're right. He takes a mark, he doesn't miss. He's pretty like reliable set shot, which is something we don't really bloody have in our team. All those things are true. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just looking more from a futures perspective. Like he is of the 44 players on our list, is he in our best 23? Yeah, he probably is in our best 23. No issue with that. But it's more just the look to the long term. And I think West is injured anyway, so it's a bit of a mid point. You know, I think West
he's not. He's available. He's available.
Okay.
I mean, with Vic Parks too, you can drop Lipper for West. I would actually look at that option because at least West is going to try. I would almost look at doing it that way and rotate the forward line. What do you think? Does that sound like a good way around it? Give Lipper a shot at warming the pine or being emergency and put West in. That's what I would do. But I wouldn't swap one out. I just don't feel comfortable with that. Either way, anyway, we've kind of, we have our views and we choose to not buckle. So yeah, I'm cool.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you, Boomer. Up until last year, Membry, he wouldn't get many possessions, but he was a very accurate kick for goal. This year, he's not getting the ball as much, and his accuracy's dipped off. Do you know how many goals he's kicked this year in 5 games?
I'm not sure, but how many?
Well, that's important, isn't it? Because you're making, an argument that you don't want him.
Yeah,
dropped.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how many I can say. I thought you maybe looked it up. But what I just know is from watching the game, I haven't sat there counting them, and I haven't opened the stats up because my internet will go.
Okay.
But he has kicked more goals than points in all the games except the last one where it was raining. And guys, bear in mind, it was muddy, wet, and slippery. Like guys just weren't getting the ball as well, and they weren't dropping it properly. All teams, we were the lowest scoring team game. We kicked 12 goals between us. They only kicked 2 more. So at least something was working for us.
Okay. Well, he kicks more points than points than goals this year, and he had a good game against GWS where he kicked 4 goals. But in the other 4 goals, he kicked 3 goals. The other 4 games, he kicked 3 goals. So that's not enough. So what we're saying is, if he was to come along and kick 2 or 3 goals against Carlton, fantastic. That's what we need to do. If he's kicking 1 or 2 goals a game, then that's great. That's an average of 1.5 goals. So that's 30 plus goals. That's what he did last year. Happy with that. That's a contribution. Yeah. But at the moment, he's half of that average. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And look, put it this way, it's not just him, though. The forward line is technically dysfunctional, so hopefully the little heart-to-heart they had was going to get them better. And as Vic Parks, Hugh pointed out, Tracy didn't kick a goal and neither did Voss. And they are their 2 prime goal kickers. So 2 of their guys failed badly. It was only the run-on small forwards that got them their 7 goals, I think. Were there any
that
from
says
tall
more
marks?
about our backline.
Yeah.
That says a lot about our backline. I'm happy with our backline.
I think it's a trend. It's more the trend for us, our scoring trend. Like if it was just the one game in isolation, I'd say, yeah, whatever. But for us, it's a bit of a trend. It's like we're not kicking scores, and I know it's up the midfield. You can't just blame all the forward line. But I referenced the one video Nate talks pies. He talks a lot about the forward line mixture and that. It's a really, really good vid. And look, the longer this is going on, the more we're not scoring. It's just making it hard to not shake things up there a bit. I don't know what that mix might look like, but I look. It just doesn't seem to be working for whatever reason right now.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to pin it all on Membry, but it's more just the fact that I would much rather prefer if you had to remove a Membry to play a West, if that was the only way you could get West in the team, I would want that. And I know you're probably going to lose out in the short term, but I think Manny spoke about it last night. He made a really good point. He said, if you just say you want to go target King, just say the club's plans are to go target King, you may as well just try to see if I know West is young and is still a long way off it, but you may as well see if that's the correct option to even take. If you give Charlie West at least just a few games, just to see, okay, we've got something to work with here. Maybe we don't need a Ben King as big as Zach Butters, for example.
Well, actually, on this game, who comes in to replace Jordan? Because Jordan Degoe has Chronicles has just said Geordie's not playing. So who's coming in on behalf of him? Who will be the replacement? Because we do need someone to get some goal kicking streak.
They're going to play Sullivan. They'll play Sullivan.
You think? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Because that's, okay.
I'll go Allen.
I'm going to go and have a piss, guys. So, do you want to keep rolling the tape, too? Because we haven't heard from the other guys for a bit. And he does have some good points coming up.
Yeah, I will play it.
I'll just reference Stu, actually. Stu says West is not a key forward. Yeah, he's might be more of a second tall, I would say, is he? He's not the key guy. That's true. Ben King's a key guy. West probably not your bollocking proper traditional key forward. Yeah, look, that's probably true. But still, it still begs the question why you wouldn't be playing him just to see what you got. I just find it unfair that he plays the one game against West Coast, gets injured. I understand that, and then you're not seeing him for the rest of the year. But yeah, this year it's just a shame that there hasn't been much VFL, because I reckon if he'd put a few goals on the board at that level, I reckon this conversation would be heating up a lot more than what it is. But the VFL haven't really had a chance, so there's no real proper pressure coming from underneath. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, mate, we all just give an opinion. I get it, but I just think it's came to a real critical time where you got to start playing a few of these guys. It's just, I don't know how else I can say it. And if that means that a guy like a Membry has to be stiffed, so be it. Like, I'm just, yeah, I honestly don't see the argument going the other way.
Here's now, Stu. When Membry gets it in his hand, he'll kick it 70% of his time of the time. Not this year. Not this year. He's less. He's 4.6. 4.6. Right. So he's less than 50% chance of kicking a goal this year. So he's had about 16 shots at goal for 7 goals. So his accuracy's gone. Now, if he was to get that up to, if he had got that up to 70% this year, or even 60%, then he's up to 10 goals, 2 goals a game. That's great. So if he keeps on going like that, if his accuracy stays down and he's not getting it much, then can West do as good? I think West can do as good, if not better, and he's a player that we want for the future. So Membry will get a game this week, so will McStay, but they really are on notice.
Yeah, the two's not playing stitched us up, I think, because we'd have more of a sample size from a few of these younger guys in the twos if they were able to bloody get a game out there, It just, it's just disappointing. The other thing I will say about Membry is the game he kicked, what was it, 4 goals? It was against GWS, wasn't it?
They felt they needed a meeting to clear the air. So going back to last year, I'm actually starting to think more and more that there was some sort of ructions behind the scenes. It might not have been one thing, might have been the accumulation of things, because it really doesn't make sense to me if you go from 14 to then just fucking barely limp into the finals.
Yeah, we did talk about this last year. At that moment too, remember
that's McRae. Yeah.
McRae had that fucking statement post-match after that, whatever win it was, where he said, well, now we're qualified for we locked the top 4 around a bit then, I think.
No, so we're qualified for the finals. So now top 4 we've got to work on next.
That really had a noticeable mindset in the way that they approached the rest of the games. They started doing that stupid resting of players at the wrong time and all that sort of stuff. It's like you got too lax with the way that your approach to the finals was, that you damaged your brand that had been working so well for half the year to have that really patchy run into the finals. But something's look, I think it's a little bit of age has wearied them a little bit. It's that adage about the big blokes don't slow down, they just stop. You're seeing some of that, but there's just, I think what you need is something to rejuvenate that list, to bring excitement back in.
But just going back to last year, what happened that actually broke it right then? And so right now, I agree. Like, age is now starting to slow down some of them. And I think, you get some young players in, some of the older guys will stay. But 14-2, so 14 wins and 2 losses to then 2 wins and 5 losses, and a lot of really shit. Like I said, the Fremantle loss was in there. So what actually happened then and there, and I agree that the McRae statement probably impacted them with a sense of complacency. There was a few injuries that were pretty bad. But what actually happened, because to me it feels like something occurred behind the scenes. I'm not saying anything huge. It could just be a series of little things. But it really unfocused them, because you can't tell me, like, and people have said it was age. It's like, well, in the space of 1 week, they all just fucking fell off a cliff, did they? That doesn't make sense. Now, there's a few things I've started to look at that I've started to actually consider. One of the things Gary brought up is the Mychek situation about letting him walk. Actually, you know what I found interesting? Because if you look at like the point of view that we suddenly have a war chest. So I do wonder, like, if players are like, oh, you're paying Grundy out to keep a war chest, but you're not going to pay us who won you a flag. And I do wonder if that sort of had some sort of issue. There was grumblings about that from the media, that they were talking about what they weren't getting paid. The other thing, too, which Gary brings up too, is how destabilizing the Bobby Hill situation is. So the Bobby Hill situation, because this is really like something I think's been underplayed, because the media doesn't want to exploit it the way they exploit any other story. The Bobby Hill thing wasn't a one-off thing. It wasn't he had issues off field, so he said, well, yeah, we're going to give him time off. He had issues off field. He went away. He came back. He made a commitment to play. He then went away again, and then he came back again. He played in the VFL. He played one game, and then he went away again, and then he came back. This was happening the whole fucking year, the rest of the second half of the year. So it wasn't a one-off thing where the players could go, you go away, come back in 3 months, you're good to go. He was just constantly coming back, recommitting, and then leaving again. And then even if you look at like this year, like, well, he was training in the preseason, and then suddenly it was like, no, I'm done again, I'm going again. I can't imagine it's fucking healthy for the playing list. It's just like, surely they'd be saying at some point, stay or go. We don't give a fuck. Just stop being in between. And I'm sick of like the mollycoddling around the Bobby Hill situation. I'm sorry your relationship broke down. Who else would get a year off, full pay, to fucking sort this shit out?
No, that went on way too long.
It's still going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we talked earlier about the tolerance levels and the acceptance that footballers have for each other. You brought up the point about you're in combat with someone for 2 hours on the field, and at the end of it, you're having a laugh and shaking your hands. Where how do you switch off that? Like, I just want to fucking beat your head into the ground.
I don't switch it off.
into let's have a beer. And I think it's probably amplified for teammates as well. You do have a certain amount of camaraderie and care for them. I mean, you see the way that they all get together and react when someone's playing their first game. You know, the way that they rushed into Anderson when he kicked the goal and that sort of stuff. I think no matter who you are, the minute that you're part of that sort of band of brothers, you do become a part of a unit type thing. And there is a lot of concessions probably made, unless you're a complete fuckwit. You're probably not ostracised all that much inside of a playing group. And I think they would have had probably a lot of empathy and understanding for Bobby. But at some point, you've realistically, I think it's human nature for you to look at your teammate and just have a quiet little, fucking, you believe he's now 6 months into this? And that must then start generating a little bit of disharmony. It's like that whole thing about, you know, you work with people. The worst possible thing you could actually do would be declare what everybody earns, because it would just absolutely destroy the structure overnight.
My working life.
But I think the similar thing, it can happen inside of football clubs as well, that you can give someone too much leeway, that builds a little bit of resentment. But they seem to welcome Bobby back and his training and stuff, and no one's throwing spitballs at him or anything that we see.
So this is the thing. It doesn't make sense to me that it just all fell apart. Now let's go back to 2011 where it all fell apart, and it was clear dissonance behind the scenes because of the succession plan. And look, there's players who've come out and fucking said it. You know, Dane Swan has talked about it in his book, My Story, his autobiography. There are other players who have said it. That succession plan just totally distracted him in the last part of the year. And up until the last part of the year, we're fucking killing everyone.
Mm.
And then it started to come apart. So there's obviously things that can happen behind the scenes that impact form. Now, if you go back to last year, when we played that round 0 and GWS smashed the shit out of us, everyone was going there.
Good night, Stu. Thanks for dropping by, mate. Have a good one. See you next time.
Cheers, Stu.
Too old, they're too slow, they've got to check some blood and all that sort of shit. And that looked fair enough criticism. But the next week we came back, we beat Port Adelaide by 91 points. And then we went on that run where Geelong lost the side, won the next 14 games. So the age thing wasn't a consideration. I don't fucking buy that they just all fell off a cliff on the fucking same day and that all turned to shit. So what happened behind the scenes? Now, the Hill thing, I think, is one thing. I think potentially the contractual situation, there's a lot of rumblings about that. Potentially that might have played it. There might have been something else. I don't know. But I think there was something that occurred behind the scenes that sort of pulled them apart. They tried to get it back together, but by then it had just been It's broken.
You would think some of it too is like you had the to-do over Cameron and Elliott's contracts that the players allegedly had words and revolted a little bit about the decision to potentially move them on.
Revolted me.
And then gave them contracts. And I think some of the damaging things you can have in sporting organisations is when the tail starts wagging the dog.
Yeah.
That it's you should be respecting the people that run the business and run the club, and the players. They should have rights and obviously that sort of thing, but they shouldn't be dictating, list decisions or anything like that. If the club had a plan to move on Darcy and got a pick or two out of it, you would have been the first to drive him to the airport, as you often say. It wouldn't have bugged you, and I don't think it would have bugged a lot of the supporters. But there would have been people going, "Oh, you can't do it without Cameron and that." But this isn't about what you're doing. This is about building for the future, and there's sometimes some harsh decisions need to be made. Now, you obviously moved on Mio and Cox and all that sort of thing because by right they probably would be preventing somebody else coming through. Mio check. Really should have announced the arrival of West, and then West started playing in that role.
Well, playing Mycheck was keeping Membry out. Now we've got Membry in. So.
Well, I mean, sure, but Membry and McStay, they really should be expendable. They shouldn't be getting games just on any. There's no merit for them to give them games.
If McStay isn't going to ruck, like relief ruck, there's no point in him being there.
No, and you'd rather invest games in Steen at the moment. And look, it gets back to what we said earlier, that if you... Look, it really should be inevitable that if we do keep losing, that decision gets easier and easier to make. That you're going to have to start playing that next development squad, or what's the next generation of Collingwood looking at, with an eye on getting a better pick and an eye on who can we bring in to complement where we think we need.
This is what I'm thinking. As the weeks go by and we're playing shitter, and our forward line is dysfunctional and getting more dysfunctional. That's why I want to bring the young forwards in. I'm not saying we bring them all in at the same time, but one of these weeks, McStay or Membry is going to be managed, and we'll wait till then if we need to. But we've got to bleed them in. We've got to see what these guys can do. And
Good call.
Oh, look, I'm in full like I said it just before. Membry to start this year was part of our best 23. No doubt about that. But as the season plays out, and if we keep losing, like was mentioned, that's when you got to make the tough calls. And just to reference something Stu said up a few things ago. I'll just find
comments.
It. Yeah. What did he say? Oh, look, I can't find it, but he said, "Is West going to kick more goals than Membry?" Probably not, but that's not the point.
No.
So I get it. Membry good for a goal or two a game, but is that really helping us for the future if the season's cooked? I don't think so.
Yep. So what we're saying is, does West need to kick 1.4 goals a game? And let's remember, no. But if West comes in and gets 5 games and kicks 7 goals in 5 games, like Membry's done, it's okay, fair enough. That's not bad, for a young player, is kicking just over a goal a game, and we're getting experience into the kid. It would show that he can play a little bit as well. And let's say he comes in and he averages half a goal a game for 4 or 5 goals. Well, we've given him 5 goals. We've given him 5 games. We sent him back to the VFL, but we gave it a go, and then that would mean that Membry or McStay have been playing in the VFL. Maybe they build up some form in the VFL and they come back in.
I think what Stu said
just
right
if someone
as well.
if someone gets omitted, like a McStay or a Membry, doesn't mean that if it's the end of their career, we might need them again.
Yeah, I think you just got to have a patch of the year where you play West and you give him the opportunity at the very least. And it doesn't need to be at the expense of Membry, but Membry just seems like the obvious one. That's more the, that's more the angle.
Well, I think McStay is edging him out because he can ruck in the forward line and he gets a few ground balls and does a bit of, field kicking. Membry he is a lead mark player. He does that a couple of times a game, and that's all he does. When he kicks those 2 goals a game, that's valuable. We'll take that any day of the week.
Yep.
But if he's not, and it's 1 goal a game, and that's all he's doing, West could surely do that. At least that.
Yeah. My opinion's always been, for all Dan McStay's failings, for structure, he's an automatic selection. So I don't even really speak about him in terms of, dropping players and whatnot. I just think he's, as much as I just are extremely disappointed in him, I think he's just a lock in that forward line as long as he's fit. It's the guys around that you need to, they're the ones that are expendable, So, again, doesn't Membry getting dropped to get West in probably doesn't have to be the case. It just seems the obvious thing. That's all.
Well, they'll just, at some stage, they're going to manage both of those guys. And if we need to wait for that, great. But I would like to see West play this week or on Anzac Day.
Yeah,
I think
I'd hope so.
That would be give him a spell, as Stewie said. Give Membry a spell or manage him, whatever you call it, for a couple of games and get Westy in there for a couple of games. See what it can do.
Mm.
I would like to
Take
see
this
Paul
list.
too.
Or this list that we're trying to rebuild.
Well, that's the big problem I have with this year too, which I've said is pre-season is like, what was your aim from the year, Collingwood? Now, go back to last year when they brought in Membry and Houston. It was like they thought they had one more tilt to the flag. Okay, fair enough. I have no problem with that. But then this year you lose Myercheck and Cox. And Myercheck is still your best forward, tall forward. And Cox is still a better fucking ruckman than Cameron. So you lose those 2 guys. The guy you bring in is Jack Buller, who's like young and inexperienced. So what's the expectation, Collingwood? You couldn't win the flag with that list last year. Now you've lost 2 of them. Nothing's coming through. Are you still thinking you're in flag contention? What's the bridge between preliminary finalist and the flag? Because you've brought no one in. You have no youth coming up. There's no freak like Nick Stakos coming through. So how exactly are you going to bridge that gap? So if flag isn't the genuine belief this year, which I don't think anyone is it to just get experience in the kids? Well, if that's the case, why the fuck aren't you playing them to a greater extent? So I don't know what Collingwood actually expected of this year. You know what it feels like to me? It feels like they've said, okay, we've cleared the Grundy contract. Come the end of 2026, we're going to fucking go for it. But that just means that 2026 means fucking nothing. When I go back to the 2021 season when they lost Treloar, Phillips, and Stevenson, it was like, all right, you couldn't win the flag when those 3 guys are there, and they were all in your best 18. Now you've lost them. You got no one really coming up. Where do you think you're going to go from here? And it just felt like a whole year of, we know Buckley's going to go, we know Eddie McGuire's gone, it's going to be a transitional year. It's going to actually be a waste of a fucking year in terms of player development and all that sort of stuff, because we don't have the players coming up. So what's this year? And it feels like the same fucking waste.
But if you're treading water, and that's pretty much the message you're giving to any potential people that you're going to try and get into the club, you need to sell them a story about where the future of this list is going in the next 3 to 4 years, and we want you to be a part of it. You need to fit in here because we see all this happening. At the moment, all you see is decline. And each week, it's just more and more decline. And you're going to go and take that to Ben King and say, come be part of the decline.
Yeah.
It's going to be great down there. Well, you've been down the shit end for a number of years with Gold Coast. You're used to it, aren't you, mate? Come and help us climb up again. I'm sure this is the same rhetoric that he would have got internally for the last couple of years. And now they're coming good. You can be on there. I think I'll give it up for that money over there and be shit again.
Well, I'll break confidence to some extent. There's a player who didn't come to Collingwood who went somewhere else. And he went somewhere else because part of the reason was he just felt they had a better list. So I don't think it's going to be too much fucking Einstein to have to work out who that is.
Was it me?
No, I'm talking about the player. I don't know. Yeah, and you look at the young guys, like I said, I mean, who the fuck's knocking down the door saying, select me, select me, select me?
Who's he talking about?
I actually have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. I heard that when I heard the stream previous. No idea who he's talking about.
Is he saying that there was a player who we wanted and they didn't come to us because we don't have a good list?
Yeah, the only one I could think of was Jeremy Cameron, but that was like 5 years ago now.
Mm-mm. Yep. Maybe he didn't want to play under Bucks.
Yeah.
See,
Well, the rumor,
Go on.
the rumor with Jeremy Cameron was Geelong was always his priority anyway, but the only other club he considered was Collingwood because he grew up a Magpie, and I think most of his family are Collingwood. But I'm pretty sure at that time he was like still weighing it up. At the end of the day, he said, "No, Geelong have got more scope for winning a flag than the Pies." But I think that's too long ago, so I don't know who he's referencing. No idea.
Chris, you taking off, mate?
Yeah,
just said
I'll
goodbye.
see you from
Good night,
midstream
mate.
tomorrow. I'm going to bed.
Beautiful. See you tomorrow,
Good
mate.
night, Chris.
Thanks
See
for
ya.
coming on.
See ya.
See you, bud.
Oh, yeah, head off too, guys. I need to get some Zeds as well. Been fun, guys. Have a good one. See you next time.
Oh,
Go
Boomer.
Pies.
Good night.
Go Pies.
Go Pies. Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying about Cameron?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who would have been. Yeah, I'm not sure who recently we've missed on because they chose someone else. I'm not sure why I didn't say it, to be honest.
Okay.
Bolfo.
It's an indictment on the I wish we had him on the list. It's an indictment on the club where you look at, like, they brought in Ryan Steele as a mid-season pick, and here's another guy I just don't fucking know the purpose of.
No, it's got me scratching my head.
He's picked in the mid-season draft, and then he's playing regularly. So what's it say about the rest of the youth in your list where they can't get a game in front of a guy you just drafted? And then he's done it with Anderson. You did it with Ned Long, and I have no problem. Like, mid-season draft he's playing. What I'm just trying to say is guys who've just showed up are suddenly in the fucking side ahead of guys who've been there 2, 3, 4 years, which says to me that these guys who've been there 2, 3, 4 years aren't good enough and they're not up to it. If you could actually...
Or they're not being developed, or both.
Yeah, or both.
Actually had the resources to replenish the playing list in one hit, you would go through that fucking playing list. It'd be like about 15 cuts, I reckon.
Oh, yeah.
It would be like what Malthouse did when he took over in 2000 and 2001. I think between the first 2 years, or 99, 2000, the first 2 years, he cut like about 32 players.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of guys. I remember Peter Dacos fucking assessing the Collingwood playing list in the late 90s and just saying, oh, this guy has no fucking opposite side. This guy can't hit a target. What have you got him on the playing list for? It was interesting. One of the comments, which I'll just mention now, is they said that Derek Hine wanted to get Logan Mott.
Age, still hanging in there, mate? You want to keep going?
I'm here, mate. I'm full of beans.
Okay, beautiful. Just checking in.
But he was overruled. So they went after Di Matteo. Was like, why? What you haven't had a key forward since Travis Cloak? Why? It's the weird choices that this fucking club makes that really frustrates me, and it really makes me think. Actually, I'll fucking say this too because I'm just pissed off really bad. 1980, sure, it's the Hayford era. We lost 4 grand finals. And then the new Magpies came in and said, we're going to fucking drag the club into the new age. And they nearly bankrupted the club with exorbitant spending and stupid player recruits. And so from 86 onwards, they had to be really judicious in their player management. And they did a great job of rebuilding that side. They had the 1986 under-19s premiership team as the nucleus. They had Lee Matthews as coach. They had a guy you would never heard of as president. They win the flag and fucking all bets are off. And then they just become the loudest, most arrogant, stupidest club. The playing decisions are stupid. The coaching goes to shit. And then they finish wooden spooners. 2010, they win the fucking flag with a really young list. They sign a succession plan. Fine, I have no problem with that. But once you win the fucking flag, you should revisit that decision. Someone out there will go, but Malthouse signed the contract. So did Treloar and Grundy, and look where the fuck they ended up. And then what happens? You enforce this thing, which the players don't want. Dave Swan mentions there was a petition that the players wanted to start up, which Malthouse hosed down. And then Buckley goes, well, let's dismantle the whole fucking list. And then 2023, you win the fucking flag, you fuck off Ginnivan, and you start spending exorbitantly on small forwards. You don't seem to have great play management. You did that ridiculous thing in 2024 with the flag unfurling at 6:20, where all the fans were going, "What the fuck?" Every time this club wins a flag, they lose all sense of proportion, and their decision making just goes to fucking shit. And that's what it really feels like again. And someone will run and go, you're eating too much. Well, I fucking lived it 3 times.
I don't disagree with any.
This is what I'm saying. Collingwood supporters generally are happy being second best because guys like us, we grew up being second best. And but having said that, a lot of those those runners up, we had battling teams. We had battling teams that did well to get there. And so was like they mentioned, 2002, 2003, we were battlers. But in that around that 2010 period and around the 23 period, and also, could have been around the 2018 period, we could have got at least a couple of flags. So same with 99. So they're spot on. We are happy with going to prelims. No, I'm happy with flags. And you're not always going to win them, but we got to do everything we can to give ourselves a chance. And the fucking it up, doing stuff that's in our control, that's what annoys me. And we should we can't be satisfied with it. We can't rest on that.
I heard a saying a long time ago, and it stuck with me. And it makes perfect sense. Culture gets Collingwood to like grand finals, but you know what happens? You get found out on the day when you don't have the team. And this is referencing what Stu said a while back, with the 40 grand finals. I don't hang my hat on that. That to me, it's a bit of an embarrassment. We should have 25 premierships in the cupboard. You know what I mean? But the reality is battling teams, culture gets us to grand finals, but we only win them when we've got a great team. So that's why you just got to make tough choices sometimes along the road to get there. And you don't want to be making up the numbers. That's the thing. I'd rather miss finals and know where you're at as a club than just limp in and not have it. You know what I mean? So the last 10 minutes or so they've been speaking about the tough decisions. That's what it is. I understand that that's where supporters going to butt heads about who you drop, who you bring in. I get it, but I'm all about the tough decisions. I'd rather fucking lose knowing that we're putting games into the right people than win by a goal with like some battlers. That's just me.
100%. This year, if we make finals, it's a bonus. The main goal has to be is setting us up for next year and beyond, because there's a list of really talented players. Some are a bit more speculative than others, but some are going to be really good. And, Steen, Anderson, Swadling, Harrison, West, Saxena, McCarthy, right? So I've just listed off 7 players. They have a real future. Other ones who are a bit more speculative, Hayes, Rowan Steele, Reef McGuinness, and maybe even Parker. If you get half of those players that I've listed, those 12 players, if you get half of them become very good players, then our future's quite bright.
We'll never know if we don't play.
We won't know, but we've got to try. It's not like we're throwing spuds in there. It's not like, there's... So we have got depth. There's a lot of young players in our depth, but just give them a go.
Now, Matt, I don't know if you agree or disagree, but my brother's in a very, very, I wouldn't say left field thinker, but he's he looks at things quite deeply. And he said, you know why they gave McRae the extension at the start of the year straight away? I said, why? He said, because the plan is at some point of this year, it's going to be 5 or 6 players get dropped and 5 or 6 kids will come in and he's got his tenure secured. So there's none of the bullshit about, sacking him this and that, because he's locked away and he's got the confidence to play him then. And I said to him, I'll believe it when I see it. Now, obviously, we're still early in the year and we don't know what's going to happen and whatnot. But the longer the year's playing out, it's starting to the picture's starting to get painted. The problem is, I don't know if I trust this guy to go through with that, you know. But I want to get to a point where we just say we've got 4 or 5 spots on the list in the best 23 every week that are exclusively for like the development of players. So whether that's like you said, a Swadling, a West, even an Ed Allen, whoever it is, the 4 or 5 players every single week, you're going to have development spots in the best 23. And again, if that's at the expense of Steel Sidebottom and we see him off into the sunset, even Pendlebury for that sake, if Pendlebury says, I'm done, you know, this is the end for me, great. It would just add an extra legacy to their, or it will add the biggest, similar to like when Buckley fell and he saw it at the end of his coaching. He was doing what was right for the club. Similar to what Tony Shaw did when he was coaching at the end of his tenure. Sometimes these characters that are bigger than life at Collingwood can do things for us that set us up for another 4 or 5 years afterwards. Imagine if a Steel Sidebottom turns around and says, look, the season's cooked. I've gotten everything I've got out of my body. I want to play it. I'm going to retire now because I want a kid to be playing in my spot. It just adds to the legacy, and you just know how fantastic these characters are at the club. What I think now is we're going to get to that point very quickly. 3 or 4 weeks, we could already be there. And I know obviously Pendlebury's going to have his record-breaking game, and that's all fine. I'm talking about sort of the back half of the year. The tough decisions need to be made very soon. And I know it's going to be, a lot of people don't want to hear this, but this is the reality. This is how you set up for your next premiership. Don't worry about losing every second week and having opposition supporters fucking have a go at you. Who gives a fuck about them? You got to do what's best for the fucking club. Always.
Yep. Absolutely. Like, and we don't have to end someone's career. Like, there's been all this management going on over the last couple of years when it wasn't necessary and when we were playing well. Well, here we've got a lot of old players. Just give them a spell, as Stu's saying. Manage them. Just give them a couple of weeks off to refresh.
Yeah.
And put a young bloke in. We don't have to make 7 changes.
No.
Yeah, like you said, just if you had that 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. You go. No, you go.
Yeah, like you said, you get the 4 or 5 spots that are for development, and it's not like you're putting, apart from McCarthy, who is still very skinny and very raw, all of those players I mentioned, be quite confident they can come in and contribute. So
you don't have to win games. This is the thing. You don't have to win games if we're in a position where we're just cooked. Mick said it, and he's right. Now with the top 10, it might be a thing of you're never out of contention. But he also said we could probably even get there playing a few kids. You know? Like, it's a very real possibility that you bring in these 3 or 4 sort of younger guys that are, you know, you got more of a long-term view of. It's very realistic that you bring them in and you're still going to win enough games to bloody make the 10. It's just, I don't want to see the old guys struggling to make the 10. I'd rather see some new guys struggling to make the 10, you know?
Yep. Absolutely. We don't have to wait for 5 weeks and then make 7 changes. We can start doing it now, and it really won't affect our chances of winning. If Membry was to be given a rest and West comes in on Thursday, our chances of winning or losing aren't really changed.
Not at all, mate.
If you were to take out a Crisp or Lipinski and to bring in a Swadling or a Hayes, again, our chances of winning don't really change. No. Maybe we play worse, but we could play better. And the other thing about when you're giving young guys a side, it gives the side energy. Like if Swadling was to come in on Anzac Day, imagine just the energy that would get. They put him on a wing. So you're starting on the wing, young Sam, and plays a decent game, that will just energise the side. So,
Sometimes you need to take a risk for the betterment of the club. And Jack Crisp
absolutely.
is a great example. He's squeezed everything out of his career. He's got this amazing record, but he's fumbling now. He's not the
Yeah.
Jack Crisp we all know and love anymore. He's just the name Jack Crisp, but it's not the same player. So what are you really losing if you take him out, even if it's just for 3 or 4 weeks? What are you losing? You're not losing anything. He's coming to the end. Blind Freddie can see that he's declining. But you put in a young guy, even if, like I said, even if it isn't Ed Allen, who I don't think's up to it, but at least you've got a chance of saying, okay, this guy's got a higher ceiling. Let's try and reach it. You're never going to get him to reach it in the twos. I don't understand what people think that they're just going to be in the twos forever, and then you bring him in and they're going to turn into fucking Nathan Buckley. That's not how it works. In very rare cases, like Nick Dacos or something, like, okay, he can come in and have immediate impact. But for the most part, you need to give him the 10 games just for them to find their fucking feet. And that so you may as well give them the opportunity to find their feet while the side's in a transition period, rather than holding on to old guys who are struggling to get results on the weekend. To me, it's just so obvious. It's so obvious what needs to be done. And I know it's early in the season. I know it's not chuck the baby out with the bathwater stuff like Stu said. I understand. But I'm talking about the next month. I'm not talking about tomorrow night against Carlton. I'm talking about in 3 or 4 weeks' time after we get pumped from Hawthorn. That's going to be a big wake-up call for a lot of supporters, I'll tell you now. And I'm not a told you so type, but I'll tell you now, that night, if people then get the knives out, I'll 100% say I fucking told you so. Because that'll be the point where a lot of supporters will turn and a lot of supporters will say, hang on, this is a fucking shambles. So that's when they might realise it's time for a bit of change and a bit of experimentation.
Yeah. It's something that it almost needs to happen. Like, I see it. So we're like, if we win 1 out of our next 4 games, it's sort of like, well, okay. It's sort of like, okay, now they've got an excuse to do it.
Of course. Absolutely.
But I'll go back just the point that Stefanos put there. It could also go the other way and rejuvenate the side by fast tracking the regen. I go back to 2024 when we started badly, but then we just went on a run where we won 6 games out of 7, and we just got our season back on track. And it was when we had so many injuries. And then what happened after we'd had a win? 5 changes. All older players came in and all younger players went out, and we lost the next week. It was almost like the side just went, oh, okay, this is what we're doing. Now, they were all good players who came back in, but you really make that many changes, and you'll do it if you've been spanked to really send a message, wholesale changes. But that was the opposite of what we're talking about,
Yeah. It takes more courage to do it when the players aren't injured. That's a no-brainer. It takes balls of steel to turn to a side bottom, turn to a Crisp, turn to a Lipinski and say, you're going to spend a month in the twos when they're fully fit. I fucking get it. You almost hope for injuries in these scenarios because it makes it easy to do, But sometimes you'd have to make the tough decision on certain guys. And look, I don't want to be that fucking sack 'em all and this and that, because that's not how the best way to do it. The best way to do it is to transition it properly, just like you did in 2010 when you look to a Lockyer and very serviceable player, Collingwood through and through, and you say, sorry, mate. Does this guy, McRae, have the minerals of a malt house? I don't think he does. So the other alternative is you need injuries, and that
Mm.
might be the only way.
Yeah. It's it's annoying because it's not like you've got a guy. Okay, we've got this guy still side bottom, and he's in the top 3 players, but we've got to get him out of the side to bring in one of the new guys. He's not playing that well. Neither are a lot of players. So on merit alone, they could have a spell.
Yeah, that's the thing with Steele. Steele, like we were talking about last week or whenever it was, and we referenced it into the Woods podcast. Once you start getting to the point where it's like, oh, maybe play him here, maybe play him there, maybe don't play him at all.
Yep.
Like I understand he might be a real confident small forward. I get it. But you know who else could be a really confident small forward? Will Hayes. So
Yep. Saxena.
I'd rather play a Will Hayes in a position that he could potentially be a star in, rather than just find the spot for side bottom to finish his career. I get it. If you were fucking top of the ladder, I'd be saying you got to play Steele there, 100%. But we're not top of the ladder. We're 2 and 3, and we're staring down the barrel. So this is where you got to see if the guy's got the fucking guts or not. And Steele, I know, is injured, so it gives an opportunity this week maybe for somebody. But I can guarantee Steele will be straight back in the next week, which is fine. Again, it's fine. He might not be the one you drop anyway, because maybe his leadership in the team is the things that we don't see are super important.
Yep.
Maybe. But it still doesn't mean that he's not droppable. A lot of these guys have to be droppable come the second half of the year if we need to make changes.
Yep. And I think I'm of the belief that he could have played this week. And without, they don't want to say omitted, they can say managed or he's got an injury, and okay, same result. It's I was, you don't like to see someone injured, but when I saw Sidey's not playing, I'm like, that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Love your Sidey, but that's now giving an opportunity to someone else.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. And it is good that we've got no old plotters in the twos anymore, like your Coxes and Mitchells anymore. So you're pretty much forced to play a kid. So, it's not a bad thing at all.
Now, are you still watching Mick? Because I'd like to get an update about whether you're going to be doing the watch along for the VFL on Friday. So just comment in the chat if you are, or if Anthony's doing it. Did you watch the watch along Mick and Sean did the other day for the reserves?
I was down in Rye. I caught little bits and pieces of it, but yeah, it's a great idea. Especially when they're like standalone sort of games and they're at good times. Absolutely. So I'll be tuning in. I might be joining them actually Friday night. We'll see how we go. Depending on who does it. But
get on the special comments.
Yeah.
So I booked in my physio this week. Just got a bit of a sprained wrist issue I'm trying to recover from, but I didn't realize the Carlton Collingwood game was on Thursday, and so I've booked it in for Thursday, and I'm like, for like 4:30, which is the exact time the game starts. And I sent the physio a message saying, "Oh, sorry, I've got another commitment I've forgotten about. I can do Wednesday or Friday at the same time." They said, "Oh, we can do Friday at 4:30." And then I found out the reserves on. I was like, I can't change again.
Yeah,
so
that's just unlucky.
So what you do is you get the stream from the AFL website. So you get the AFL. So I had a split screen. So I'm watching the VFL stream from the AFL website or app, and then I've got Mick's channel open. So I've got the sound down on the AFL, and I'm just listening to Mick and Sean's commentary. And sometimes a bit hard to get the timing right, with the streams,
Yeah.
but it was really good.
Yep. No, all support of it. It's good that we've got these things happening now, because we've been we've been lacking really. Collingwood, for considering we're the biggest club, we've lacked a lot of this stuff on social media for a very long time. So it's good now that it's starting to ramp up, because it's one of those things that supporters need to talk. This is a forum that hasn't existed previously. Supporters need to talk, because what happens is, the club ain't watching, but if enough supporters are watching, it starts to get the ball rolling on ideas and things like that. You can't just let the club have free reign for what they do. That's why I love the Carlton stuff they do, because they're constantly putting pressure on their club. Constantly putting pressure on their club. We, especially if we find ourselves in a position where we're transitioning the list, we need to be critical. I'm not going to sit. I'm not one of those supporters that's going to sit here and say everything's sunshine and roses and we're in a granny every 3 years. It fucking means nothing to me. I'm sorry. I'm not. The ghosts of the past mean nothing to me. It's all about the next game, the next season. That's all it comes down to. And you need supporter groups like this. You need people willing to put their opinion across and not say everything's fucking sunshine and roses all the time. You need to be critical. McRae needs criticism. The media still might be blowing wind up his ass, but I'm certainly not. And I'll tell you now, 90% of supporters right now are starting to question if we're going in the right direction. Of course, there's going to be a portion that are like, oh, whatever, we'll get it right. No. That's not my view. You need to be critical along the way, because I'll tell you now, if we keep going down the path we're going, we're going to find ourselves in a position where it is a big rebuild. I don't want that. I'd much prefer the short turnaround, do it right, do it properly, get the right people, right players in, rather than the complete fucking disaster where you just play all the old players and at the end of this year you retire them all. That's worst case scenario.
So Mick said he's still not sure whether he's doing it or Anthony's doing it, but in any case, someone will be doing it and tune in. So how long has this got to go? What are they talking about?
It's an absurd thing that this club just loses. A flag is its instrument of self-destruction, not just destruction.
It's like that tweet I pointed out to you today. So there's Mick Cockering, who it's a parody account on X. Funny guy, he comes out with hanging shit on the other clubs, but he's very pro Collingwood. He's one of your true classic supporters. He had a post up today about all the shit being pulled on Collingwood at the moment, and then had a picture of the 23 grand final side and say, this is where they all wish they could stand, type of thing. And you're going, and someone replied straight away, more or less, I think, saying, well, Geelong 3-3, Brisbane 3-3, Richmond 3-3. Who's the other side one 3-3 inside of that sort of period?
Hawthorn's on the
Hawthorn,
4. Brisbane 3.
Yeah, Hawthorn might have been the other one.
Richmond 3. Geelong 4.
He said, you've won 3 flags in 67 years.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's queuing up to be envious of you. But that's the mentality that we carry.
Yeah.
That we do this fucking thing
about that all the time.
Once in 2 or 3 decades, and suddenly we're unfucking touchable. And I think the club's just as bad at propagating that. The
club's made up of supporters, so that's exactly what they're carrying over.
Well, it's there's a lot of nepotism going back into Collingwood too.
That's the thing we mentioned. Maybe these guys have been away long enough that they bring something. Like Tyson Goldsack, I love the sack as a player. Is he your forward coach now?
Yep. It doesn't show.
What is forward craft? What was he, like a champion forward?
We kicked the first goal in the 2010 replay. That's qualification enough.
And I love Goldsack, so I'm not criticising Goldsack. But maybe he's a fucking genius. I don't know, because, often the great coaches aren't necessarily the brilliant players. But, you have Shane O'Brien back, you have Matt Logan back.
Yep. It's just like, go back to the Collingwood well. It's where we're comfortable. And you think, well, you don't want that because you're not exactly bringing players in that tasted a lot of...
Yeah, Goldsack's not even a forward. He was a utility who mainly played back. And again, I love the sack. Legend of the club, but don't see him as a forward.
Tyson Goldsack's one of those appointments where you just you hope he's a genius at what he does because he definitely wasn't it as a player.
Yeah, I'd be going after just the type of player. I don't know if they're good coaches, but just someone like a Steve Johnson, someone like forwards who were just not, didn't look like an athlete, but just were so crafty as a forward. Anyway, who knows?
Who knows?
The success. Surely, the minute that McRae walked in, you had Bolton and you had Lepich, who clearly were fucking good assistant coaches, and we dominated. Then they left, and then Lepich is doing that. There was that transition year.
Well, that was the fuck thing.
Where everyone can have a job. You do this job, you do this job, you do this. You lost that connectivity. Well, because we're Collingwood, though. We'll get away with this.
Well, you win the flag, and Wright says, well, I'm out of here. And there's alleged conflict with Craig Hill. I think he's a fuck, People butt heads. He wants to leave. Jeff Brown goes, no, don't leave. Take a year sabbatical. So then you move...
what is it Bolton? You're off at Collingwood.
Yeah, you move Bolton and fucking Lepich into that role. So now you shift the whole football department to compensate for a guy who doesn't want to be there, and you break all the premiership line coaches. You'd think you'd probably keep those guys together and go, well, you won one. Maybe we don't change that. It's not like you had a lesson with Malthouse in 2010. And then at the end of the year, Wright goes, yeah, I'm still not coming back. And it's like, oh, now we're going to fucking formalise all these changes. Why didn't you just accept as part of the fucking evolution of the club? Okay, Graham Wright wanted to be a CEO and Craig Kelly's there. He's not going to get that job there. Give him your blessing and say, see you, Graham, go. We need to now think about our future. Who takes over from him? What do we do with our line coaches? What do we do to evolve as opposed to remaining stagnant? And they just make a lot of decisions which are really bewildering moving forward. And again, so you win that flag and you turn into a fucking cockheads. I'm going to come back to Collingwood in a bit, but what do you think of just Alston Clarkson fucking uppercutting his young player? Like he fucking just punched him in the head 4 times.
That was the one to egg him on, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, he sort of did that, yeah.
That was diabolical, though, giving Wright a year off.
With time, that's been a big mistake. Big mistake. So the story was initially Wright went to Brown and said, look, I'm thinking I want to move on. And instead of just accepting it, they've given him the sabbatical. And the whole time he was on the sabbatical, he was talking to Carlton. So he was still on our books, and he's talking to Carlton about that position. So that was a big fuck up in our club. Big fuck up. You may as well you should have cut the ties instantly, because if his heart's not in it, cut him free, and that's it. And at the end of the day, it's a mistake. It's not, can't dress it up any other way. You can blame Wright and say, oh, he did a shift. No. If he came to you and said his heart wasn't in it anymore, you move him on and you get the next guy.
Yeah. I just can't believe the board would have accepted that. Like, the board would have to sign off on that idea to give him a year off. Like, it's not like it's not like he'd had 20 years as the football manager, and then he's won 5 flags in 20 years, and you've earned a year off, righty. We'll pay you for a year off.
Yep. Instead, they just changed the whole football department to compensate his sabbatical, in which he was speaking to Carlton the whole time. So, very disappointing. I would have thought that Jeff Brown would have been smarter than that, to be honest. Honestly, he seems like a pretty smooth operator, that guy. Pretty onto it.
Businessman.
So, a lawyer as well, like 70 plus years old. So it's not like he's just some fresh-faced dummy. Like, he should have known. He should have known he was salty about not getting the CEO position. And, if his heart's not in it, instead of just trying to shift the magnets, you should have just cut him free.
Yeah.
Fucking come on.
Am I no good at the rant?
No.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
Well,
And there should be more of that, actually. This is men's sport. You want to get fucking people fired up.
I said in women's sport too.
The odd time you just come in and give fucking someone a hit and say, I want more from you, they'll probably respond rather than, if it's not too much trouble, and if it's not, could you mind just maybe getting 1 or 2 kicks? And if you don't, nothing, there'll be nothing said, but it would be good if you could do this.
And if I can kill me, I saw, I can't remember if I saw it by accident on Channel 7 or if it was on...
Well, if you're watching Channel 7, it would be by accident.
Yeah, I think it would have been. Like, I flicked off something. But you had Nick Rewalt and Kane Corns basically saying, I saw nothing wrong with that. Fucking the coach is spurring it. And Caroline went, oh, no, I don't like that. It's not a good look. And so I'm going to be really sexist here. The person who has no football experience, has never played in the club, never had coaches, is overruling sanctimoniously as per usual. The 2 guys who've got like 500 games between them, who've had these experiences, and they're saying, yeah, it's not that bad. It's not like he punched him in the head and said, fucking do better. And it really felt like it just, come on, not like he punched him like, oh, you're a prick, and just punched him in the head. It's really ridiculous. And carrying on with Caroline Wilson, you had Chris Scott talking about after the Easter Monday clash, that Easter Monday clash is better than the fucking Anzac Day clash. I think out of how many Anzac Days we played? 30. There's been about 3 good matches, and the rest have just been shit. That Easter Monday one, which is
this one could be good though.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But Chris Scott was asked about the wild card entries. He goes, it's just a cash grab, and he was sanctioned by the AFL
for telling the truth.
And when they asked Jimmy Bartell, he said the same thing on whatever show he's on. And then on Lance Franklin and Shane Crawford's podcast, they said exactly the same thing. It's amazing the people with the football experience who have probably a greater insight into like what's happening on field are constantly overruled by the fucking administrators who've never got them out there. Yeah. And then Caroline Wilson was like, Lee Matthews brought up, he just laughed. He goes, he told the truth. What's the problem? And she was trying to say she wasn't defending the AFL viewpoint, but she really was. What do you think about the wild cards?
It's a fucking cash grab.
It's a crock of shit.
It is a crock of shit. And this is like, did we talk about this last week? Because I'm about to go over the same rhetoric. This reminds me of fucking kids' sport where you've got the lower tiers who don't make the finals getting their own little shot. And so, like, everyone gets a go. Everyone's going to get a medal, everyone. And you go, well, fuck, if I finish 9 or 10, what's going to be? Is it going to be 9 versus 10? Do we know whether this is going to work?
Yeah, why go above and beyond if you're going to be gifted the fucking spot anyway?
And what it does is, well, we need this bye round so everyone gets fresh. So, we'll fill that because they're going to play it in that week, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's not for sale until it is. So Kane and Gillen and Kane, what's it? Laura Kane and Gillen the Dillon. Batman villain, is it? The Gillen? He came out today, or she came out today because she's pretty switched on, and said that no, it's wrong. It's not for sale. And then I'm pretty sure she said no this week because if someone come and they're just floating this because they want someone to come along like Amazon or something, because if you notice at the moment every fucking streamer's going out and buying sport,
and pro wrestling.
Amazon's got nothing. So let's just say Amazon in Australia want to come out and say, okay, we'll buy that final off you and we'll give it a trial, and it'll fucking rate its nuts off over on Amazon, and they'll go, okay, well, maybe we should give more money to the AFL, which is what they fucking want at the end of the day. They're taking an offshoot of the final structure, playing a nothing game, which will have no impact on the fucking end result, and they're giving it a bit of a trial by fire to see who wants to throw money at it.
Yeah.
And that's what fucking Scott's called out, and he has to apologise for telling the truth.
Actually, I know he's got the reputation as like a bit of a whinger. I actually really like him. He's the one guy who will come out and say things that point out the AFL stupidity. The one I really remember was a couple of years ago, I think it was, when North was going to get a priority pick. And he was going, you can't.
Who's he talking about now?
The priority pick, North Melbourne.
And someone is commenting on it. He said that someone had an opinion on it.
I missed that part. What was said?
Hang on, let's go back a little bit.
Yeah, go back.
and he has to apologise for telling the truth.
Actually, I know he's got the reputation as like a bit of a whinger. I actually really like him. He's the one guy who will come out and say things.
Corns, maybe.
Today,
Yeah.
they're taking an offshoot of the final structure, playing a nothing game, which will have no impact on the fucking end result, and they're giving it a bit of a trial by fire to see who wants to throw money at it.
Yeah.
And that's what fucking Scott's called out, and he has to apologise for telling the truth.
Actually, I know he's got
Chris Scott?
the reputation
Chris
as like
Scott.
Chris Scott?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
a
Chris
bit of a
Scott.
whinger. I actually really like him. He's the one guy who will come out and say things that point out the AFL stupidity. The one I really remember is a couple of years ago, I think it was, when North was going to get a priority pick. And he was going, you can't judge them on what their playing list is now because they've had so much talent come in. You're going to have to judge them in 3 or 4 years. But you're giving them the reward now for being bad now, which is just natural. So he was
Did
like,
he have to apologise for that?
he probably did. But, you know,
Do you think he gets up in the morning and just has 3 apologies before he brushes his teeth?
I don't know. I think he's in a movie with his brother called Twins.
It's like I'm looking into a mirror.
Comments. Demon Badger.
Who?
86. I always ask what other teams would Lipinski get a game for.
Well, Sandringham, Brayside under 12s.
So do we all, Sly.
I don't know. I just want to really qualify this. I don't give a fuck who gets the game if they earn it. You got to be sent down sometimes. It's never happening.
No, and that's the frustrating thing. Because he doesn't do anything to deserve his spot. Often enough.
He's near the All-Australian squad this year, though.
Yeah, like there was a moment on the where rather than take a hit, he fucking handballed the ball in front of him to the boundary line. It was just him and one other. Maybe do some fucking work. Maybe try and sidestep, shake the guy. If you get caught, I'd have a little bit more fucking respect for you. But just getting out, nah.
I don't mind when players take the game on and they get caught because it shows me they're trying to do something. When I get pissed off is if like they are taking the game on when there's 19 options in front of them. But you don't see Lipinski. Lipinski's he does his best work when he's out in space with no one around him.
In space, no one can hear Lipinski scream.
Yeah, and then back 86. The intro is pure cinema.
Is it? I thought it was AI slop. We choreographed that for minutes.
Months.
Months.
With Lipinski.
With Lipinski. And not once did we touch each other.
Yeah.
All 3 of us.
Just so many comments I can make. Sarah Donahue at Spook was trying to channel Hines' quality work the 2020 AFL draft where he selected Finn McRae 18 instead of Max Holmes 19 and Liam McMahon 29 instead of Shannon Neal 33.
What a strike rate he had.
The guys taken by Geelong have become beasts across the comp in their respective positions. Gun on baller and big strong KPF powerhouse. That Neal's look good, yeah. Kicking goals from 50 metres out. Guys taken by Hine both delisted by Pies and already failing at the second clubs. Would you take it? And Michael Heher says Hine wanted Morris according to the Sacks podcast, but was overruled by whom? I don't know. Probably fucking Eddie Maguire.
Was he around then?
No.
Well, we can't blame him.
But
was it Xander Maguire?
He's got a lot of power still.
Who? Yeah, Xander Maguire.
Do you watch WWE?
No, do you?
Yeah, I know. But do you know like how Vince McMahon sold the company?
Yeah, I do know that, yeah.
But apparently he still had a big say in their booking. So that's probably Eddie Maguire just sitting there.
You're something, McMahon.
Oz, I don't know. Sorry, Ant Briggs was top 3 in 2024.
What's he going to say about him next week?
I don't give a fuck about what someone did in 2024. Is he 2 years away?
Apology accepted, though, Captain Nita.
That's a good one. Magpius X. There's no getting around the fact that old players, subconsciously or not, try to play bruise-free. The game raised our collective concerns. It's going to be a long, cold winter of discontent. It's all beautiful at the Pies, Magpius.
If there was
ever seen a sandwich? Hey.
If there's a threat of being dropped, then they might be a bit harder.
Yeah. Spot on, mate. When you know you
love the show. Just
That's it. That's it. Wow. Why would I go into that contest and I could possibly get hurt? Why would I do that? Because you get dropped. No, I won't.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Commenting post Brisbane game. Most Congs.
I'm not going to mess up my hair.
Supporters have slammed me for this thought bubble, but hear me out. I am coming around to the idea of Nick Dagos going to Tasmania. In the last year, I have started getting bad flashbacks to Collingwood of the late 90s with Buckley as a star. It became Buckley or nothing. Collingwood couldn't win without him. Anyone get the feeling now of Nick? Yes. And we can't win with him now, too. So we've gone another level. I remember how long it took Collingwood to build a team that wasn't all about Bucks. I don't think it is healthy for a club or Nick. The club needs to rebuild. Is the value in the savings from Nick going into Tasmania, or I'm just talking crazy? I would seriously consider it if it's going to take a prolonged period to rebuild a team around him, and you're just going to bash this kid for the next 4 years.
Look, obviously you'll know better in 2 years' time when that time comes, whether it's the right decision to make or not. I mean, obviously your heart says this is a once-in-a-generation player. You do your best to keep him.
Lipinski.
Which generation? The beaten?
Easy beats. Sorry. That
I think you know just why.
I handled wide.
Now I've lost my train of thought.
About trading Nick out once a generation player in 2 years, we'll know.
Yeah, so obviously you want to retain him. Your heart says you want to retain him, but if look, you look back at those Buckley years towards the late 90s where he was carrying that fucking side week in, week out, and we were just going down, 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 down. What's the point of it all? You know, if you love someone, set them free, as Sting said. It could come down to that. I'll hate every second of it, but if you're going to build something, you're not going to build it with one bloke dominating. You're going to have to sacrifice that to get three. You'll get 3 first-round picks.
Oh, easy.
So it comes down to I went to function late last year. I think I talked about this, and Gary Ablett was there, and he just said that he was happy at Geelong, and every time Gold Coast came knocking, he was happy at Geelong. But he goes, the number just getting bigger and bigger, and he goes, there just comes a time where you look at the number, you're going, I have to now entertain it. And I think once that mindset changes, you've probably made half the decision about do I stay or do I go. That could happen to Nick. It could be. And I think, look, there was 2 shots. Well, 2 things I'm thinking of. There was a single shot used in one of the articles where the players were coming off the ground. Most of them just looked like they were walking off the ground. He looked dark. He was pissed that they lost that.
Yeah.
And you think, why doesn't the rest of the fucking club coming off, all those playing group, come off with that same fucking darkness about we snatched fucking defeat from the jaws of victory in this game.
Yep.
Sure did.
They didn't win. We let them fucking win. And that should have pissed them all off. And he was still burning when he did the post-match interview after the game. And I think he all but named McStay and Schultz as, key reasons why, that we just didn't go on with it. You kick those 2 goals, fuck, it's a different ball game. But I remember sitting there thinking that I think when Freo kicked those 3 goals in a row.
Who are they talking about? Is it Pendles?
Yeah, I think so. Was it?
Doesn't matter.
It wasn't even the fucking 3rd goal. That first one was done with such conviction, and when they backed it up, I thought, no, this isn't. We're not winning this. Yep. And I just sat there, and you think, well, the passion to cheer has gone out of this game for me because I'm just going to fucking sit here and watch the inevitable. My middle son, he's a chip off the old block. He's tapped me on the leg. He goes, "Can we go?" Because he doesn't like sitting there watching the losses. He said the Cricks or a strip joint. He goes, "You know any good ones?" Maybe you should mention me. So you can't believe everything, son, you see on a security camera. So it was just like you could feel, because it was a funny crowd to gather around because it's a fucking mishmash of everyone. We didn't dominate with the numbers we normally do at a crowd, but you could feel a collective flatness. And what irked me is when Freo kicked that 3rd goal and they were surging, the fucking crowd was going ballistic cheering. And that just wasn't the 6 Freo supporters there. It was everyone who came to watch Collingwood lose. Yeah. And you sat there and going, well, this is what it's coming back down to now, that we aren't going to fucking hold these games out. We aren't going to find a way to win like we're used to seeing. We're just going to just give in.
Let me ask you something. You should have mentioned him. Sorry, Billy Frampton, awesome game.
Oh, fucking fantastic!
That last kick to Elliott was a bit of a slide.
Well, you forgive it, but
did I imagine? Because I'm watching on television. Did McRae throw him forward at the very end? Because he seemed to be like at full forward for a little bit, or did he just run down there as part of the zone?
I don't know. I was looking up strip joints on my phone.
I just found that really interesting. Anyway, well done,
Did he throw him up?
He was up there right at the end, and I wasn't sure whether he just ran down with like everyone went down there, but he was right there, and it felt like, oh fuck, he's done the Darcy Moore switch. But the thing I really loved about Frampton's game was he went for a few marks, and I thought that's great. I want to see him back himself more.
No, he was phenomenal. He's like a boy. He's having a great year.
Yeah.
And you know what? Do you really need Darcy Moore to come back down there now? Because defence isn't too bad.
Defence is good. No, I'll try.
Do you think maybe throw when Darcy Moore comes back, he might want to go on the forward?
Could he really displace a member of himself?
Fucking hell! I could.
Well, one is that's
lucky Stu's gone to bed.
He will come back.
Well, he seems to be having fun he's still up in Adelaide, I think.
I saw like an interesting thing on Instagram with Gary Lane just talking about the from last week, talking about Darcy Moore and Nick Dacos, just saying should be more of a fuss about. Moore obviously did an injury, went off, couldn't kick in the change rooms, and then they put him back on and he couldn't kick, and they kept him on there when he had a soft tissue injury. And the Nick Dacos one, it took him until 20 minutes before the game to call it and go, well, I don't think he's probably going to play. Because there should be more made of this, like a professional organisation making these.
What a bunch of clowns. God, please, someone's done a hamstring injury. Take him off.
I know.
Because a 1 or 2 week where it's just a hamstring awareness, a slight strain, it turns into a tear, and then it's 3 weeks minimum. Come on.
We were in control of the game as well. I just don't understand the mentality behind it. It's not like it was a bloody prelim final and fucking get out there, mate. We were in control of the game. It just seemed so not necessary.
Yeah. I just feel this club gaslights us whenever they have a chance.
You think? It's fucking. There's enough evidence now.
It's like that. It's like they watch these shows and goes, "Oh, I'm going to give them something to laugh about."
Give them content.
Give them some content to talk about.
I don't know. I found that really interesting. But like Billy Frampton, like we've always been big fans. Well done. I forgot to ask you, what do you think of Gavin?
The funny, I mean, look, I the pre-game show on Friday night, they had the, I don't know what they showed on Channel 7. They had the lasers going there and had all the whole grounds covered in lasers with logos and stuff.
Were the lasers attack the Sharks?
Yeah, it was good. And then they blew up Alderaan with them. It was just fucking really impressive.
So that laser show was Pat Lipinski running that, doing laser kicks inside 50.
He wasn't playing footy, so he might have been.
Well, now I understand. I'm gonna give him a
I'll
let him off now. Too busy doing the pre-show, the pre-game entertainment.
Exactly.
It's one of the best openings to a game that I've been. Like the atmosphere was pumping. Yeah, like I said, you walked into the ground and you're walking around to your seat and that sort of thing. It was my first time at Adelaide Oval. It's a magnificent stadium. It's just a shame they couldn't finish that fucking bit at the end. Did they run out of money on the hill? It just looks like a big fucking paddock that was joined to a great stadium. I'm sure there's reasons for that involve South Australian cricket or something. But I don't know either. I don't really care. But it was just
you mentioning it.
But you were walking around and it just wasn't your normal sort of game. Like I said, there was just supporters, colours everywhere. Hawthorn, Brisbane, like it was just like a real, stupid word to say, but like a gathering of people that love footy.
Did you run around so there can be only one?
Did
you take anyone's head?
I went down to the car park afterwards. I was
Fazil, wait.
Because people were saying, where you're from? I said lots of places. So that was good. My eldest and I, we got up next morning and thought, we'll go to another game. So we just went into town and got tickets for Essendon and Melbourne because I thought I need a laugh after last night.
You actually commented on that game too.
It was very, very interesting. I think, the funny thing is when you think you're bad, you watch an opposition team, you go, oh, geez, things could be worse. But we'll get to that point. Yeah, look, I think, but the funny thing is like, you go and watch Collingwood, you're invested in that game, obviously, as a supporter. I often find when I go and watch a neutral game, that unless I've got a fucking multi on it, it really doesn't hold my attention. Like, I'm watching it last night, and the next day, again, it's pretty shit. But then Essendon blew away, and they started playing some good football, and Melbourne collapsed into a bundle. It just wasn't a great spectacle. And I left that game, and I'm thinking, as good as Gather Round is, I think you'd really like. I think they actually had a shit fucking round of selections for games to play. There was no marquee type games. Yeah, probably out of all of them, the Adelaide Carlton one ended up being probably the most interesting to watch. But if you had some really good games going into it and you had tickets to it, you would enjoy travelling around and going to the specific games. But the two I went to, I walked away going, well, I can fucking do this anyway.
I had no interest in any other game. It didn't help that Collingwood got beaten, but they were rubbish games.
Yeah, they were. I only watched the Collingwood game and the bloody... What other game did I watch? The bloody Richmond GWS game, for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. Blockbuster.
It's just, yeah, I think they let themselves down this year. But to be honest, the weather wasn't great in Adelaide for that weekend either, so it all contributes.
Yeah.
Weekend in Melbourne. Yeah. I can go and see 4 games probably on average. It's not that big a deal. But yeah, look, it was good. You know, my eldest said, "Oh, can we do it again next year?" And I said, "Well, watch Collingwood lose." "I'm sure we will, son."
Should we do it next week? I know. I think it's crock of shit. So let's go promote the game in South Australia, where they've had 2 AFL clubs for 30 years. We need to grow the game there.
Look, it's very different from what you're normally used to. I don't know whether the novelty will wear off eventually, but it wasn't terrible. It wasn't the best thing I've ever been to, but it was. I'm glad I went.
Helink Pie, team in progress, fans in progress, working class lives in progress, war in progress. Suddenly the most important thing of the secondary things in the personal life find me indifferent and cold. Suppose I have to give importance to the primaries again, and this has to do with the dignity of the person who is in progress. Love you guys. It's a little bit too intellectual for us.
Yeah, it's like Tennyson.
I thought it was going to be signed Trump.
It was the worst of times. It was the blurst of times.
Ashen Prison. Somehow Palpatine returned. Sorry, wrong shit show. We can't get that fucking bad.
I'm glad there's another shit show we can be compared to.
I believe he's taller than you, sir. Fuck. No Nick, no Collingwood. I think we knew this is how it looks like. Somehow we need a gun mid to partner with Dacos. A gun intercept and key defender. We're going to have on Houston. A gun intercept and key defender to partner with, then replace more, and a decent forward to lead the attack. Well, you're speaking too much sense. Would you rather have just 3 small midfielders? In that order, in my opinion, we'll need. I totally agree. Yep. We'll need to get extremely lucky in the draft and/or free agents. I hear all those sort of players, they lurk in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s.
What, the decade or the draft?
The draft of those decades. And you know, the beauty of if you got someone from the 70s, they'd be about 90 years of age now, which would fit our fucking list profile.
That's exactly right.
Can we do this? I can't see it happening. I'm worried that we'll waste Nick's best years. Massive concern for a lot of people.
Yep. And
I don't know if we can do this in the draft because our draft strike rate has not been good for quite a while. So, yeah. Magpie Army Chronicles. C-grade mids apart from Nick. 5 years to get or develop another A-lister to accompany him. And that's the big thing about going to the draft. It will take time for those young guys, and the bigger the guys are going to take longer. All contenders have at least 2 A-listers in the mid-mix. Yep. We have one, or we have worth like 1.5. This is from Facebook, because this is interesting, so I left this to last. Mark Ferguson. Great rant. The club seems to have fallen into the exact malaise that bedeviled the club a few years ago. Totally agree. Gifting rights position to first Bolton, then Lipic without process. Yep. A football head who doesn't appear to be keeping an eye on the overall picture, overpaying the coach and ending up with a substandard assistant panel. And that was a really big thing when they appointed him. They wanted to make sure that McRae had like some senior experience around him. A lack of development. a coach selecting favourite players like Long or Lipinski because of their attitude, signing players to long-term deals instead of trading them out when their value is highest. This club is in for a world of hurt the next decade. And then in response to his comment was Rob Rene Victor. Sounds like the end of 2021. We were bottom 4 for the next 3-4 years. Chill out, people. Rob Rene Victor, at the end of 2021, guys like Pendles and Sidebottom were 5 years younger. And then you had someone called Nick Dacos coming onto the list. So I don't know if I remember, I'm going to put up a list of what our list looked like in 2021 with all the outgoing players. And that shows how poor.
Wow.
Yeah. They made tough calls, mate.
Mm.
Like, this is the reality.
Yep, you've got to do it.
They made tough calls. So this is the position we might find ourselves in at the end of this year.
Yep.
You know, you sometimes you just have to accept that what you've got's not going to take you any further. And I think it's obvious for all to see, but it's how you go about it and what players you get rid of, and that's the most important thing. Not to just hang on. You just have to be smart about it. That's all.
Yeah.
That's why we turned it around so quick.
Yeah. Yeah, look what Melbourne's doing. Melbourne just went, nah, let's just restart this and look at them.
That's it, mate. And I know people are saying, oh, look, we were all talking up Melbourne and they just lost to Essendon. Yeah, they're still developing, but you can see the trajectory.
Yeah,
like, they're not going to win
played
the
some exciting football.
this year.
They can kick
They're not
100
gonna win
points.
The flag. Yeah, they're not going to win the flag this year, but they've made tough decisions at the right time, and even the coach, where they've said, nah, what we had isn't working. So you trade them out and you get the value and you go again and whatever. It doesn't matter. Like I said, a few years ago when we got Laruda like Trelaw and that, people were up in arms about giving him away. Yeah, but it was the right decision for the club. There's no point holding him just because. If it was the right decision for the club, you do it. And that's the same thing. If it's the right decision to drop a Jack Crisp, you do it. If it's the right decision to move on a side bottom, you do it. If it's the right decision to bloody move pieces in the forward line because it's just not working, you do it. You just have to do it, mate. You don't worry about backlash or criticism or 50% of the supporters that don't like the decision. It doesn't matter, mate, because you can guarantee those guys will be there next year. They'll be supporting again. You just have to do what's right always.
Yep.
Our drafting has been and the list cultivation. Now, going into 2022, again, Nick Dacos in that side, and you got to believe he fucking appreciated the fuck out of it.
Oh, yeah, shit.
And then you go to 2023, and you can't underrate Tom Mitchell. I know he wouldn't be up there with the Lockie Neals and all that. This guy was still a Brownlow medalist, a great defensive midfielder, and a guy who'd put his head over the ball and feed it out. Here's one of the key absences now. Now, I'm not saying specifically Mitchell, the player. I'm talking about that role. That's what they really need. If you go back to 2010, remember like when Luke Ball came on, and he was like a Tom Mitchell type. And the thing with Luke Ball, because we're talking about value, Luke Ball was picked 2 in the draft, and there was a period there where that draft was Hodge, Ball, and Judd, and there was a period a couple of years later where they were speculating, well, who would you have taken that at number 1? Because all 3 of them were just fucking firing. And Ball came down to the pack because he had really bad osteitis pubis.
Yep.
But he was still a genuine quality footballer.
Oh, fucking nice.
And he would feed the ball out to guys like Thomas and Pendles and Swan. So you could get those guys who are runners or classy users like Pendles and get them on the outside and feed off it. So I think that's a key component that's missing from this list.
Oh, massively.
They've tried to get Long to do it. Now he's not doing it as well. And it's very obvious now, which I said a little while ago, that they've told him you need to handball more because his stats are now so heavily skewed toward the handball.
Oh, he's a tackling beast. That's his number one wood.
But the thing is, you need someone who's going to be able to win those hard balls and feed it out and let Nick run. And, you put someone like that in there, and then suddenly the Joshes and the McCrearys, they look a lot better because someone's given them the ball and they can just run off those side bottoms and all that. So comparing 21 to now is a totally different thing because the list is in a totally different position. If you go back to 2022, Nick aside, who are the young players that we've brought in but are now part of this team's future?
None of them?
No, well, Ned Long, potentially. He's the only one. Everyone else was there prior to 2020, or prior to McRae. You had guys like Quainer and that who were coming up, but who's really come in and said, I'm going to be part of your future? I can't actually fucking think of one. Now, we might be missing one or two. I mean, Frampton's obviously a trade who came in a little bit later. But I'm talking about like guys who went to the draft, and you go back to that draft, we talk about the McMahon, Poulter, Finn, McRae, Ollie Henry, all these guys. They should have been part, well, not necessarily those players, but the drafting from that draft, we should have got a few hits that were part of our future that we could build a foundation on. Total misses. So,
yeah, we botched 2021.
Yeah. If you look back at
yeah,
you go.
I think it was McCreary, and when he was our last pick, that was the only one who's been any good or that's still there.
Yeah.
Or was that the year before?
Not sure. No, I think it was that year. But yeah, if you look back at 5 drafts of those years, it's just misses everywhere. It's actually really poor reading. But that's not the excuse for where we find ourselves now, though. I understand that there should be players there, but out of that
it doesn't help though.
But no, it's because at the end of the day, it could have been development too, for all we bloody know.
So, do you think we can trade some players?
Well, who's got value, mate? That's the thing. McCreary, I've heard mention. I think Mick mentioned it last night, and I said, yeah, okay, he's got a bit of value.
McCreary, Adelaide like McCreary or Port.
Yep.
What about Quaynor?
I think he's too important and still got lots of footy ahead of him. He's got high value. I probably would put him in the category of untouchable. That's just me, though. But if you had to make tough calls, he's definitely a guy you're going to get great value out of. That's
what I mean. You get, it'd all come down to what someone was willing to give you.
Yeah. I think he might be
get a top 10 pick.
What
if you get a top 10?
Yeah, you're gonna get a first round pick, high first round. You're gonna ask for him for sure. He though is one of those guys because he's still youngish. He's sort of maybe the wrong guy. That's all.
What about Houston?
I think, unfortunately, it would be a Christian Petrarca, Clayton Oliver situation with him, where you'd have to pay a portion of his wage and just take a second rounder. But he needs to come good this year. If he doesn't get anywhere near the player he was at Port, it might be a thing of, you know what, this just isn't working. Let's see if we can, move him on.
Yeah. God. Cameron, we missed the boat with Cameron.
Missed the boat big time. We've done it with 2 ruckmen now. Missed the boat with Grundy and missed the boat with Cameron now. If someone's coming to you with like a first rounder for a ruckman, I would, unless he's Max Gorn, I'd probably be taking it most times.
Well, everyone else is sort of everyone else is sort of too old to trade. or they're
right.
too young and sort of speculative.
Yeah. Yep.
No one's going to take, like Lipper wouldn't get a game.
No.
Lipper wouldn't get a game in any senior football team in Melbourne.
No, absolutely not. Lipinski's in the same era as like what Will Hoskin Elliott was for us, where he's got some use to us, but zero use to anyone else. And Lipinski's a rung below that even.
DeGoey.
Yeah, missed the boat with DeGoey as well, I think.
Yep.
Look.
Yep.
It was the right decision to probably keep him when he was out of contract. It was probably, with all the information we had then and there, it was probably the right decision to hold him. But yeah, no value, unfortunately. Especially now that he's like, end of last year he would have had value. Now I think that's gone.
Okay, so the club's obviously had this conversation, and now that it's late in the night, and I don't think there's anyone who'll get too triggered in the chat, but we'll certainly find out after I say this. Is I think they might, if they haven't decided already, they're about to tank.
Yeah, look, I think it's still too early for that, but I said on Mick's stream the other night, I think these 2 weeks will tell you everything you need to know about this season.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be very, very insightful. What's going to happen? I'll tell you why I'm raising this thing. Okay. Now, if he was to start, what they're worried about for some reason, if they were to start just playing kids like they should be and resting the Crisps and the Lipinskis and the side bottoms, then all the AFL media will go, oh, they're tanking, or like they've just given this year away. Okay. But if they don't do that and they just use shit tactics, then they come, oh, well, you're playing all of our senior players. Like, it's not like we were giving all the kids a go, sort of giving them an out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. No, you're right.
It's sort of like when the time comes to play the kids, it's like, oh, well, we've got no choice now. Look, we tried our best. It's now 2 and 8. Now we're going to have to play the kids. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, you did. Yeah. You were doing everything you can, because the media won't look at his tactics. They'll look at, well, they're just too old, you see. They're just all too old. They had no kids. The kids aren't any good. Now they've got no choice. They've got to play them.
Yeah. Look, I sort of don't give a shit what the media say about it. I just want to know if it's the right
The club
thing.
does, though.
Yeah, the club does. You're right. Yeah. Look, if it's the right thing to do, you got to do it. Like, it's just, I'm big on that. Like, I don't care. We've all got mates of the Carlton supporters, Essendon supporters, whatever supporters. I don't give a shit what they say if we start losing games. If the club is worrying about like external noise, that's a worry as well. Like, who cares? If it's the right decision, you just got to start doing it. I'll tell you now, Matt. Where's Mick? Where's his fucking vault? If we lose to Carlton, and look again, they've been sneaky good this year. Not good, but they've been sneaky competitive this year.
Yeah, patches.
If they come out and beat us, I don't care what guys like Stu say. The knives are going to be out. I don't know what I'm not sure the angle of, oh, no, everyone's going to say it's Dandy and Rosie. No, there's going to be big fucking question marks on the club. Big time. Because people are just going to turn around and say, hang on. What's going on here? They're going to be 2 and 4 with old blokes in the team. What's...
Yep.
I promise you the knives are going to be out. It's obvious. I don't know what other angle you can
and
look
the narrative,
at it with.
Yeah, and the narrative will be, oh, they've got no kids. That's it. Where we're like, I don't care if we lose if we're playing the kids. If we're getting
Obvious,
Westy
mate.
in there and we're getting Swadley in there, I don't care. But what shits me is losing with old guys who aren't playing well.
Spot on.
That's what
How
fucking
obvious
shits me.
is it? It's so obvious. If you're losing with old guys, why are you playing old guys? You may as well play kids and lose. At least you're building. There's nothing more frustrating when you're a senior football team, which we are now. We're a very senior football team,
Yeah.
and they're still not getting the job done. What's more
Yeah.
frustrating than that? Nothing is more frustrating than that. Especially if you're playing a team that's got a few young guys and they take it up to you and you get over the line by a goal or something. That's not like a awesome victory. That's oh my God, that Hawthorn team, for example, look, they're all 24 years old and they got within a goal of us, for example, you know? And then bang, look, within a year, they've overtaken us by a mile, mate. They're in the stratosphere and we're nowhere to be seen, you know? This is the reality. People need to get through their heads. If we lose to Carlton, and even if we bet Carlton, there's still, in my opinion, won't change unless we bet them by 150 points. My opinion is not going to change. At least a team like Carlton have realised, okay, they might be in a position where they moved on Kerno because they realised that what they had wasn't going to get it done. I feel like we might not be at that point yet. We've still gone into this year maybe thinking we're half a chance, but it's going to be extinguished real quickly. And if it's not this week or next week, it's going to be midpoint of the season. And that's where the tough decisions need to be made. It is obvious. Don't even for a second think that, okay, we scrape a few wins and then come up against Hawthorn and whatever happens there, nothing changes. It's still going to be the same conundrum come the end of the year, finals or not. If you haven't put games into the kids, you're going to be in a worse position than what you would have been going with the old guys. So you just have to. It takes courage. I get it, and a lot of supporters don't want to see it. But when you get to my age and you've seen the cycle, the cycle of how AFL works, where, okay, it's all about timing. And if you get the timing wrong, or you think your list is better than what it is, that's where your biggest issues start coming out. And like Boomer said before, I like Membry, he kicks goals. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But he's not the future. And then Stu was mentioning, oh, but you can play West and Membry. Yeah, you can play West and Membry. But to get West in, you need to drop Membry, you do it. If that's the only way you're going to get West in the team, you drop Membry. I understand you can play them both, whatever. But again, you're on a hiding to nothing. You're better off just, okay, if we need to get West, team meeting. All right, we need to get West games. How do we do it? Oh, you can do this, do that. No, the most obvious thing is you drop Membry for West. That's the most obvious thing. It's to me, it's just, you can overcomplicate these things. And again, if we were top of the ladder, it's different. It's a completely different conversation. But we're not top of the ladder. We're bloody whatever we are, 12th. So this is the reality. There's just really tough decisions that a lot of supporters don't want to think about. But you lose to Carlton, the knives are out. Don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, it's a nervy couple of days. I'm not looking forward to it. We've just got absolutely nothing to gain in these next 2 weeks.
What are you gaining, mate? You get a result against Carlton, what happens? You know?
Stays the same.
I'll ask you. Nothing changes because you still got the old guys, you got the result.
Yeah, that'll be, you know what? It's worse if we win.
Yeah.
It's worse if we win because that gives all the older blokes another 5 weeks.
Yep. And that's the thing.
That'll buy Lipinski 10 games.
There's always that 1% of me that's just like, maybe it can work, maybe it can't work. But when you when you start thinking like that, you're cooked. In 2023, I felt like that. I'm like, oh, maybe this can work, because we're getting such the close results and that. And you're like, oh, there's half a chance. And then we started playing some okay footy and whatever. And you're like, oh, there's half a chance here. This year, that's like virtually almost extinguished, So
Yep.
What are we doing here?
Yep. I just hope that once, if we, like I said, we win like one out of our next 4 games, or even worse, we lose 4 in a row or something, that they just don't keep extending the bullshit. They've got to just go, right, we need to, this is the time, righto. Let's just really cut into this side and let's just go for it. Because, like in that 2024, we were like all thinking, oh, this is crap. We were like 1-4 or something.
Yeah.
After that first gather round. And then we just went on this roll with all the kids.
Yeah.
So, but then we snuffed it out by dropping 5 of them. So you can turn it around with an injection of youth if the youth are good enough. So, but if we just if this goes on for 6 or 7 weeks, then it's just like totally gone.
We've got the Pendlebury milestones, the cloud that's hanging over the club at the minute, which is fine. You have to acknowledge it. You have to do what's right, all that sort of stuff. I get it, but I feel like that's maybe the tipping point. You know what I mean? That could be if after that game we're like, let's say 4-6, 4-7 or something. That could be the tipping point. That could be the end. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't want to sound morbid, but that literally could be the end, where they just say, all right, well, this is it. Sidey, Crispy, few of these guys, it's it.
Yep. You're now depth in the 2s, and you're gonna teach the young kids.
That's
and
it.
We'll let
you
you know
want
if
to
we
be a
need
true
you.
Collingwood great? You want to be a true Collingwood great? You want to go down in the history books? You go back to the 2s, and the real supporters will remember you, mate. The real supporters will remember the guys like Tarkin Lockyer, who, back to the 2s, but didn't fucking no sooking, nothing. Clubman, mate. Certain guys like that, champions of the club. In 50, 60 years' time, the story will be forgotten, but the people that were there, they remember, mate. Don't worry.
Yep.
They remember. We don't win that premiership without guys like Tarkin Lockyer being in the 2s, mate. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we'll put up that list if I don't forget. But I think it's a totally different thing from this season to 2021.
Yep.
And 5 years on, so guys like Pendles, he's 38. You're going to think he's going to be there until he's 43. Well, there's a fucking good chance with the way this list is. Against playing Carlton this week, and a few people have said, what's his name? The former Port Adelaide coach.
Hinkley. He said that he can't see Carlton just going in as fait accompli, they're going to lose, that they'll have a sniff that we're very gettable, and I think he's probably right. The Blues performed reasonably well against, Adelaide's iffy, but they did reasonably well against them. I think they'll take something out of that, and they'll bring it to it won't be an easy win if we win.
I think the interesting thing is, I'm going to go back to the Elliott thing about, we've got players got shit off their chest. I'm really curious if that liberates to some extent, and it elevates them in some way, but they can't go in with the same side and the same makeup. You can't go in and fucking banking on Membry and McStay.
No, you
to be your 2 key forwards. I would, like I said, I'd rather play Elliott as full forward and just play him as the leading full forward. I'm going to go back to the Brisbane game. What pissed me off, because we're shouting this, is that Alex Pearce killed us. Why McRae didn't do what he did in the grand final with Billy Frampton, where he said, go on Harris Andrews and just nullify him? Why he didn't say to McStay, I don't give a fuck if you don't kick the goal, just take this guy out of it.
Yeah.
Run him away from the fucking goals. That, again, was another sort of really poor coaching move that I thought cost us. And you should look at him, because he, especially in that last quarter, he killed us. it just really, really short-sighted coaching. And there was a game contested on Denver. Anyway, against Carlton, you got to change it up.
Yeah, but we won't.
No.
See you, Ted?
Yep.
We all know. But we won't.
Yep.
Like the whole like Anthony's the whole moving the magnets just turns into this. Like people get confused. Like a poll will go, oh, well, should Ed Allen get a game? Should Lucky Sullivan, or should it be? And people like the polls are just skewed because like, is this what should happen or what Fly will do? So
Spot on.
because it's I just get on there and say, hey, this is meaningless. This exercise, like just say what we think should happen, and who and then Fly's a lucky dip.
I should mention that to Anthony. You should do a supporters team and who Fly will pick.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I fucking hate losing to Carlton. When the last time they beat us?
23, the second time.
Was it?
When we had that little slump.
Not that far then. Look, I guess the benefit of losing this game is there's no avoiding it. It's the fucking writing is blazing on the wall. It's like this thing. You can't run from a Carlton loss. Would I wish them to lose? Fuck no. I expect them to get out there, look at the fucked up game they had last week and make amends. We were talking about this earlier on, that you can't go back and undo what you've done. You can only fix what's ahead of you. And you go out and you fix this Collingwood and you fucking bury the Blues. Yep. You put them back to where they are, which is Shitsville, and you remind them that they're fucking shit. You lose every fucking other game for the year, but you win this one.
Yeah, my feeling is we'll win this one and lose Anzac Day.
Yeah, Essendon finished that game exceptionally well. I don't think that's
Pies. I haven't been to a game of football in over 10 years. Do not lose Anzac Day. Okay, that's all I ask. I'll tell you what. I'll trade you. You can let Carlton beat us, but don't let the Bombers beat us because I'll be there.
Yeah, you're not back on the basis of maybe a half of football. But, when you do have performances like that, it generates a lot of self-belief.
I think it was Darren Broden was saying that if you look at Melbourne, they beat Gold Coast the week earlier, then they had that comeback win against Carlton, so maybe they just were sort of up and expect that flat one for a young side. But anyway, talking about Carlton, look, I'm going to go with, after our team meeting and all that sort of shit, we're going to come out and win the smash and end up winning by 33 points. I think they're still vulnerable when the pressure's on. But McRae does have to look at some of the changes.
Yep, definitely.
Final thing I should say to you, you met one of our fans at the game.
Yeah, we had a good chat with a bloke. And
what was his name?
I completely forgot to ask his name. He knew mine, but I just assumed that I'd know his. As it turned out, when I was thinking about it later, I didn't. So look, if you're watching, you said you watch it religiously, which is good. You watch it on his knees, you think, with a cross, a crucifix. No, he's a top bloke, so it was good to meet him. But if you can just drop your name in the comments so we can give you a shout a bit more than we just did. It was good to meet you.
And this will prove if he actually watches.
Oh, that's it.
Because he might have went back to his life and said, I fucking told that tosser. Now I'm going to go watch this good work.
Because he tapped me on the shoulder and goes, "You're puke, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah."
Yes, how did you know? Yeah. She just vomited all over him.
He goes, "You do a YouTube show with a dickhead?" I said, "Not just one." And that fucking bird, what's it doing?
Bit harsh on Chief. Chief has his own distillery.
It's a good distillery too. You should give it a try.
Cabina, yes.
And while you're out there typing on there, you can go to Ko-fi.com and buy us a beer.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Any final thoughts? Did I hit you record?
Oh, fucking I hope you have, because I'm not saying all this shit again. Just fucking win this week, you players.
Totally agree. Anyway, like, subscribe, leave comments. We read them. And share us with friends and even enemies.
And Swedish friends, if you got them.
Yes. And we'll see you
in the funny papers.
Well, short turnaround, so we'll see you maybe a little bit sooner than expected.
Yeah, well, we'll work out where we get together after the Thursday game. But we'll as soon as we can.
Yeah. All right, later.
Okay. Thanks, Sly and Spook. Enjoyed that.
Sensational, mate. They're the two guys. They've been doing it for a long time now, but they're the two guys. Like I said, there's no fucking wind up anyone's asses. That's what I love about them.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's just I find it a bit depressing watching their stream sometimes, but you need a bit of need to get realistic, and certainly brings you back to earth. But no, they're really good, and
look,
really
yeah.
I'd say they're like as good as anyone in mainstream media, better because they actually have real knowledge about Collingwood. So, yeah,
that's the
good
thing,
stuff.
Mate. Look, that's the thing. They get criticised a lot because they're hypercritical, but that's the whole premise of the podcast. They're blowing wind up asses. If it's warranted, they'll do it like they did with Frampton there. You know, everyone there's not a Collingwood supporter that doesn't think that Frampton's had great start to the year and he's been integral in that defence. So they give the credit where it's due, but they criticise where it's due too. They don't miss. So you need that. You just need it.
And there's no what I really like is there's absolutely no sugarcoating it. Like they'll just go, okay, this guy's shit. He's done this and he's done that.
Yeah.
And others will criticise. They'll go, oh, look, he's been a great servant of the club and da-da-da-da-da-da, and this is a guy, and blah, 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 blah. But you don't need to do that. Like, we know Crispy's been a great servant of the club or whoever they're giving it to. It's like they just go, this is the way we see it because of this. So they'll make a call and they go, well, it's based on these facts.
Yeah.
So
they're not making excuses for people. That's what I like about them.
Yeah,
they don't make excuses for people.
That's right.
Like Chris was shit. There's no, but 2 weeks ago he played really. No, he was shit. We're talking about this game. He was shit. Like that. Yeah. That's what I like because it's like, if we keep going on past sort of performances and stuff like. You're getting nowhere, mate, because you may as well it's a perfect example is the Lipinski laser passes inside 50. Show me where he's done it. Show me.
Yeah.
Oh, but Lipinski does laser passes inside 50. When? What? Round 16 last year? Come on. Like, what are we doing here? You just got to judge them by week and their performance, and that's it.
Yeah. That's all we can do. But see, that's like
Pretty
the point
much,
we're trying to make about Membry. Membry is handy if he's kicking 1 or 2 goals a game. And when he gets his opportunities, like if he's kicking 2 goals a game, that's good. So but then his accuracy went off this year. So I'm not talking about last year. I'm not talking about over his career. This is what's been happening this year for 5 games.
Spot on, mate. Spot on.
So,
I understand Boomer's perspective. I understand Boomer's perspective. I get it. We're not kicking goals, and he's a guy that's fairly accurate and reliable. Yeah, but this year he's not. And this year we're not kicking goals. So, what am I missing?
Yeah.
Okay, previously he was a dead-eye dick and he kicked goals. Yeah, but this year he's not a dead-eye dick and he's not kicking goals. So what are we doing? The only one that makes sense is a McStay because when you're going into structure talk then, where it's a structure conversation. Membry's not structure. You just got to judge him by his output, and it's been poor.
Yep. Like not all things are equal.
But not all things are equal. That's
Membry
true.
needs to be kicking goals every week. or at least averaging a couple of goals.
Yes. He's not taking clunkers on the wing. He's not relief rucking. He's not able to go down back. He's not able to give you anything else other than lead, take a mark, convert. And the GWS game, where he played really well, is not the rule. That's the exception. They had a weak lineup. So you may as well just take that game out of the when you're judging him, you may as well just exclude that game. Judge him when we're playing teams like bloody Brisbane, when we're playing teams like Hawthorn, you know, fair income teams. That's where you got to judge these guys. Don't judge them when you're playing nobodies, mate.
Undermanned
I'm
GWS,
sorry. I'm sorry. It would be like saying, let's put a VFL in, let's play Port Melbourne this week. And Membry will kick 6, and everyone says, wow, he's kicked 6. No, that's awesome. He should be kicking 6 against fucking Port Melbourne. We're going to judge him against fair income opposition that we're going to come up against come finals time. And a good example of that is the Brisbane game, where nobody fucking performed. So that's everything you need to know. Don't worry about, we're not kicking goals and he's a dead-eye dick. Yeah, means nothing to me. I'm sorry.
Boys.
Hey, Mick.
The great Mick.
You guys, I'm telling you, you guys saved my ass during work because I've been fucking listening the whole time, and it's just been an absolute treat, man. It's just been great. And
cool.
I've been listening from the Stew days to the
Boomer.
From the Boomer days, yeah, mate. There was that period where when Boomer, Stewie, and you two were on, it was gold, man. It's just the character like Boomer and Stew together is just fucking gold.
I was getting hammered from pillar to post.
Yeah. It like Stu's different in the chat than he is on the live.
Yeah, he is. I've noticed. Yeah.
But,
and
that's
Boomer got a bit fired up too, mate.
Yeah. He's getting triggered. He's getting triggered about Membry being dropped.
Yeah. Look,
but that's what happens. You get emotions. You get emotional about the sides. Some people get emotional about the side in general, and the coach or certain players, and it's an emotional thing. Like we all get emotional about Collingwood in some form or another.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot more emotions too, mate.
These next couple of weeks. Hey, have I ever picked a good time to come back and watch my first game in over 10 years?
I know. And they're up and about. Fuck, they're out of nowhere. They're up and about. You know, fuck me dead.
What about the Carlton streams? There's 2 different streams, and they've got like 200 people watching each one of them.
Yeah,
maybe there's more.
That's the thing. The shitter you are, you probably get more viewers, but
yeah, because people need to go and people need to get it off their chest and have a rant.
Yeah. Rocco's asked me to come on the jumper punch tomorrow, so I'm going to be on that from 7:30, and then after I finish there, I've got to fucking start mine at 9. Fuck. Then I'm gonna, and I'm going to try and get him to come on mine after he's finished with the Forever Rivals thing. So
that'd be cool.
Yeah, I will see if he can be a bit spiky sometimes. We'll see how it goes. If we have we've had a few fucking arguments on air and stuff, So if it gets a bit spicy, I don't know. He'll probably tell me to go get fucked.
But that's all right. At the end of the day, it's all good in good fun, So.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
What do you think anyway, Mick? What do you think about the conversation?
It's been riveting, man. It really has, man. Like, you can't beat it's deep fucking Collingwood talk, yeah? It's fucking great, man. And the good thing about it is, like, look, our channels are fucking small, man, and we go deep into it, yeah. And all right, I don't want to say anything bad about all the other channels, but a lot of it's just fucking yeah, Collingwood, blah, 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 This is deep shit, man, And I'll tell you what, man, the sad thing is there's so many diehards out there that don't know about this shit, man. That what we're doing,
Yeah.
Just long form fucking deep talk, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the people who find it though do appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Like
Fucking
for those the 5 people who are watching now, like Stephanos.
Yeah.
And
but you had a good long run where it was going up to 20
like
or something.
10 people.
Yeah.
It was, I think, 17 at one stage. So that's about, apart from after Anthony gave me a plug, then I might get 25 or something like on the match day. But to put on a random stream at 11 o'clock and have 17 people watching, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's fucking like 2 a.m.
Yeah. That's the thing. We just haven't had this. I've said it for so long. It's for the amount of supporters we have. We had very minimal voice actually in terms of like out in the social, like Facebook pages and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's different. They're just puff pieces, But stuff like this, we've been lacking,
And it's it's uncensored. It's unlike there's no filter here, man. We can just fucking talk what we think, man. Don't have to impress anyone,
Yeah. No sponsors to worry about.
Yeah.
So you have your, like, when you're at work, you've got your Bluetooth on and your headphones just working away?
Yeah, like I work in a big I don't want to mention it on the internet, but like where I work and stuff, but it's just a big company. It's like there's a lot of machinery and stuff, and I got my fucking headphones on, and as long when we work the night shifts, there's no one really fucking kind of like watching over us and stuff. So we're kind of, as long as we get the work done, it's all good, and I can listen, and I can't talk obviously, but I can I got my phone there. I can fucking comment away. Yeah, so it's all good. So yeah.
So you like jump on in your lunch hour or smoko or something like that.
Yeah.
Is that what you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the whole time I'm at work, I can listen as well. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, you make it go faster.
Absolutely,
oh man, it was a godsend, man. Because it's pretty boring work, and it was a godsend, to be honest. Fuck.
It's made a big change.
Yeah. So Thursday's game, man. I've been listening to you, and like, it's kind of like, win or lose. Like, all right, let's say we lose. Yeah, we lose. It's kind of like a blessing because, finally shit hits the fan, and we can get these fucking changes that we're calling for. Yeah. If we win, it delays those changes, but we just beat Carlton. So there you go.
Yeah. For the proper supporters, it's a win-win scenario, because if you win, you're beating Carlton. If you lose, it's okay. Maybe now this is the point in time where the club can. It's easier for the club to make some tough calls,
Yeah. And that's what I'll say to Rocco tomorrow. He's going to try and get under my skin and say, you're a shit, blah, 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 blah. And I'll just tell him, like, yes, we are shit, Rocco. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
But and I'll tell him, mate, there's a silver lining for both fucking scenarios, win or lose, And I'll tell him, I'll tell you one thing, mate. Fucking we'll be back up there fucking contending before you cunts. So.
I noticed what he loves is he's what he's very good at, Rocco, especially in that Forever Rivals, is he loves a jab that you can't really respond to well.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. But he's very I've noticed he's very good at giving a jab that's very hard to like respond to. So you end up in like no man's land a little bit where you know, you're just like, oh. So you're right. The best thing to do is if he says, "Oh, you guys are shit," you say, "Yeah, we are shit." You're right, mate. That's the best way to combat him, I've noticed.
Yeah, and like he doesn't like it if you go hard at Carlton. He fucking takes it personally, mate. Like when we beat him once, I remember saying to him, mate, fucking Cripper's overrated and fucking he's a shit captain and all this sort of stuff. He went off his fucking rocker, mate. And then he gives me a text later saying that he was only fucking around.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's for the performance kind of thing, you know.
Of course. He's very good. He's very, very good at what he does, mate. He's all those jump punch guys are
the whole concept's good, mate. You know, just long form. They sit around, a bunch of mates, and fucking, you know.
Yeah.
One day I'd like to kind of like replicate that, but he's always accusing me of trying to copy him. But I'm saying, mate, I'm not a threat to you, mate. I'm fucking tiny, mate. I'm just a tiny little drop in the
ocean. Yes. You say yes, I am trying to copy you.
Yeah, I told him straight out.
Well. You bloody do it well. Bloody oath.
Yeah. But the way he's worked it out, it's like a whole fucking like a network kind of thing, man. He's got one bloke doing watch-alongs. He's got another Sunday show with David Rees-Jones. You know, he's interviewed so many fucking. If you look at it deep into his channel, he's interviewed so many fucking old Carlton players from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
So he's really he's he's banned from the club. He can't go into Prince's Park. Yeah. Because
now I like him. Now I really like him.
Because word got around that he was fucking criticizing him, and he's not welcome there. You can go to the games. You can go to the games, but he can't go to the actual fucking club or to watch training or anything. Yeah.
Oh, that's
man.
How bad is that? Yeah.
And that's because he's always fucking bagging the coterie groups and all that shit. Yeah. He's always fucking. And those fucking cunts, they're so fucking up themselves. You know, who the fuck's this guy? You know.
Yeah, that's why we're lucky that our club's not under the thumb of coterie groups.
Yeah,
because that's what happens when you got too many power brokers. That's what happens. They just do stupid things like that. Yeah. We're very lucky that we're more of a working class club, so there doesn't tend to be that oversight, you know, and no, you can't come here, you can't go there. There seems to be less, but yeah, Carlton are bad at that.
Yeah.
Even the thing they did with Sam Doherty, like bloody hell, like he's just all right. Maybe the swear words and that, but you just ban him from the club for 5-6 weeks. Come on, like grow up.
Yeah.
But
I guess interesting what the Collingwood rank guys were saying. Just about I mentioned it like the latter part of last year, all the shit that was going on, just the combination of things, mate. The Bobby thing, the contract talks, the fucking Fly saying, "Yeah, we've qualified." They all just added up, man. And despite all that, we fucking nearly made a granny, mate. You
know. The Bobby Hill thing, I think eventually it'll all come out, but I reckon that must have had a bigger impact than what we thought. Something must have happened there, like that's bigger than what's sort of come out. They've been very good at keeping everything in house, Collingwood, but especially the Bobby Hill stuff. So
and like
I don't know.
You know what? I heard you say just earlier as I was driving home, I was listening about DC. We missed the boat because who was it? One of the Western Australian teams were offering first round picks for him.
West Coast, yeah.
Were they? Yeah. Would you have still taken that if? Because we didn't really know what these new rules how they'd affect him. and they've obviously had a negative effect. But would you have still taken that regardless? And we had no, we would have.
It's hard to say.
No ruckman,
it's hard to say, right? Because we didn't blood Steen last year like we should have done.
Yeah.
That's the issue. That's the issue, because if you blooded Steen a bit earlier, and I believe Sean when he said all last year he was ready. I believe him. So, but you just wouldn't know. Look, it's probably the right decision to keep him in the end.
Yeah.
You got to look at it from the club's perspective. It's probably the right decision, but it doesn't mean that after the fact you can't say, maybe it would have been a good decision. I just don't know. It's one of those tricky ones. But you're right. Right decision to keep him for sure.
And you're right when you said, Matt, the club gaslight us so much, man. It's fucking hell, man. So many. We can fucking write down a whole long list of perplexing fucking decisions, whether it be game day shit or just fucking club shit or selection. It just goes on and on and on, man. Some of the stuff, it's like, it just baffles, man. What the fuck is going on, man? Obvious shit, man,
And do you
Steve,
know why?
fucking play the kid, man. 50%. What the fuck, man?
Some of it's more subtle and other stuff's more obvious. But the reason, it's a bit like the world we live in today, like the shit that's going on, most of the public have got no idea what's really going on in the world. But to the people who do have a bit of an idea of what's going on, like less than 10%, they make it obvious to them that they're fucking around. So it's almost like most Collingwood supporters are, they're, do you know what I mean? They not that they're not critical, but they just always want to be on the side of the club. They want to side with the club. By that sort of side by side stuff.
Yeah.
Now I want to side with my club, but not the people who are running with it if they're not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
So some of the stuff they do is just so obvious.
Matt,
it just annoys me that other people don't notice it.
You know what it is, Matt? 60-70% of the supporters, all they care about is they just want to see the best possible team Collingwood could put out on any given week and win the game. And that's it. That's all they care about. And then once the footy's over, they might not even think about footy for the bloody week until, the next game rolls around and it's the same thing. I just want my best 23 players out there and I want to see them win. That's all they care about, which to a certain extent, we all want that. Of course, we want to win every week. But when you start digging deeper and you start looking at the problems, only a few selective supporters go deeper. You know what I mean? Most people are just happy being on the surface. But that's why you need stuff like this, because you need critical thinkers. You need people to question people. You need someone not to, tell you all the time, Crisp is sensational and I love society. Like, it just doesn't help anyone, that sort of stuff, So you're right. They're expert gaslighters because that's how you make your money, mate.
Yeah. Fuck, Crisp, mate. He's like, the ball's like a fucking bar of soap to him these days, man. Fuck me dead, man.
It's funny because I saw a training clip. I don't know where it was, but he was as clean as a whistle on the training track. And I'm like, they must see all these things. He's as clean as a whistle. And then it just gets the game day and the fumbles come out,
Yeah. I've always hated when someone says someone's training the house down. It's like, come on, man, Finn McRae's training the house down.
Yeah. Bet he's doing the same thing at West Coast too. Bet he's training the house down at West Coast.
At least now we know he was never any good, mate.
Yeah.
If you can't get a game for the bottom team, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. that's the thing. I know a lot of people last year were saying you've got to try and give him a game, and then he got injured and it all fell to bits. But yeah, very, very obvious that he's not up to it. And yeah, so lucky. He's one of the guys we're lucky we didn't just hold on to for that extra year or so, you know.
Who are we talking about? Checkers?
Finn
Or
McRae.
Yeah.
Oh, Finn McRae.
Yeah, he can't get a game at West Coast, so we know he was fucking shithouse. You know, some people talked him up. You know,
It's the thing. You become a list clogger real quick if you don't make tough calls on guys like that. You know, that's just the reality. And as much as a lot of people would have loved to see Stevenson back, and there was a bit of chat about that, you know, same thing. See,
you can't even get a kick at Coburg, mate.
He couldn't get a kick at Coburg, but he tried out Port Adelaide, and they were like, nah. So that tells you that, you know, they're going to be another lowly side, and they saw no use in him. So it's just, it is what it is. You just, certain decisions we make fantastic, like guys like that. We make fantastic calls on stuff like that. But then other stuff we're just sort of nowhere near it seems. But yeah, selection's the big one anyway. That's going to be the theme this year, I think. It's just selection, and when it actually becomes required that they have to make tough calls more so than just opinion, you know. I think might come quicker than a few of us expect. But again, you just want to beat Carlton, you want to beat Essendon, and go from there. But you know, also like you said, Mick, it's not the worst thing to lose to them. I hate saying it, but it isn't. It isn't the worst thing.
Fuck, guaranteed. Sully plays up.
He'll play.
Guaranteed, mate.
Yeah.
Come on, fly, surprise us, and just pick Hayes, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah,
I'm just having nightmares of like Cameron starts in the ruck.
Yeah,
they just kick 5 goals in 10 minutes.
I can just see it. I can see
straight out of the middle.
Because you know our midfield, like we've only got Nick, so they're gonna start with Cripper, fucking Walsh, and Jagger Smith, who on their days, you know, if they have a good day, all of them, then we're fucked. You know, Pito's gonna fucking beat Cameron in the tap outs. Around the ground, Cameron will have him.
Isn't he a similar player to Cameron?
Yeah, he's a concrete boots, and Cameron's got him around the ground. But Cameron will either lose the tap outs or halve him. And Cripper will be getting buried in there. He'll be inspired, and Walsh on the outside and Jagger Smith on the outside. And we've only got Nick, man. Long, hopefully, you know, you never know. Anderson might fucking step up again for his second game in front of a big fucking MCG crowd. Our defense,
the kid. Yeah,
we've got him in defence, but you know, then their defence has got to, you know, Wiedering's going to. Although McStay had a good game on Wiedering last year, but I can't see it happening again. And like it was weird because I was listening to their chat, the Jumper Punch stream, you know, before yours, and they're so fucking negative. And I was getting stuck in the chat saying, you know, I'll swap your McStay for Mackay, and they're saying we'll take it, you know. Then I'll go fucking. I'll throw in Lipinski for free. And they're saying we'll take him. You could take fucking Ollie Hollands and shit like that. We're kind of like, you know.
I was saying today, do you want Fly? Do you guys still want Fly? I said what? I said, I'll tell you what, we'll package it up with Moore and Lipper.
Yeah. You know, I was fucking shits me in fucking Fly's presser. Why are you going to talk about Voss? Oh, he's me mate. Care for him. But fuck that, man.
Who cares?
We've got our own fucking dramas, mate. We're going to worry about that cunt. Fucking hell, man.
He's such a David Brent. That's the sort of thing that David Brent would say. Oh, I'm friends with David. I'm friends with Michael Voss.
It's deflection tactics. That's what it is. Because they've got a quota of minutes they obviously need to put up there, and the more time you can fill it with fucking fluff like that, the less time there's any hard hitting questions or anything. That's just all that junk.
Yeah, I reckon they talk regularly, Voss and Fly, about how to do that sort of shit. Like when they got beat the last game, not the one before Adelaide, was at North Melbourne, and Voss spent nearly 5 minutes talking about Good Friday charities.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
And this week, Fly goes into the whole that heartwarming stuff about we had I don't know who the ex-player was. Was it Shane Wakeland maybe? Gave Anderson his jumper. Oh, isn't it great? We get a young player who comes in and an ex-player, and it just warms the cockles of the heart. And that's real. And just fucking get on with it, Fly.
No, he loves that line. But that's real line he loves.
You would have loved for Fly just to say, fucking, there's a few boys in the team that I got my eye on that need to step up. Stuff like that.
Absolutely. How good would that be?
Yeah.
I've got my eye on a few of these boys because we're not performing, and we're maybe looking at change in the near future. Mate, I would fucking stand up and applaud if you ever had the fucking balls to say something like that. You know, because at least then your casual supporter knows. It's like, oh, okay, good. They're seeing what we're fucking seeing. Right now, I sometimes think, are they seeing what we're seeing? Like, you've got that doubt. And I know they're not going to give you everything that you want in the media. I get it. But even if they just give you just a crumb of it, so at least you can be like, oh, okay, yep, all right, they're seeing what we're seeing,
Like an honest coach, like we're always using Mick Malthouse as an example, but like a Mick Malthouse, he would have come out and said, okay, so in the end, we lose in the last kick of the day. We lose by less than a goal. But it's just not good enough. We kick 5 goals. That is just not good enough, and it's never going to cut it. Yeah, we're happy with our defence, but I'm sorry to our supporters. You are not going to get that type of performance next week. That's not the Collingwood club that I want to coach, and I'm sure that's not what the way the players want. And we're going to put our heads together, and we're going to get it fixed as soon as possible. What does Fly say? He comes out and says, oh, we did enough to win that game.
Yeah, 5 goals.
Supporters don't want to hear that stuff, mate. Supporters don't want to hear that stuff. They do not want to hear about how good things are when you've kicked fucking 5 goals for the game. I'm sorry. Like,
exactly.
You can say
that's what I'm saying.
You can say we were close to winning, and we should have won. You can say all that junk, but at the end of the day, you've kicked 5 goals for the match. How many games are you going to win by kicking 5 goals? Like, I would almost go to the point of saying you will never win a game of football kicking 5 goals. So, what was our inside 50? 60 plus in the end. So 60 for 5 goals. Come on. Like, if that's not telling you that the things are shambles, nothing will tell you that.
How did it go from the first half of last year, where we had the best percentage of every time we go inside 50, we'd get a score, to the worst? Like, within a couple of weeks, kind of like the trend fucking just inverted itself,
We've swapped McStay with Checkers. That's it.
That's it, huh? It probably is, man. Fuck it hell.
It is. It probably is. But you just got to deal with what you got now, and you got to make the best of the situation. And I just don't see this mix doing anything. Like, it's just going to show again. Like, okay, well, if we pull out 10 goals against Carlton and win, for example, the problem's still there. You've only kicked 10 goals for the game. Like, I don't know. It's really just not working, and I don't know why people would want to persist with it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Now, Mick, if I was to, do you guys want to keep going?
Oh, it's up to you. I was gonna. I just come on because I thought they're still on, so I thought I may as well come on. I was gonna go to sleep. I was gonna go to sleep soon, but yeah.
Okay.
But anyway,
well, I'm just gonna chill. If I was to go backstage, and you guys have had enough, you can just leave the studio, and would that automatically end the stream if we've all left the stage, or would I have to end the stream?
No, you'd have to end the stream yourself. So if
fine.
you left this on and we came off the studio, it would still be running on YouTube with just the bloody.
I could break the record, get like a 12-hour stream going.
Yeah. But look, I'm probably.
I'll wrap it up. I'll
get
going in a minute. So if you want to call it, that's fine.
Yeah, call it, man. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. We're gluttons for punishment,
mate. I've got a long fucking night tomorrow, mate. Fuck.
Have you? Oh yeah, you've got the pre-show.
Yeah.
The preview.
Yeah.
All right.
So what's the itinerary? The itinerary. We're going from Mick on the jumper punch to, is it straight in?
Look,
or what are you doing?
He told me to be ready at 7:30. Now I'm assuming I don't think I'm going to be on for the whole show. I want to talk about the other games. But he usually calls me when the Collingwood bloke Manny can't show up, and he usually calls me. So I did it last year once where I stayed the whole fucking show and I had to fucking talk about all these other shit games, and I'm like, fucking hell, man, I don't know anything about fucking Gold Coast and all that shit. Yeah. So
do they review all the other games or preview all the other games?
Yeah, they talk. Yeah, they go through them quickly, but they mainly focus on the big four games. Yeah. So look, I'm assuming I'll probably be there from 7:30, probably for about half an hour to an hour, and then so that'll make it 8:30, and then I'll have half an hour break, and then I'll start mine at 9. And hopefully he agrees to come on.
Yeah, get him.
I'll put the pressure on him. I'll ask him like live on air in front of all these fucking 200 people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good night, Stephanos.
See you, Stephanos. See you tomorrow night, mate. Yeah. All right,
guys.
No worries. Thanks, man.
Thanks, everyone who came on. Thanks, Mick. Thanks, Age. And go Pies.
Go Pies.